Who did you expect? Who did you expect? Who did you expect? Who did you expect? Who did you expect?
Welcome to the east side. We don't wait for doors of opportunity, we just wait on when we gotta kick them in. Decatur, Georgia, or a den of thieves. Hidden leaves just to feed the village. Hidden leaves make them feel like ninjas. Niggas always keep the metal tucked till you run up, get your face cut. Got your brukins on the back end. Know too many niggas trapped. They be stuck in genjutsu. They see the world from a different view. Shadow clones cause they silhouettes. Hard to point out when they robbing you. You never know what be inside of you. You never know who you be talking to. Till it's 2 a.m. on the east side. Black as shadows in the nighttime. They don't wait on nothing but the right time. He ain't come around the corner. Shots fired, that's a nigga down. Sad, but this is normal around this town. I've been crying for my niggas found. I've been praying for my niggas down. Always looking for some progress. Try a nigga, he gon' regress. Locked and loaded, that nigga ready. Turn your brains into red spaghetti. I be looking for God here. Hopefully see that I'm trying here. Save my niggas cause they really lost. Talk to my niggas before you write them off.
They say, Vic, don't you move on that side, boy. Both the crime rate and junkies stay high, boy. Scary niggas, they ain't see my vision. Now they see it, they want in the convoy. Stop by the corner store, know that it's kissing. Now let them watch windows pump gas for a bag of chill shot with the water. But no, they got size, I don't need no patchouli. I just want water. Start bitch with my brothers like Pops and Earl. We gon' turn Keller Road right into a Melrose. I might turn Wesley Chop to a motherfucking church. And they got to my people and teach them their worth. I don't need no appraiser, I'm knowing the worth of my property. They just sold out the cap. Always a lot in the world and I'm on it all like construction on this side. I'm taking my time. Now it's 2 a.m. on the east side. Up as fuck, no I'm writing rhymes. Late night, not an early morning like an alchemist. I'm turning down to something. Shots fired, that's your nigga down. Sad, but it's normal around this town. Cause I'm calling, say you beat the charge. He can't wait to come back around. Other cousin calling, y'all must out. Say he heard prices went back up. I confirm they gassed up. Told him chill, though, cause we next up. People be looking for God here. My job is to teach them look in themselves. Say my niggas cause they really lost. Spitting for the ones they breaking off.
Who did you expect?
The Super Bowl. Niggas so thirsty, don't put me in beef. Dissecting my words and start looking too deep. I look at the tweets and start sucking my teeth. I'm letting it rock cause I love the mystique. I still wanna give me a song where I be. Can't trust everything that you saw on IG. Just know if I diss you, I make sure you know that I hit you like I'm on your caller ID. I'm naming the album to fall off. It's pretty ironic cause it ain't no fall off for me. Still in this bitch getting bigger. They waiting on the kid to come drop like a father to be. Love when they argue the hardest MC. Is it K Dot, is it Aubrey or me? We the big three like we started a league. But right now I feel like Muhammad Ali. Yeah, Muhammad Ali, the one that they call when they shit ain't connected no more. Feel like I got a job in IT. Rhyming with me is the biggest mistake. The Spider-Man meme is me looking at Drake. It's like we recruited your homies to be demon deacons. We got them attending your wake. Hey, how the gang got away from the bars, man, and shit like a prison escape. Everybody steppers with fucking and everybody breakfast, and I'm about to clear up my plate. When I show up, it's motion picture blockbuster. The goat with the golden pen, the top toucher, the spot rusher. Spray this whole shit up, the crop duster. Not Russia, but apply pressure to your cranium. Cold's automatic when aiming them. With the boy in the status of stadium. Big as the Super Bowl, but the difference is it's just two guys playing shit that they did in the studio. Niggas usually send their verses back to me and they be terrible, just like a 2-year-old. I love a dinner with some fine women when they start debating about who the GOAT. I'm like, go ahead, say it then. Who the GOAT? Who the GOAT? Who the GOAT? Who the GOAT? Who you bitches really rooting for? Like a kid that had been from January to November, nigga, it's just you and Cole. Big as the what? Big as the what? Big as the what? Big as the Super Bowl. phone, G. Never paid attention to the room or the homie. She just missed another opportunity, And I know that she lonely with no company, She so busy reading text, she ain't even read the room, yeah. Always sending texts like I just want myself a little boo, yeah. I think I just went stupid, hit by Cupid. The arrow hit my heart, I hope she noticed, gotta read the room, yeah. Learn to read the room, I really wish that you can read the room. I really wish that you can look inside of me, and I can tell you how I feel, little baby. Just learn to read the room, Read the room. Just read the room, Just read the room. Learn to feel that presence and that feeling in that mood. Just learn to go ahead and feel that moment too, Learn to read the room. Trying to talk to you was honestly so fucking strange. Trying to find a way that drove my brain to be deranged. I would've never thought I'd have this kind of issue. I couldn't connect with you inside of the same room. I know you feel me, at least I think you do. It's hard to tell, I cannot read the room. You seem to be unfazed, that's what you supposed to do. You seem so confused, baby, why won't you learn to read the room? I really wish that you can read the room. I really wish that you can look inside of me, and I can tell you how I feel, little baby. Just learn to read the room, Read the room. Just read the room, Just read the room. Learn to feel that presence and that feeling in that mood. Just learn to go ahead and feel that moment too, Learn to read the room.
I'll show you how to read the room, baby. Say you faded off that drink, I hit the road in Zoom, baby. Project nigga section 8, I never had a spoon, baby. She says it's rated, this movie coming soon, baby. No, I ain't worried about your boyfriend, he ain't like that. See me, it's on sight about that pussy, he gon' fight back. He gon' risk his life, I beat him up like go down my path. But your bitch want me, so it ain't my fault that you tried that. Oh yeah.
Learn to read the room, I really wish that you can read the room. I really wish that you can look inside of me, and I can tell you how I feel, little baby. Just learn to read the room, Read the room. Just read the room, Just read the room. Learn to feel that presence and that feeling in that mood. Just learn to go ahead and feel that moment too, Learn to read the room. Yeah, everybody think it's a game. Yeah, everybody think it's a game. Yeah, everybody think it's a game. Boy, I ain't playing no games. No, boy, I ain't playing no games. Yeah, don't nobody know about the late night, early mornings with no sleep. Don't nobody know about the low time we ain't really had nothing to eat. Don't nobody know about the time we had to ride around without thing gon' eat. Don't nobody know nothing but me. Don't nobody know nothing but me. Don't nobody know about the grind that it took. Don't nobody know how many times we put ourselves out there and got overlooked. Don't nobody know our pockets was low. Don't nobody know they think what they know. Don't nobody got love for a man, especially when a man hitting it low. Everybody got words of wisdom. Who putting in the work though? Everybody wanna get a trophy, but you ain't make it to the ship though. Better stick to your sailboat. I know you love to ride a wave. I see you really love to follow. Shouldn't say this over here though. Whoa, everything seem like a game until you get played, yeah. Everything seem like a game until you get played, yeah. Everything seem like a game until you get played, yeah. Everything seem like a game till you get played. 2K, pat me the pressure, I handle the rock. Stay on the ground till I shoot to the top. Harder than lava, I fired the op. Stay back and shoot, my heart is just hard. I don't miss nothing, my shot can't get blocked. Bust in my face like I'm Curry on God. My mentality win at all costs. Snakes in that grad, had to cut a few off. Keep my head low, my focus is people. The confidence is key, don't let haters get to you. Critics always wanna say something negative. I can't mind them, I know that I'm better than them. I just know I gotta grind for my team. Take the title home and be MVP. Once I do, I'ma show on the king. Finger to the left, so quiet my demons. Everything seem like a game until you get played, yeah. Everything seem like a game until you get played, yeah. Everything seem like a game until you get played, yeah. Everything seem like a game till you get played, yeah.
Welcome to another edition of the Aaron O Show. It's been quite a jam-packed Monday. Man. We know what we here for. Let me get the let me mind my manners. Cree, the lovely Cree, was the sponsor of the last show. Thank you, Cree. We appreciate you here on this side of town, on the West Coast, and all throughout the Aaron O Show. Thank you for supporting and showing a lot of love. It is very much appreciated. You definitely set you apart from a lot of other people, and we appreciate you over here, okay? So shout out to Cree. Now let's get into the show. Let us get into the show, okay? I'm not going to even belabor the point, all right? I'm not going to belabor the point. I woke up this morning and I said, hey, I got the day off. Let me see what I can do. I said, oh, you know what? My boy Sharon is live today. Oh, perfect timing. Yes, that is where I have to go. I haven't been there in a while. And so I said, I don't have no excuse today. So I said, let me slide over there to the SBG game, solution-based game. Well, I'm sorry, solution-based group, right? And you know where Sherrod resides over there with his crew. And I want to just tell y'all that I really enjoy going over there. It is quite the experience. It's quite the experience, guys. I don't know how to explain it until you guys get into that atmosphere. But I went over there and I thoroughly enjoyed myself. I try to have real productive conversations while having fun. And I think somehow, it's just a crazy environment there sometimes. It's a crazy environment there sometimes. I have to say his chat is wild. His chat is wild. I had people in there talking about I'm broke. And I'm like, why are you repeating things that people already know? Somebody was in there, they were saying something like, oh, he has a dirty orange Nike hoodie or something. I mean, sir, don't judge me because I'm going through bad times, sir. Don't do that. Somebody, I think it was a rich person in the chat that said that too. So whenever a rich person stepped down from their high waves to tell me how my orange Nike hoodie ain't no good, I'm grateful that they would expense their energy to speak about me. Let me just tell you this. People love to take their opportunities, and I have to give them to them, right? Because they don't pull up over here. They know where to play it safe at. They know where to play it safe at, and I'm not mad at them at all. I go on away games and I play my role. I have a lot of fun. I make sure the show is enjoyable. I make sure I help create the dialogue and support, because I tell y'all, when I go over there to support content creators, my goal is to make sure that I'm kind of supporting them in a supporting role. It's a hard work navigating these conversations, getting people on point, getting people to listen. And so I try to do my part while making it entertaining. So when I go over there, there are a lot of people there that don't like me. There are a lot of people there that don't like me. They be all in the chat. They be all in the chat. They be saying my name. I'm like, you recognize me? You know me? I don't know them. So you know how like somebody run up to you like, hi there. Hi, do you recognize me? And I'm like, nah, I don't know you like that. They're like, well, I know you. So what? So continue to type in the chat and speak about me, and I'm going to continue to not acknowledge your existence. But I enjoy it because I want you guys to be able to troll as much as you guys want. Have all the fun that you want. It don't bother me. Say whatever you want in the chat. See, it hurts your soul that the things you say have no power. Your words don't impact anybody. You're not doing nothing. You're just talking. But y'all see this stuff. I had a lot of people that was over there. They saw a lot of the stuff that was going on the show. They saw a lot of things that was happening in the chat. You know, people that are struggling in life, what they do is they try to seek out and they want other people to struggle with them. Sir, I'm not looking to struggle with you. Mom's got my back. She said I can live in her basement for as long as I want. So I live in the basement for as long as I want. If I have to do it. I'm not ashamed to admit that, you know, times are hard. You know, 10, 20, 30, 40, 50, 60, 700, $200,000. It's very difficult money to attain. I understand that. And one day I might get it done. I don't know. But for now, I'm just going to be a struggling YouTuber. I'm just going to be a struggling YouTuber. But I see the little things that they say and I revel in it. You can't get me, my friend. You can't get me. And they wish that I would take my time and go, why did you say that about me? Please don't be mean to me, but I'm not gonna. I'm going to allow everybody to see that since I'm so unimportant and so irrelevant, why must you mention me? When I speak about people, I don't even say no names. The only names I mention are people that are actually dope people. So if I mention a Sharon, if I mention somebody else, if I mention anybody in the GBG, if I mention their names, because we cool. I say their name. If I don't mention your name, it's because you're not worth speaking about. You're not really worth speaking about. Your existence, your life is struggling. Your life is a struggle life. And because you're struggling in real life and on YouTube, it is very visible. The people can see the pain that you're going through. And I don't enjoy you struggling. I don't enjoy you stressing out, begging people. I don't enjoy that. As my good friend Brownsville, New York would say, we want what's best for you. We want you to do better for yourself. We want you to strive for the better, King. Don't spend your time trying to tear another person down. Don't do that. Build yourself up, King. Build yourself up, King. Sickening and sad to see this stuff. Because you know what happened? I checked my empty bank account and it said no money. And I was like, man, I shouldn't be on YouTube talking about people with no money. So I said, let me borrow $2. So shout out to Otis. He sent the $2 ball, said, salute to you, sir. Thank you. Thank you. Now my net worth is $2. Shout out to O. Shout out to Otis. I appreciate you. Now I can get up on his YouTube and talk that talk. Okay. What you gonna do? What you gonna do when nobody cares for the content? What you gonna do? What you gonna do when nobody watch you? I'm sorry. Let me stop this. This is not right. I don't even have the orange hoodie on. That's not right. We are here to discuss Brownsville, New York. As a member of the SBG, okay, I would assume a high-ranking member of the SBG. You got to be stopped. You must be stopped, okay? I experienced going over there, and I've been over there a good amount of times. And Brownsville is a different experience, y'all. He is a different experience. The chat is a whole different experience. JJ, we can't be mentioning these irrelevant people. JJ, we can't give no light to people that's in the dark, that is hoping for a beacon of light. I'm not giving them no light. What I'm going to do is do what y'all do. I'm going to sit back and just watch. Oh, man. Y'all know what struggle streaming is about. Y'all seen it. Y'all seen struggle streaming. I don't mention people. Let me tell you, JJ, why I don't mention people. Because they're irrelevant. They're irrelevant. See, people could talk about me and just not add my name, and then you give them credit. You be like, look, he irrelevant, so I don't need to say his name, but I'm talking about him. That's what they say, right? But They actually say my name. I didn't see my name in Sharon chat flowing up and down that thing. I said, man, it's like they got a automatic button that say Aaron O on it. And before they even input a sentence, they tap Aaron O. And it's like these people are the toughest keyboard warriors in history. And I'm telling you, they will flood that whole chat with statements about me and mentioning my name. And guess what? They life didn't progress, not a word, not a cent, not anything. If I'm so irrelevant, why you mention me? If I'm not important, why you mention me? Because you want my attention, and I don't blame you. I don't blame you. Of course, you would want my attention because attention is hard to come by. Attention is hard to come by when you're struggling. Get a sandwich. Focus on taking care of what's important to you. You know, putting food on the table. You know, that's what you need to take care of. All right. Don't worry about me. I'm not gonna help your life out, buddy. But everybody can see the struggle. Sad, very sad. But the chat, salute to them. They are a lot of fun. They're good sports. Most of them, at least. Most of them. Some of them be hating. Matthew Pierce says, finally got the conservative Aaron O. I'm not really conservative. Not really conservative at all, to be honest with you. I just pick my shots. I take my time. I don't swing at every pitch. I just don't. But I just want y'all to see, because y'all think I'll be making this up. When y'all go to Sharon chat and I'm on the panel and I ain't said nothing crazy, we having a normal conversation. Just look at the statements they be having. What, is he delusional? Did he not know what he's talking about? What world does he live in? You in the, and that's the type of stuff I got to deal with. And then to think that was going to be the end of it. Stan, what up? Salute to Stan. Happy belated birthday, of course. You know, shout out to my guy, Stan. I don't think Stan was there, so he didn't see the show. But if all y'all didn't watch Sharon's show, we just went there and turned it up. I don't know if y'all recognize that. We went there and turned it up. I did my part. I came through and I added value to the show. I did what I do. And other people did what they do. And during my time in the peaceful land of the SBG world, we had about almost a 5-hour conversation. And within that whole 5 hours, Brownsville talked about 4 hours and 52 minutes. He dominated the conversation, okay? So peace and love, Queens. Peace and love, okay? Conversation came up and there was questions around pandering, questions around, you know, what it is and if they're actually doing that, misconstrued messages, things like that. Now, you ain't got to convince me. I don't need to be convinced. You're here as a man of the people. The people will determine who will reign supreme in the end, okay? Now, PH Diva was there. PH Diva was there acting up, doing what she normally do. I love PH Diva. I don't mind her acting up and doing what she do, okay? PH Diva, good people. She make the show entertaining. She adds her little spice to it and she do what she do. Now, do she sometimes go a little too wild? Maybe. But it's PH Diva. She do what she want. It is what it is. And Sharon said she do what she want, according to her. And she was ready to drop him. I drop you around here. There was some other guy on the panel. I don't know who the heck he was. He was kind of saying a lot of random blurt out and things like that. So I could understand, right? But we had a whole conversation. I can't even remember everything that went on because what I experienced from Brownsville, New York, I don't know what to tell y'all. I don't know what to tell y'all. Brownsville says that he is not a panderer. That's what he said. He said he's not a pander, okay? So I think we might have to take his word for it. It might be true. I'm not sure. But I think some of the things he said rivals the potential of possible, right? And this is Jabba's fault. He asked me to do this show. Blame Jabba, okay? It's all on him. Now, I'm here in peace, okay? I'm here to promote peace and love. Peace and love. That's what I'm here to promote, Queens. Brownsville said that's not the case. He said that's not the case, guys. So that may or may not be true. But I'm going to tell y'all this. We're going to find out if it's true today, guys. We're going to find out if it's true or not today, guys. If y'all think, because we got to come to this conclusion to get y'all. We have to come to this conclusion together, right? Because what I found out is I don't even know half those people in Sharon's chat. I don't know these people, but they apparently might know me, and I get under their soul burns when I just pop up. Their soul burns. They like, not him again. Oh no, Captain Plant. Like that's what they do. That's what they do. But here's the problem. See, I don't have a problem traveling to an away game, but I run the home team. So I will go on the away game, do what I do. I leave victorious, as the victorious one says, and I come do what I do. I don't mind. I'm always for the conversation. Always. Now, y'all, when y'all hear some of this stuff, y'all have to tell me what y'all interpret, because I interpret different things, right? Now, I think Brownsville, New York is from Brownsville, New York. That's my assumption. I'm not sure if it's true, but that's my assumption. He is a relatively respectful brother. I have not caught this man calling people out of their names. I haven't seen him raising his voice very much, but he know what he doing. He know what he doing, y'all. He every now and then you will see that big old smirk. He go on screen and like he know when we say we know what you're doing, he starts smiling because he know what he doing. He know what he doing. We just here to identify it, okay? Now, I don't know if y'all saw the show, but if y'all didn't, please watch the show. Sharon puts a lot of time and effort in, show after show, day after day. He grind. So please make sure you at least watch the stream, okay? Go back and watch it. And then you can see some of the things that I experienced. And then also, you're going to see if people pop up in the chat because the things that I say pierce their soul. It bothers them. It bothers their heart. And I'm looking in the chat. I'm like, who is this person? Sharon, where did you find these people? I don't know. Sharon has like a factory where he's breeding these people in his chat. And it's amazing to watch him find these people. I'm like, who is this? And I'm sorry. I have to tell the truth. The women in the chat over there, they don't like men very much. They don't like men very much. I'm sorry. I seen it in the chat. I'm like, dang, y'all just went at all the guys. Y'all went at guys y'all used to be with. Y'all went at y'all. They don't like guys at all. And then they make these false claims that, oh, it's the men that don't like the women. Man, go back. Just listen, put the stream on mute and just read the chat. Put the stream on mute and just read the chat. The loudest voices in the chat, the ones that are the women in particular, they be going off on men. And most of them make it seem like they don't deal with men at all. I see the little games they play, every little thing that we do. I see what y'all be up, and we're not going to let y'all get away with it. So now I went to the away game. Now we got a home game. I went to the away game. Now we got a home game. Okay. That's where we at with it. This here is interactions, right? Between the SBG, GBG, and the rest of the panel. Okay, you got Taz, PhD for Brownsville, Sharon, me, and Bomb Cherry. Okay, we was there having a good old conversation, and we just building. I'm trying to understand because I actually have not had a lot of back and forth conversations with Brownsville. I listen, but we haven't actually had a chance to build in conversation. This show changed all of that. We had a good long conversation of back and forth, me understanding, trying to get his points and what he's trying to convey. And I am, for the most part, somebody is more on the understanding side. There are some people that are on the extreme sides. I'm on the more of understanding what you're trying to express, you know. And some of the things that I heard, y'all gonna act like y'all didn't hear. Y'all gonna act like y'all didn't hear. So I'm gonna play it so y'all can hear.
Not a panderer because I talk about the yeah, I can definitely see that one for sure. But I'm not a panderer because I talk about the women all the goddamn time.
Sharon says he's not a panderer because he talk about women all the time. Now, some people disagree. Some people agree. I told Sharon, I might have to give you a pass. All right, I heard you kind of do that. All right, you got, all right. Because this ain't about Sharon. This ain't about him. You could tell he was a little upset that he kept scratching his beard because he said the beard, it stresses him out. But this ain't about him. This ain't got nothing to do with him. He said that he's not. I don't care. This was about Brownsville. Okay, this was it had nothing to do with Sharon at this moment. So I didn't really care for Sharon to say that.
All the time, Aaron.
All the time. Definitely, Brownsville is definitely a panderer. I might give you a slight Brownsville. No, definitely is. He come up here. I'm here to let all the queens know, you know, that I'm here for you to tell these men that they need to do right. And he do this for 2 hours and 45 minutes. So like his soliloquy is extremely long. So y'all see that smirk on his face? Look right there. See, when I get in my bag, and listen, by the way, I don't get all the way in the bag for a reason, okay? I don't. Y'all see that big old smirk on his face? Look at his face. He got the halfway ski mask on, and he like, you see that smirk? That is the face of a man that knows what he's doing. That is the face of a man that knows what he's doing. That is. He know what he was doing. And I just happen to be one of the very few fellas that I'm going to call it out. I'm going to call it out. I ain't hiding. I was there. See me, I'm pretty much on screen the whole show. When I can't cam up, I cam up. Some people just want to hide behind the avatars, hide in the chat and do what they do. This is why we have the show for a lot of y'all. Go ahead and continue to hide. Go ahead and continue to hide. I have no problems with that. But Mr. Brownsville, we see that big old smirk on your face. We see that big old smirk. Look, we see Sharon got that smile too, because see, Sharon know what's going on too. Now, Sharon is not allowed to say anything because he's the moderator. He ain't supposed to pick no sides. But if the smile fits, okay? That's what I want y'all to know, okay? So that's what I said. So I ain't just say nothing. This is what I saw, okay? I said he might be a panderer. No, he is. 2 hours and 45 minutes. So like his soliloquy is extremely long. So he really goes into this process. Now, I don't actually have a problem with the men pandering to women. If it works, go ahead and do it. It's just when the other man call y'all to say, we know what y'all doing, don't look at us like we crazy, like we making this up. Just say, look, I know what I'm doing too, player. I like to pander to the women. They deserve it. And we like, all right, cool. We ain't rocking with that. We gonna call you out and we gonna say that's what we see going on. And that's what the battle gonna be. I already know there are gonna be guys that are going to do that. We enjoy it. Yeah, that's right, panderer. Yeah, we know when y'all get to pandering, we just got to say, look, sir, the ladies got mad at us because the men were very vocal. Y'all might not recall, but if y'all remember, please let them know. We don't rock with no Derrick Jackson. No, he a phony. We don't rock with no Derek Jackson. He a phony. We was telling all the ladies, y'all want the men to step up and ladies, don't rock with him. He hollering. He ain't keeping it real. He just saying that to get y'all money. He just saying that so y'all can buy his book. He just saying these things that ain't really real. And the ladies was like, no, you bad men are just lying because you don't want us to go for guys like Derek Jackson. So y'all thought we was giving y'all misleading information. But the men, the ones with the vision, the ones y'all proclaim are the default leaders, the ones with the vision. We told y'all, we see the real. We see the real. We like, no, not with him, y'all. And the ladies was like, but he says things to empower women. He says things to empower the women. So I think that's positive. And he holds these men accountable by getting on the internet and telling us women the truth about these men. We can trust him. Y'all don't remember those conversations? Y'all don't remember those conversations? See, they think they slick by coming on the internet saying, look, my message is for the men, but somehow it's resonating with the women. See, y'all will say things like, look, your tone matters. So how you speak to your audience must matter. So if your messaging is for men, then you must format it into a way in which men can understand and accept your message if your goal is for that. However, what we found is that the so-called message for the men it's galvanizing the ladies. The women are the ones that are going forward saying, yes, we want to follow this guy. We believe in what he's saying, but the message ain't for y'all. So why y'all so supportive of it? Why y'all advocating for it? This ain't a message for y'all. Sometimes y'all don't have the ability to see when a message is for y'all, but it's sent through the men, or at least claim to be sent through men. I talk to the men. The people that are going crazy over you are all the women. All the women. That's what we see what's going on. Okay, shout out to Harambe Drizzled White Dust on Jack Soft Guy Air. You're going to have to shorten that name. Says, on vacay, feed me foonery. What's up, Ayo? What's going on, Jack? Jack says, I'm broke. Gosh darn it. Don't at me. Ask Aaron O. Look here. Ain't no shame with acknowledging your struggle. I was on Sharon channel and I saw people in the chat struggling. So it's some people that proclaim to be really superstar relevant content creators struggling. And see, here's the problem. Everybody goes through a struggle. Everybody goes through a period where they're not actually navigating, the content ain't hitting with their audience, and they might go through the ups and downs. The difference is when you need YouTube to feed yourself. Ooh wee. Now, why is that relevant? Let me explain to you why that's relevant. See, if a person needs YouTube to sustain themselves, it's more reasonable that they are going to be the ones to pander. It's more reasonable they're going to be the ones to simp. It's more reasonable that way. I need this YouTube money. Hey, ladies, look, these men they not thorough. You don't need to mess with men like that. They got like 2, 3, 4 baby mamas, a bunch of kids. Don't mess with those men. Get you a real man. Like you? Yeah, I'm reformed, so I'm a real man. See, that's what they do. See, you can't really trust it. See, when the other men, when they struggle, when they go through what they're going through, see, what happens is somebody time out Queen Vicky. We not doing no Sharon disrespect like that. No, don't do that. That's unnecessary. We don't. This ain't about Sharon right now. Okay, this is about Brownsville and some of the chat. Okay, some of the chat for the pure entertainment. Okay, and because Jabba told me I had to live stream, so it's his fault. Y'all see Jabba in the chat? Let him know it's his fault. Now, that's what they be doing. That's what they be doing. See, if I'm struggling, I just say, "Hey, mama, can you keep the lights on?" We different. Y'all see the difference. Now, getting back to the great, the wonderful, the phenomenal Brownsville, as he's trying to get his message across to the men and claims he ain't here to talk to women. This is the type of stuff that be going on. Listen to this. Go ahead and keep trying this craziness.
Well, first of all, let me address the super mayor, because every time I forget to uplift her
and by the way, let us give a big shout out to the super mayor. We gonna have to put big, like the big super mayor in there, like because super mayor was going wild, domination all through the chat. So shout out to the super mayor for MVP. Okay, and it's interesting that you decided to not acknowledge the super mayor early on, even though you believe in giving all the women they flowers. But somehow, when it comes to the super mayor, you just gonna look over that, huh? Is it because the super mayor was not saying what you wanted to hear, combating against some of your statements, going against some of the things you were saying, and so you decided to leave the super mayor out? Is it possible that you decided to leave the super mayor out and only acknowledge the ladies that agree with your statements? Have you not noticed that? You came onto a panel and you make the claim that you are here to speak to men. Well, I'm a man. We can have a conversation, as we did, and they ain't got nothing to do with the ladies. However, the one that the people that are raising you up are all the ladies. All the ladies. I wonder how that worked. I don't know, Derek Jax. I don't know how Derek. I'm sorry. Some of these Mr. Jackson. I don't know how they get away with this stuff. But I think it's some of these people that enable these behaviors. See, the men, we gonna call it out. Like I told y'all there, we know y'all pandering. We know what y'all doing. We see what y'all doing. We just not about to sit idle by and let y'all get away with it. We gonna say, nah, no, we don't do that. We not about to pander. We're gonna keep it a bean. We're gonna tell the ladies, stay away from those type of guys. They just telling you what you want to hear. And then when we proven right again and again and again, if it's making the ladies feel good, they gonna support it. If I change my tune right now and I just go doing content, uplifting women, going at all the guys and all these things, you know what? A bunch of more ladies gonna pop up. We've seen it happen. We've seen guys go from, very much so-called manosphere type of mentality, and then they go, I was wrong. It's really the men. And now they go and start simping for women, and then all the ladies somehow swarm them. I don't know if that makes sense to y'all, but it sounds like a great marketing skill. Sounds like a great marketing skill to me. So the men see what happened. We telling y'all the truth, okay? Shout out to AL, says they was pandering so hard. Yeah, you was there. You saw it. You was there. You saw it. This is how it goes sometimes when you aren't on the way game, my friend. Shadow Dragon TV says, I see we have Petty AO today. Water Gang fun in the building.
Gang.
This is Jabba's fault, okay? This is Jabba's fault. I'm just here so Jabba doesn't find me. That's it. I'm here to tell the truth. Y'all saw what was going on. I tried to be the man of reason to have a conversation that was leveled and building on that. Now, I'm not in the business of insulting anybody. So Brownsville, we actually could, because he don't do that. So we was perfect. It was gonna bounce like that. It's gonna bounce like that. Cool. But it don't mean that y'all didn't see what I saw, right? Brownsville, tell them the truth.
Shout her out, she gets upset. So peace and love to you, Queen Super Mayor. And I apologize for not giving you your shout out originally.
Mm-hmm.
Now, let's get to the pandering part, because I think y'all are just misinterpreting my message. You see, I'm not necessarily speaking to the woman with my talking points.
Y'all hear that? Now, he said, I'm not necessarily speaking to the women with my talking points. Okay. Really, his message is for the men, right? That's the claim. That's the claim. Now, you guys might not know, but on the show, before Brownsville comes on the show. He has an intro. That's what Brownsville have, and this is what the intro is.
Verbatim how it goes in the projects.
Now, that's his intro. I think it really, really dope intro. Now, this is what I would assume, right? Since he's not pandering. When he comes on a panel, he gonna come up there and acknowledge all of the dope men that he's speaking to help build them up. Because he's there, his message is for the men. He got to build y'all up and make sure he get y'all, turn y'all into strong brothers. This is what he's doing. So, since his message is for the men, JJ. I went back to the beginning to get his intro. This is him. This is his very first statement on the panel. This is his very first time, JJ. I went back so you guys can see this is how he's introduced. And remember, his message is to the men. So his message to the men, let's hear how he speaks to the men when he first comes up. Go ahead.
Good day, sir. How you doing?
Yo, peace and love, man. First of all, you know, I like to take my shoes off when I walk into the door. So peace and love to the beautiful queen, the supreme goddess, PH diva. Peace and love to you. Peace and love to the other beautiful queen on the panel, HQ. Peace and love to you. And then peace and love to all the beautiful queens in the chat. Anya Bracy, that's BG First Lady, Dakima Renee, Robin M, Shiesty Bum, DB, Maya Reed, Zero Tolerance, Bomb Cherry Juice, Rogue C, It's Me, Dr. G, The Verbal Assassin, Berry White, Sherry Berry, Erica, Ayana, Aries, Talking to Kim Folks, Miss Not For Everyone, Sexy Red TV, Brownie, all the queens, Kim, all the queens, man. I don't want to forget none of the queens. You know, every time I come up here, I'm going to make it my business to lift y'all up, to give y'all flowers that y'all deserve.
So he came up there to give flowers to the women, but he's here to the men. I'm here to take y'all through the fire and build y'all up. Well, men need building as well. Yeah, you gotta build them. If you here to talk to the men, gonna have to build them up. Where's they shout out? Where they shout out? You're not going to acknowledge none of the men, none of the leaders. You're going to go straight to the ladies and look at all the names that he made. How you forget the super mayor? How did you forget the super mayor? Because the super mayor might not agree with all your talking points. Make sure you give the super mayor their flowers too. Okay, all the women deserve their flowers now. Keep it consistent. But this is the intro, y'all. This is what came on, and he was here to talk to the men. This is what happened.
These rim brothers, no good suckers, don't want to give y'all. And I'm going to always show these knuckleheads how they should be treating the queens, the ladies, the women out here, man. So as far as the topic, this is what it is, cuzzo. You got a situation where a lot of these men, and you know who I'm talking about. I'm talking about the red pill men.
Now, he knows who he's talking about, right? He knows he comes here to speak about them. Why? Do you think it'll get the women excited and happy? Do you think it's a possibility the ladies don't go, oh, yeah, thank you. Thank you for calling out the men. Now, if you're trying to help the men, I'm curious, is it best served with insults, down in them to uplift the women per se? One could identify that's what you're doing here. I'm not saying you are, but one could say maybe. The term it comes across as a little disrespectful. I don't know. I'm not part of the people that you make a claim for, so don't bother me. You a man, you can do what you want. I'm just saying that intro, some of us can see what's going on here. Some of us can see what's going on here. Can y'all see it? Okay, HQ says sometimes you can't always stand above the petty. Sometimes you gotta get in the mud. No, you can always stand above it. You can. It depends on if you want to be petty. I'm not being petty. I'm having a conversation. Because sometimes you don't hear things when you're on a panel. A lot of stuff is going on. So you got to make sure you heard what you heard. All right. Deborah Law in the building says, Aaron said, if I got to hear this BS, then so do you. Yes. Peace and love, queens. Peace and love, queens. If I got to hear it, so do you. Okay. Harambe Jack says, panderers should exist. Feminism is the solution. I don't know about that, my friend. I don't know about that. I'm just saying, reasonably, so far, what he's saying is, this message is for the men. So he's giving this messages for the men. Okay, that's what we hear. I have no problem with it. Let's get to the message of the pandering part. Okay.
See, because originally, now let's get to the pandering part because
now remember, we getting back to the pandering part, right? Because y'all seen the intro. Y'all seen the intro. That might not mean nothing to y'all, but that long intro, I don't want to let it play all the way out. We will be here for 2 hours. That man can drag a soliloquy extremely long. So I didn't want to go into all that type of stuff. But he said that that's not what he does. He here to talk to the men. So talk to the men.
I think y'all are just misinterpreting my message. You see, I'm not necessarily speaking to the woman with my talking points. I'm calling for men to recalibrate their value system, to remove sex and lust from the top of their value system and replace it back with God, right? To come back to being a true leader, right? Because in my opinion, if men decide to raise their standards and become true leaders, the woman will naturally acquiesce under that leadership. And that's how we can build
and that's where you wrong at. And that's where you start pandering.
Right? How we can build
and that's where you wrong at. And that's where you start pandering.
And that's how we can build
and that's where you wrong at. And that's where you start pandering.
Now, Taz has been here in this space for a minute. He says, that's where you're wrong at, fam. And that's where it starts to sound like you're pandering. Now, see, strategically, saying the right thing at the wrong time can sound good. It sounds all believable. Yes, we got to get these men to raise this and do it. Did he tell you how he's going to get them to do it, by the way? Guys, I'm curious. Did he tell you how he's going to get that to happen? And I know I got a couple of y'all in here that says y'all agree with him and his message and what he says. So please, did he tell y'all how he's going to get those men to do those things? Did he tell y'all? I seen y'all in here. Go ahead and say it. Y'all had no problem typing Aaron O in the chat. Tell me, did he tell y'all how he's going to get the men to do these things? Because y'all been listening to him for a long time. This is my first extensive conversation with him. See, earlier, he had a whole bunch of people in the chat going off about him, right? That's what they said. Somehow, some way. Now they don't say nothing. Okay, fine. Now, he has not said how he's going to get men to do that. He's saying what he thinks men should do. He's not saying this is what y'all got to be able to distinguish these differences, right? What he says might not necessarily be wrong. Getting people to implement it is the issue that we have. Where's the implementation, right? And so part of the problems that I tend to start to have is a lot of these things that come up is, oh, these men on these panels always going at women. And they say these things, right? And then real men say real men are not on panels doing this and saying these things about women. And then the real men come on these panels to say things about the non-real man saying things on panels. Y'all don't see it, but it don't make sense to me. So you men will leave their real man status in real life to do a timeout and go on the internet to reconstruct and convey a message to the men that are not real. Now, maybe that will work. Maybe it won't. He says a lot of things that I think there's some validity to it. However, implementation, I haven't heard how he expects that to happen. He just gonna say things. He's gonna call things out. I don't think he's been on the internet that long. It doesn't work like that. These women do what they want to do. It sounds good. Raise your standards. Sure, yeah. There are men that raise their standards already. There are men that raise their standards already. You know what women say? I can't find those men. Yeah, they raise their standard too high. They don't even allow us to get close to them. Because, Sharon, I asked him earlier, I said, do you think there are a lot of good men? He says, yes. He says, there are a lot of good men. Yes. So they out there. Sharon supports it. They out there. So Brownsville, those men already exist. You want all the men to be like that? Sure. Go ahead and make that attempt to get all the men to be like that. We don't know what historical time frame you're going to start getting that popping off. We don't know. Something ain't adding up, Brownsville.
Right? So I'm not. So what I'm saying is,
these hoes ain't acquiescing to shit, nigga. You can't get these bitches to
I'm not
acquiesce
speaking
to
to women.
Taz, calm yourself down, brother. Are you telling me that you've had some issues with your experiences navigating, speaking to women, defending women, and then those same women don't come to your defense when they have an opportunity? They silent all these good women. They silent when wrong has been conducted, as long as it's not conducted by somebody that they dislike. Give Taz a second to calm down, because what Brownsville is saying, Taz is not agreeing to it. He's not agreeing to this. He has a difference of opinion here. Now Taz been on YouTube for a lot longer than me. He has I don't know how broad his audience is, but he said on the panel the majority of people that follow him are women. That's what he said. I don't know if that's the case, but that's what he said, so I'm gonna go with that. And he's telling you, Brownsville, no. Brownsville, absolutely not. He says, you don't know what you're talking about.
I'm not speaking to women at all. Can you utilize just a little bit of self-control, my brother? I know you got a lot to say, but okay, there you go.
Now he said he just BS. Now let's just say this, Brownsville, you talk more than everybody. You share the microphone, sir. You share that microphone. Now, I am heavily entertained, by the way. Heavily entertained by Brownsville. I told y'all he is very entertaining. He is very entertaining. He know what he's doing, ladies. And if y'all keep falling for this, y'all gonna find out.
Appreciate it. So what I'm saying is this, right? When it comes to women, I'm not even addressing them, right? My talking points are geared to the men, right? Because I'm a man. And I believe that men should do some self-reflecting and take accountability and responsibility and carry the heavier burdens when it comes to building our community, building a better society, right?
Why do you want men to do it?
Because I believe that men are supposed to be the leaders when it comes to community building and when it comes to propelling our society forward. See, the problem is this, Aaron O. The reason why the men are rejecting that message and calling me a pander, the only reason why they're doing that is because the women agree with my message. They're saying, yeah, Brownsville is correct.
Why do you think the women agree with your message, but they're still falling victim to these experiences with men? So that they know what you're saying is the correct thing, but they're able to readily identify, yeah, Brownsville is correct. He is right. But those same women are dealing with the guys that you would advise them not to deal with. You maybe you not catch. See, you keep saying your messages ain't for the women, but it's resonating with women. Why is it resonating with women if it ain't for the women, Brownsville? Why is it resonating with women if it ain't for the women? Let me tell you why. Because if you tell a woman there are a lot of problems going on and none of it is your fault, this ain't got nothing to do with you. All the issues that happen, yeah, you was there. Yeah, you invested money in the project, but it's not your fault. It's all the men's fault. I only talk to the men. You know what women are going to say? Absolutely. I don't want no accountability to be involved in that part. I don't want to do that. So no, you're right, Brownsville. 100% agree. The men are the problem. Go speak to them. Of course. If you single out a group of people and identify them as the reasoning for anything negative, I've had harder troubles getting women to admit negative things about women. I'm like, can you just, I was on a show. I think it was Ladies First. And there was a woman who had a son that was a virgin. And she was saying, my son should get with a woman that's a virgin. And the only difference was there was a woman that wasn't a virgin and a woman that was a virgin. And if your preference is the one that is not, it's you identifying that the woman that is not a virgin is better than the woman. Well, the woman that is a virgin is better than the woman that's not. And it took her forever to acknowledge, yeah, that's right. She didn't want to acknowledge that because she knew how it would make women look. And even then, the other women on the panel, there was one woman there who seemed accountability did not escape her. And she obviously indicated that she had a man and a husband, and he probably done a phenomenal job. And she said, I see what you're talking about. I see that woman having struggles acknowledging what you just said. So yes, if you remove accountability from somebody and push it off on somebody else, most people will let other people go down for their mistakes and go, yeah, put them away for 99 years. It wasn't me. So yes, your message resonates with them because it involves no accountability on the women. It involves no accountability on the women. That's what I noticed. And that's why the women are advocating this way. Yes, Brownsville. What women are rallying around men that are letting them know that they the problem? What women? Where do you see a bunch of women rallying? Oh, yes. I don't see that. This is what he said. Shout out to my brother JJ. He gifted 1, 2, 3, 4, 5, 6, 7, 10 memberships. Gang. I had to stop counting at 7 because I can't count up to 10. Shout out to JJ. HU says his first objective is for men to see that women deserve respect. So he displays that. So he think men are following him. Is that your indication? The reason that he gives women respect is so other men can see him be respectful? Okay. If that works, and he's the leader of the respect for women, he's the guy. If that's all that it takes, okay, fine. I don't think that's gonna work, especially on the internet. Okay, HQ says he didn't say women didn't have a problem. He said men's world will change if they change. And since he is a man, he is talking to men to change first. Yeah, that's the easiest thing to do. See, the easiest thing to do is to attack men that are not actually part of the problem. The one thing that I dislike about that men do is they lie so well to women. They lie so well to women. Jamal, what up? They lie so well to women. Let me give you the example. Men did it. Some men did it, and it's a minority of men to to give that responsibility to all of the men and just say men is disingenuous at best, and it's misleading. The large majority of men are powerless. Powerless. They had nothing to do with implementing the laws and making this world a man's world. They were just as much as victims as the women were. They have no power. But it sounds good to say it's men's fault because men did this. What men? What men? Are you taking up your issues with those men with those powers? No. You're picking on low-hanging fruit because those men are the easiest ones to make examples of because they can't really fight back. And that is what we see happen. That's what we see happen. I need to speak to the men. All right, so you want to speak to the men that what? Built society? Which men were those? Are you speaking to those men? Are you speaking to the men that did that? Are you speaking to the men that had and yielded that power? No, you're not. You're not speaking to that. Most men do not benefit from patriarchy. Most men suffer from the patriarchy. Y'all keep giving these false claims. If we was up in patriarchy and men were benefiting from it, it would look a lot different. Most men are actually suffering from it. This is why I'm not telling y'all not to take it down. Go ahead, take it down. Go ahead and remove all this differences and put this equality. Go ahead and do it. Y'all have this misleading view of saying, so a homeless man is benefiting from patriarchy. Y'all just want to say that because then y'all don't have to deal with y'all accountability for the freedoms in which y'all desire to have. The freedom to win, the freedom to lose. You have the ability to lose in the ability to make money, jobs, competition, and relationships. The only thing women are really complaining about now is relationships. They got the money, they got the education, they getting the jobs. Now they like, where the man at though? Well, see, you might have, there's going to be some losing aspect of life. I'm sorry. That's just the truth. And they don't like it. And I'm going to just acknowledge it. That most of them are not actually winning. Most of them are not actually winning. So go deal with those men that are dominating and running things. They never do that. They literally go to the lowest form of the weakest men with the least amount of power and influence and abilities. And they go, yeah, y'all men are the problem. And they see the men at the top that they can't get in the room with, that they can't even touch and say, well, I don't want to speak about them. I can't really do nothing about that. So y'all give this false lead, this premise. Y'all remove the actual players and just put men. And see, men that are smart can obviously see that angle. When you tell women, you're not a problem, we got to start with the men. Y'all know what y'all say? Yeah, that's a deal. Yeah, I like that. Let's go deal with the men. Okay. This is what's happening. And then you have people in the chat laughing at male loneliness. This is what be happening. They don't have no desires for men to do better. They just want to see another man step on another man. And ta-da, go ahead and do it. Because that will propel you to look for women to look at you better. That's what's happening. So we're not off here.
If men decided to do some self-reflecting and decided to take more accountability and responsibility and decided to really examine themselves, fix themselves, and really become a true leader, then the woman, they've already shown that they'll naturally acquiesce to how a real man is moving, right? And we gotta just have an honest conversation and understand that. But the problem is men aren't willing to do that.
Yes, we are. We're willing to have the honest conversation, sir. Here's the honest conversation. We never had a time frame when that happened, sir. It hasn't been in your lifetime, your grandparents' lifetime. That hasn't happened. There are always women that didn't get it. They didn't get to have access to that. They had to take some L's. It's been like that for a long time. That's never changed. It's never changed. So the accountability that you want them to step up and take and all these things, why? Why do you think that's the case? Let me tell you why. Because you're the example. You are the type of men that you think women should be wanting to deal with. Are you going to go deal with those women? No. You're going to sit here on the internet and do this. I already got my woman. So look, ladies, the best I could do is kind of talk to the other men and tell them to be a better man like me. I mean, I don't know if it'll work, but I try for y'all. That's what's happening. That's what's happening. The men that are being vocal about the way that men should conduct themselves, they're already taken. And they giving these promises that these men exist. They not do they ever come through and say, well, yes, well, I got this guy for you and you should be with him. These women, other than the fake victory of you calling out men, they not really getting no men. They not getting no solutions. They not getting no assistance. Y'all haven't put the infrastructure in play. You haven't put the infrastructure in play. Oh, somebody wants me to drop the link? Sure. That's not a problem. That's not a problem at all. I'm just telling you. These men that are going to come up here and indicate that they are the examples are already taken. So that's what y'all do. Y'all come up here and say, I'm the example. I've been with my wife for X amount of years. I don't cheat on her. I provide for her. Y'all gonna come up here and basically say the same thing, right? And what you're not going to do is talk about, look, I was protecting these women because I care so much about these queens. What I did was I went out and provided the infrastructure for the type of men that these women should be dealing with. And you know what? Since I'm correct and women gonna acquiesce, they gonna go deal with the type of men that I tell them to deal with. Y'all don't never come up there and do that. The only thing y'all say is I got 5 close friends that I'm close with, and those 5 close friends that I'm close with, they all married too. You're gonna have to speak to actually putting infrastructure in play here, okay? You're gonna have to do that. You're not gonna like it, but it's the truth. Let me bring up my guy, Marcus. Marcus, what up?
What up, Joe? Can you hear me?
Yeah, I can hear you. I don't know if you want to be on screen or not, so I was just trying to make sure I protect you for that.
Yeah. No, I'm gonna get off screen. The crew.
No, yeah, you're not on screen now. I just want to see, because it's the internet.
Yeah.
Everybody moving on the internet.
I don't want them to be laughing in my basement that I'm living in.
Hey, man, the basement life ain't that bad, sir. It's not that bad.
That's what I don't want them to see.
Yeah.
What's
man.
up, man?
What's the word, man? How you feeling? How's everything?
Good. I caught the tail end of the conversation when you was breaking it down. How you don't agree with Brownsville, man?
I do agree with some of it. I told him that.
Okay.
Yeah.
I do
agree with some of
the
it.
parts that I heard, I may not have heard the part you agree with. So can I'll try and contest the part that I heard. I got like 25 minutes. All right.
Got you.
So I think correct me if I'm wrong, if I'm off base, go ahead and stop me whenever I get off base. I believe that Brownsville is saying the infrastructure that will be put in place for men to operate under is one that he's specifically speaking biblically, where the man follows God, and following the dynamic in which God set up would have him operate under a certain protocol. And men operating in that protocol would then create women that operate in that protocol. And the women who do not will be left to the wayside. And then they'll eventually either stay on the wayside or come over to the right side, because the men will not tolerate anything that's the behavior that they're upset about.
Yeah. So yes, I heard that as well. He didn't say that those women gonna stay to the wayside. He pretty much said, all of the women will acquiesce if the men act the way that they're. All of the women will acquiesce. He does not really give an example of the outliers, the bad women that exist. He rarely acknowledges that, right? He'll only acknowledge if you press him and say they do exist. And he'll go, well, if you're gonna give an example like that, he'll do that, and that's perfectly fine. I don't have an issue with that. The thing is, the choice then becomes, do those men that he's speaking to, are they going to follow in that light? Are they going to do those actions, or he just saying that they should? And he's just going on a campaign of saying the things that men should do.
I think he's speaking aspirationally.
Mm-hmm.
But I think the cornerstone of living in that spiritual lifestyle is aspirational, because no man is perfect. So he's speaking from an aspect of what we should strive to be. And if you are more than likely this way, then these should be the results that you get. And when it comes to women who behave in ways that are not conducive to what he's talking about, it's almost as if they don't exist, because under the ideology, and I share the same ideology, that the people who are not, like, say you run into business and you have employees that don't fit the quotas, right? You terminate them. They'll cycle out and out and out until they eventually either get it together or they just completely fall to the wayside. But allowing them to stay without being productive creates a environment where other people become unproductive, and they're almost rewarded for behaving in a way that's unconducive to a successful business or marriage or family structure.
Yeah, so like in theory, a lot of what is said has some truth to it. The downside is saying, you know, the men created it. We know that it, come on now. The men created that at the bottom though. Like when I was creating, I wouldn't be.
No, the men. Look, I 100% will agree. This was a white male power structure that was not read by black men. That's not even up for debate. I don't think Brownsville is claiming that black men run society and all this other stuff. That I don't think anybody would make. Most of the time when, like, how I feel about this. I ain't even talk to you in depth, but I'm sure you can guess how I feel about this shit. I completely place the feet where it needs to be placed in regards to that. I 100% place it.
Yeah, you call a spade. I'm not gonna ever deny that. I'm just saying, listen to what he's saying, right? I challenged him. I said, look, you're gonna have to get some implementation going on. You're gonna have to get an actual system, because the women still have a choice to deal with the men who refuse to do what you say. There will be some men that go, yeah, I need to go down that light. I need to lead. I need to do these things. And there are going to be some men that be like, I ain't doing all that. And I'm still going to get women.
Yeah, they will.
Their choice to get those men?
No, not at all. But what I'll say is those men at that point can complain about how those women behave, because they're allowing them to exist in a space where Brownsville or people with that ideology are saying, I wouldn't even entertain that type of woman. But if you entertain that type of woman, you shouldn't tell us about why you're mad about it. Just enjoy entertaining that type of woman. We all got choices with benefits and consequences. If the consequences of you entertaining the woman that you don't think you should be entertaining is that you got to deal with her having a crazy attitude, throwing fits, trying to demasculate you, cursing you out, you got a choice. You can either walk away and pretend like she don't exist, or keep fucking on her and keep dealing with the repercussion of fucking on her. But then don't apply that unilaterally to all other women, when there are women who will fit into whatever that system is as a man that you exist in. And I'm not even going to go as far as to say one way is the right way or the other, because there are men who are turned on by women who operate like that. I'm not one of them, but I'm not going to knock nobody else who that's their thing.
Well, the thing is, this whole the winning side, the losing side. Well, I just look at the men that are winning, they win it, and the men that are losing. What is this whole desire to make them stop losing? Well, why? Because women in the process are being part of a losing team. Well, how come it's no accepting that women get to lose too? That part I don't understand. Why can't they lose too?
Well, they're gonna lose by proxy. So if the conversation, if we're determining that losing is being in a position where you're unsatisfied with the relationship aspect of your life, right? Mm-hmm. The men that are losing, it's gonna be women that lose too, based off of that. I think Brownsville maybe come from the same standpoint I'm coming from. And I think a lot of the married men in the space and men in relationships, or men who are content with whatever lifestyle choice they choose, may be coming from. And that's, hey, this worked for me. I have a formula that works for me, and it's got me the desired result. How about you apply this formula? Like, I'm sure you from Oakland, right? Or from the Bay Area or Cali or whatever, right? I'm sure it's people you grew up with that you knew, that you looked at, you like, hey, bro, I went and got a job. I went and started this business. I did X, Y, Z. This worked for me. Mm-hmm. If you do something similar or this, I can help coach you up so you can get in the same position. It's not really to virtue signal at your homies. It's really to say, hey, bro, I got some salt to give you some motion. Mm-hmm. And me trying to give it to you ain't to stun on you. Although a lot of times people will feel like, oh, you elevated, so you feel like you better than me. When you know that ain't the case, you really just trying to say, hey, I got some sauce, and so we both can be in a position where we feel like we want to take this and then go to the bank with it. That's the aspect I think he coming from.
No. Listen, he has a name for these guys that he dislikes. He calls them Rembro, something like, I don't even know what it means. But he reiterates it as often as he gets an opportunity to do so. Listen, it's like it's phrase. He might as well trademark this at this point, because he will utilize these so-called men to downplay them to uplift women instead of just uplifting women without having to need to downplay people. That's part of his tactics.
Wait, I couldn't say it again. These kids found out.
So if you look at just in conversation, he'll talk about these men, these incels, these red pill men, these rim bros, whatever it means. I don't know what it's supposed to mean. He'll talk about them as if the women should be dealing with them at all. What is it? If those men show you who they are, those are the easiest men to stay away from. Those are the easiest men to don't deal with. So why are you upset with them? What you upset with them for?
Who's upset with them? The women of Brownsville?
Brownsville's upset. Well, women might be upset with them too. But I mean, I don't know why. They should be happy that they don't have to deal with those men. The problem is they still be dealing with them. Those are the men that they like. That's what they do. And then they say, Brownsville, I tried this guy and it didn't work out. He hurt my feelings. He lied to me. Can you make them stop? And he goes, Queen, peace and love, Queen. These men ain't doing what's right. It's not your fault, Queen. You know, this is a difficult world. The world is very tough on y'all as women. I want to uplift y'all and let you know these men are wrong. And we got to make sure we get these men back on track. That's what he gonna do.
Okay. Well, okay, hold on. Okay, so I'm not speaking to that. So I think he talking. So that's why I say, correct me if I'm wrong. From what I heard him say, I ain't really hear him say that. I think I heard the Rip Brother thing, but what I'm saying is I never heard him say that, Queen, you doing perfect and the man is fucking up. Now, what the version of what I'm hearing is, if we get the men together, then the women by proxy will be fixed. It won't be this situation. So I wouldn't go as far as to say, yeah, you doing perfect, Queen, and all this stuff. No, so the way I look at it is, if two people is having a bad situation, right, a man and a woman, both is in what you would call doing bad, using the terminology, right? I don't think the woman can fix herself and make the man do good, but I do think the man can fix himself and make the woman do good. So I view it from chain of command, and I think that's the way Brownsville views it too.
Yeah, but okay, I can see those instances, but then he'll make some statements like, well, the women overpower those men. Sorry, she overpowered them. So he told his son, ain't nothing you can do to defeat that girl. Ain't nothing you can do. That's what he told him. So look, it is what it is. Sometimes you just have to acknowledge. I know it sounds crazy. That's why I want you to watch the show, because I don't be clipping people up and stuff like that. So I don't have the exact moment. He said a lot of stuff, and I'm telling you, and Marcus, you know, if women are your staunch defenders, right? If women who want to raise women above men, whether we want to acknowledge it or not, we know they want to do that. They want to be the one that have the adulations and admired, and even so on par or above men. We know they want that. If these women are coming to you and say, yeah, you the real deal. Yeah, you the real deal. Don't you think that as men, we know for a man to get that type of female following in agreement, something has to be going on there? We've seen this play out before.
Do I be pandering?
Do you pander?
Yeah.
I haven't seen. As far as I've seen, I haven't seen pandering. I have not. But you're a man of very few words. you don't talk that much. You know what I mean? So I couldn't call that.
So I'm saying they would accuse me of pandering too, because a lot of times the women would support what I be saying too. Like,
nope. And I'm gonna tell you why. Because you have a staunch number of men that are an avid support of you as well. You have a bunch of men that will get behind you, like, yeah, Marcus, yeah, he official, he stand on what he stand on. When it's multiple men supporting you, standing behind you, then it starts to give validity to, like, okay, it's men and women. But when it's all the women, like, yeah, we rocking with you. Come on, we both know as men something's up with that. We know.
But all right, if you look in the chat right now, you see it, right?
Well, I'm not even paying attention to the chat right now, so I have no idea what you see. I have no idea. I'm here with us right now, so every now and then I might catch it moving, but I do not see.
Yeah. That's fair. That's fair enough. That's fair enough. So using that same context, I can only argue from what I'm observing on this one. All right.
Yeah, hold on. Give me 1 second. Why does this thing be? Oh, there we go. I can bring up the voice of Venus. She is here to cape for Brownsville. Go ahead and do it, Venus. We know what you're here for. Do it. Go ahead.
Literally, that's why. Can you hear me?
Go ahead and come up here and cape for Brownsville. We know what you're here for. Do it.
Because I got literally 5 minutes. Okay, I just wanted to provide some clarity about one thing you said, because I'm in and out. But I know somebody pressed him the other day about like his extreme criticism of men, right? And what he basically said was not that women aren't a problem, but he said with anything, if you want to fix it, you start from the head down, not the bottom up. So his reason for basically addressing men is not to say that women don't do anything wrong or that they don't have anything to fix, but he feels like you kind of have to start with the leadership and then it trickles down. So that was the only thing I wanted to clarify. I don't think he ever said like women are just innocent, but I think it makes sense his approach to focus on men. And I'm in the clouds. That's all I had.
Yeah. So once again, women, I understand that women are their own autonomous creatures. They don't need a man to run their life at all. They can run their own life. So what I've noticed, been on these panels, women want to have equal say-so and equal respect for words and conversations and things like that. Y'all can't have it and then say, well, I do think the men should lead and the responsibility should be on them. So I keep telling y'all, men are not the leaders. Y'all, that is a shaming tactic that is utilized to put all the accountability and responsibility on the men. And that's why women have no problem with it. No, women are not saying, I still want men to be the CEOs of these businesses and run the finances and everything. They go, I can do that. I want to take that off their hands. I want to reap the rewards of what comes with that leadership and that position. But when it comes to the relationships, oh no, you men, you got that. Y'all the leaders. I don't see women looking to give men advantages over them at any point in life. They want to have the advantages. So when I see women go, yeah, y'all the leaders, to me, I am very critical of that because that's not something that we've seen women want to do in this day and age. They're not looking to give advantages to men in any way, shape, or form. They're like, I want to be able to have the power and the control. So I don't agree with that. And so if y'all want men that are leaders, if y'all can actually identify in the way that Brownsville said, my what I'm saying is resonating with the women, as if y'all smart enough to actually identify this stuff, which it don't seem like y'all are, because if y'all actually can see those men and y'all only deal with those men, we wouldn't be having these actual conversations. Y'all just agreeing with them because there's no accountability on y'all that he's requiring. So if men only deal with men, where does the accountability for women come from?
Her man, the men that control her, like, yeah, the men in her family or her husband or her, like the men who directly deal with her. Because
yeah,
I'm sorry, go ahead.
So
yeah. Go ahead.
I just want to add this, Venus. Did I mischaracterize Brownsville anyway?
No, it was one slight thing Aaron said that I wanted to be clear. He didn't really say women are innocent. It was just he doesn't really deal with them because of his view on who's more important, I guess.
He
using that same
he doesn't acknowledge that men are more important than women. He doesn't say that.
Well, when he says they're the leaders, they're the head. So
they are more important than women. Can you get him to acknowledge that? No, and that's what I'm saying. Like, we not falling for this stuff no more.
Wait. I misspoke. He didn't say the words more important. He said leaders. That's what he said. So sorry.
Oh, okay. And some men want to be leaders, and some.
What I want to say is,
go ahead.
Brownsville, I think, views the same way I do, in the same way of the structure is created by God, man, woman, child, right? And using that structure, you form the link, which becomes the chain. And if that chain is attached to other men who operate that same way, then all women attached to that chain will be in line. And anybody that's independent of that chain will see the benefits of being attached to that chain and move accordingly to get attached to the chain.
So I'll ask you this, and then I want to get HQ in here because I know she likes to stir up the drama. Are you saying that his message is not for non-believers? The women that don't believe in the cause, he don't care nothing about them. That's their problem. They got to deal with that. His message is for the believers. Is that what the indication is?
Yeah, I think in my personal opinion, now I could be completely wrong. I believe that when he's talking to the non-believers and all of those women, he factors in that once the men operate like this, those women will assimilate to fall in line with the man that they deem a leader, and all of that will be null and void. It's like when you have a classroom full of like hyperactive adults that are, or like you're a teacher, and you got a classroom full of kids that are just out of control. Mm-hmm. You get the right leadership in that classroom, then the class can temper down, but it's going to require more than just being a disciplinarian. It's going to require connections with the kids or figuring out alternative learning styles and all those things. Once you get that, you can get the classroom under control and those kids can overperform. It's not that the kids are bad. It's that whatever the necessary structure or learning program that's needed to reach those type of children or that specific child is not adequately filled. So you just have kids that appear to be going and doing every other thing that makes no sense. But those kids could be.
I don't think men are the leaders. And I don't think women perceive men as the leaders. I think they use that phrase to dump all their accountability and responsibility off on the men. That's what I've recognized and what I've seen done happen time and time and time again. They don't want to be quiet. They don't want to be told what to do. They want to be just as valuable as the man. And to me, nobody gets to be just as valuable as the leader. It logically, it don't make no sense. But they're trying to sell this to the men. And the men are saying, Marcus, you can be the leader. Brownsville, you can be the leader. But it's only one of you. And if the ladies agree with what y'all saying, you solve their problem. And y'all think the solving the problem is telling the men that don't want to do what y'all want them to do is going to work. And I'm saying it's not going to work. There are.
And then Marcus, I got to add to that example you were saying about the classroom. You also got a teacher who they're not doing shit in class. They're not teaching the kids nothing. They're giving kids candy and all that stuff. And everybody in the class is getting an A, but they're not doing nothing in class, and they're an ineffective teacher.
Yep.
And that's what a pander, and that's the pander. That's the pander. Everybody gonna go to that person who's a quote unquote leader, but they're not doing nothing for them. They're just giving them out candy.
Okay, so you saying that by him, you're saying effectively you're quantifying that that's what is being done by Brownsville? Cooler, yeah.
I'm effectively saying that Brownsville is a teacher who's not giving you no homework assignments. You know, you can just walk in that classroom, get an A, but you're gonna take that class just because they're gonna say exactly what you want, give you exactly what makes you feel good.
I think we hear that differently because what I'm hearing is him saying, get the teacher together and the kids will be A performing students, and we can't blame those kids until we get the teacher together.
I'm saying the teacher's ineffective.
As long as you keep thinking of it in terms of him pandering to men, speaking to women instead of speaking to men, y'all won't get the message that he's trying to say. All I hear is most of the men saying, "Oh, you're just letting the women skate. You're just letting the women skate."
Mm-hmm.
He's not speaking to us women. He understands. He's speaking like we ain't even in the room. We just standing behind a glass.
But
he's not even speaking to us. He's speaking to men.
The problem is you women are around and y'all graveling in this. Y'all love these conversations when it gets to speak about the accountability of men because y'all accountability is invisible, right? So
we got jealousy.
No. I don't deal with the jealousy. I'm saying for women to say, "We support you, Brownsville. We love what you're doing." Like that, they're eating this up like it's
and what's wrong with eating it up?
Because the message ain't for y'all. So why do y'all find it so valuable? If the message is not,
he's in front of us. Why can't we watch? Why can't we watch the show? He ain't talking. He's not talking to us. He's talking to.
Okay,
men.
let me ask you this. Okay, I got you.
Us.
You're okay. So he's for the men. I'm going to ask you as a woman. Where do women as women go for their accountability?
To their own specific man.
No, Mark. Don't answer her question.
To their own specific to a female. We see the change. We see the female that has the female who steps up and says, "This is how we need to act as women," and they start to follow her.
Mm-hmm. Then
that is the woman.
Okay, but we got Brownsville. So who do the women got? Can you give us an example?
I don't know.
Exactly. That's
I'm
what
sure there's women out there. I'm sure there's women out there. I just don't have a need for those women. I'm saying I'm pretty sure there's women out there.
So I
you got you got that Crimson Cure person. You got them women. What's wrong with them?
And even with that,
she's just as much of a lion tamer as Brownsville. That right. Crimson Cure lady right there. Boom. There you go.
Even
hold on 1 second. Tony Golden, that you, brother? I just have to do it.
Yes, sir.
I bet. Go ahead, Marcus.
Yeah. I was gonna say, and even with that, per the way I view what Brownsville is saying, Crimson Cure is unnecessary until those women actually have a man and they're trying to refine the technique that they need in order to be more effective within the household. But in order for them to even get in that position, it goes back to what Brownsville was saying. Because you could be like, so I've heard men make the argument, like I think you made it earlier when you're saying the inadequate men, what good is a woman acting and behaving correctly if the man that she's with isn't the right type of man? Was that something you said earlier? I might be mischaracterizing the comment.
Something down that line. That's fine.
So even in that relationship, it'll fail, no matter how perfect she would be based off of it.
Okay,
and that's so back to the way we do.
What percentage of relationships failing are you okay with, reasonably?
It's always going to be in the middle. It's always going to be people on the edge. It's always going to be people in the middle. People that succeed in the middle, and the rest on the edges are just going to be dragged along in singledom. So we can't save everybody. We can only save the ones that want to be saved. If you listen to Brownsville message and you say, "Hey, I can understand his message. I need to change me. Stop worrying about the female. Stop worrying about what she doing. I'm about to change me." Then women, if all men changed and it wasn't, and the world was just perfect, and all men changed and started doing all the things that were necessary to be done to change themselves, raise their standards, higher standards, better jobs, better education, the women would have to come along because they don't have any other choice.
Okay. So if that's true, right? Because it's cap. What do you think will make men want to do those things if they're not already doing it? What would make them want to do it? Listening to Brownsville?
It's dependent on it's dependent. No, I get what you're saying. It's dependent on the man. And this. So my thing would be if they like, so people have different learning styles. Some people need to see the result for why they learn something, right? Like if you show me that this is the end result, I make $100,000 a year or $200,000 a year by getting an engineering degree. Some people won't go to the engineering program until they see the result of what their $200,000 life looks like.
Right.
So
Gotcha.
there are men who operate from that educational standpoint. Then there are other men who you don't even have to show them. You just explain and they go forward. They're different. Brownsville is necessary, like what I'm saying is necessary, which is like what a Sharon is saying is necessary, which like maybe what a Eat Man is saying is necessary, which is why what a Hemp is saying is necessary. Even
all those men you reference are taken.
Right. So
all
that's
the
They're
men
the examples of what it could be.
Right, the men who that was the next thing I was going to ask you. Can you find me a man who believes that same ideology who does not have similar results?
That is the point. I have no problem with that. Those men are, but the men that are saying these things, they want these acts, they're not going to actually do these things for the women. Y'all not going to do nothing for these women because y'all focus is on the woman that y'all have.
All right, can you hear me?
What's up, Ian?
All right, so I think Aaron is being disingenuous.
One second. Hold on 1 second. I need to get through these super chats before I get in trouble. Let me just run through these. Mr. Harambe Drizzle Jack says matriarchy is the future. Inequality is violence. Ooh, okay, Jack getting philosophical here. Okay, he says let women lead so that men can stop complaining. I agree. House Husbands 2024. He says the red bones with natural red hair are God. Panderer. Okay, says basement dweller lives matter. How you know how comfortable this basement is? I didn't tell you. Okay. Then he says, skip to the part where he said women are children. I didn't hear Brownsville say women are children. If somebody can send me that timestamp, I didn't hear him say that. Fincell Jack says, Brownsville, don't debate inferior humans. Also, don't debate women. He did say, don't debate women. Women are superior. Also, pretend to let them win to make them feel better. Don't compete with women. Also, if they're better, leave. Whoa. That was a lot said there. Fincell says, gotta go. Eyes broke. All right. And shout out to the sophisticated jerk says, I'm showing support. Abort mission market. LOL. See, you don't watch enough of that show. I know you don't, because if you would have seen what just happened last show, yeah. But I know why you're doing what you're doing. Okay. Truth and reality says the problem with these dudes like Brownsville is that they ignore the duty and responsibility of the follower when it comes to leadership. Can't lead a rock. Okay. Either man says his messages is for men, not women. Yes, queens. Yes, I come up here with all my acknowledgments of the queens. Okay. Leader and follower is a symbiotic relationship, but simps try to say it's all on one party. That's 100% wrong. The best leader can't lead a degenerate. Dang. And shout out to my guy, HG says, salute. What's going on, bro? Go ahead, Either Man Williams. I'm sorry I cut you off. I had to run through those.
So when I heard your questioning, it was crazy to me because I'd have been around you for a while, right? Because I hear men in this space talk about women without a solution for them to change all the time. And I don't hear nobody say, well, what's the solution to get these women's change? But Brownsville. So let me go on record. Everybody know that I disagree with most of the stuff that Brownsville say.
No, we don't know that.
That's what I said. Let me go on record because people don't know.
Get that disclaimer out. So you are acknowledging Either Man Williams, insert I'm him, disagree a lot with Brownsville, possible Pandora King or truth teller all the time.
So I do disagree with a lot of things that he said, but I understand who he's talking to. Every time that Granville started talking, he talked to the Rim Brothers. For the people in the chat who don't know who the Rim Brothers is, the red pill guy, the incel guy, and the manosphere guy. So he's talking. He have identified an audience that he's going to actually speak to, right? So he's not talking to Aaron. He's not just talking to all the random guys. So when you say, is he going to get all the guys on his page and all that? That's not even his message. What he did say is when he came into this space, he sat back and he listened. And he listened to all these guys complain about women, the red pill, the incel, and the manosphere guy. That's what he said. And he said what he's going to do is he's going to actually give a message to those guys on why they're not winning and why they're not receiving the results that they want in their life. And that's kind of where it came from. So he said, so I think him coming in, addressing the women, that's him. We can't, like, if I came here and said, hey, Tony, hey, such and such, nobody would say something to me for addressing the people that's present. But since it's women, all of a sudden now we got a problem with it because he addressed women, right? But I see people do this all on every panel, and we never say, hey, cool nerd, why did you address Aaron when you came into it? Why did you address this person? Because the truth and honest is he addressed the men too. It's just not as good as people like. But I'm gonna stop there before I keep going because I know Aaron got something to say. Go ahead.
Yeah, so like I said, I have not had 100 encounters with him. You guys are there in the morning show. I miss a lot of it. So you might have more of an understanding. I was just there with him for 4 hours. I know what I just experienced, right? And I know what his attempts were. Whether they were flawlessly executed is a different statement. I also heard him say a lot of things that are contradictory. When it comes to the level of intelligence, he don't debate with women because they're women, but he will debate with men because he likes to compete against men. But respect women and their intellect. There are in a bevy of contradicting points.
Hold on. Well, let's clear up some of the points. The reason he said he don't debate with women is first, he said he don't argue with women, and he said that it's enough men in this space that are already willing to debate with women. He said it's a surplus of that. I don't have to do. You said that he don't do. So you said that. Go ahead, Kuna.
He specifically brought up intellect.
No, I'm saying, why do you think he do not debate with women?
He specifically said intellect.
I don't want to be disingenuous. He did not. I don't think he specifically said it.
Either man is correct. He said he doesn't debate women. His whole audience is tailored towards men. He completely ignored. Reason why he's considered a pander, or people consider him a pander, is because he completely ignores a message towards the women. And men don't like that. He's talking to men. If you take the women out of it, stop talking about women. This is all about the men.
Okay, wait. Hold on. You notice how women have voices in these conversations when they should just not have any voices?
Oh, damn.
Hold on, HQ, because remember, we taking it off the women. They don't exist, right? The advocation for what he's doing is coming strongly from women. They are crowning him. Oh my God, thank you. The men have a right to identify and push back and say, we disagree. We don't agree with that. That is wrong. I do agree with that. That part is true. That's not going to work. That may work. Men don't just nod our head and just go, yeah, with everything that another man says. We tend to challenge men a particular way because we know that what he's doing is getting women excited and happy because these women see or believe he's trying to bring a level of accountability to men. However, that's not being actually accomplished.
Well, hold on. Let me tell you why he talked about the intellect of women. Because he do have evidence that the women over there, shout out to PhD Diva, have white men constantly over there. Have destroyed men intellectually. Matter of fact, she had got to a point where she started having an intellectual bringing in stats and statistics to her argument, and dudes have to call her out their name because they cannot actually out intellect her. So that's why he started drawing the conclusion that, especially in this and on that panel, the women are so much more intellect. I mean, they're so much smarter than the men. That's why the men have to actually do an insult.
Absolutely not. So PH Diva is an exception to a degree, and I understand. I like PH Diva. So this is not particularly about her. There are a high level number of men that are intellectually capable of having those conversations. Those women don't frequent those spaces. They don't.
It's not about that space. It's about Sharon, because he told that he only appears on Sharon channel because his cousin asked for his support. So when he's responding, he's
talking about
to this whole space.
I'm not talking about him right now. I understand why he shows up over there. I know that's his family.
About him. My bad.
What I'm saying is, if he's identifying that these women are beating some of the men intellectually, right? Fine, right? But me and you and Marcus and Tony and Cool Nerd know the men of intellect that can have a back and forth with these women, they exist, right? But these women are choosing to pick the guys that they can beat in these conversations because it's more
advantageous.
It's exciting for them, in my opinion. It's exciting.
That's why I think it's untrue because it's an open panel. Anybody can come and debate on Sharon's show, and so that's the.
You're not hearing what I'm saying.
I get it. Listen, we're not saying that it's not a man smart enough to come to that can be smarter than the women over there. He's saying based on these identified group of rim brothers that come over to Sharon's channel, they have a less intellect than the women over there. And I think that is it's proven. If you watch the video.
Okay, who else was trying to say something? I want to open some space up.
Aaron's right. I've seen her go on 2 other guys' panels and they destroyed her and she ain't been back. So she keeps frequenting Sharon's panel because it's easy pickings.
But I think you're missing the point. The point is you got to remember Brownsville only he's taking the view from what he actually see from this panel. He don't go to no other panel, right? So when he start making these assessments, he don't have the insight that Tony had to say, oh, she can't outsmart this. He's going based off Sharon channel and the Rim brothers that come over there. And so I believe that the ideology that he's speaking is majority right. Regardless if y'all like it or not, it's the truth. She outsmarts people that come over there.
So it's limited then.
He wasn't just talking about the panel. He said in general.
Wait. One at a time. Everybody can't go off first. Cool, no, go ahead.
Yeah, he wasn't just talking about this panel. He was talking about in general, because not only did he talk about the panel, but then he went off to say, "Oh, when I was playing my friend in basketball, and then I played her sister in basketball, I would just let her go because she's a woman." And then he brought it up to debates and conversation. He said, "Oh, I won't necessarily debate and conversate with women because our intellect and different things of sorts like that." That's what he was talking about. So then I specifically pointed out, I said, are you saying that women have less intellect? And then we got into a whole debate about that, and we challenged him about that. And he completely contradicted himself on those points.
See, but that's what you're doing. You taking 2 different points of what we're talking about. I was talking about the intellect of women, and now you talking about him debating. Those are 2 different things. I know you keep trying to tie those 2 points together, but I
brought up intellect because he specifically said it for that reason.
Play the video because I know So you said that he said that he don't debate with women because the women are intellectual. That's what he said. That's what you go stand on.
Just play it, Aaron, please.
Hold on. I just want
to. Nerd. That's not what he said.
Did you see it? Did you listen to it?
Aaron, is that what you heard?
To be honest with you, there was some reference to intellectually. I don't have the exact timestamp of it, but I actually cleaned it up for him. To be honest with you, I heard what he said, and I could have taken what he said and conveyed it in a different way, but I actually understood what he was trying to say. He's not necessarily the most polished at speaking on these panels and realizing how people critique language, conversations, little words, and nitpick and all those things. So I got what he was trying to say. I just don't think if he really understood how it was going to be conveyed. You can make these claims, either man, because you've been over there. Okay, he's there. His message is for the rim. Okay, now the question is, will his message work, either man? What's your opinion of that?
Absolutely, I think so. I think it will work. Because it brings a level of awareness of who's talking in the space. See, the one thing about it is, and I've been in this space for a long time, and I heard a lot of y'all talk about what the women should do. That's the truth. But nobody talked about the Rim brothers. That's the truth. Nobody have really addressed those Rim brothers. And I think since he is an outlaw, He's the first one to really start talking about these people that I heard, especially from a man's point of view.
Taz do that.
I don't watch Taz. Everybody know I don't watch Taz, so cool. I just don't. I don't watch Taz.
Yeah, but Taz's message, Taz's presentation and message alienates people. Brownsville is Brownsville's point after point after point, and he says it so concisely that you can't help but listen to him. It's a different presentation. I'm not gonna listen to somebody who's screaming at me, "You little F boy, blah blah blah." You need to da da da. The way that Taz presents, Brownville doesn't present like that. Two totally different ways in which you can present the same information, and so therefore Brownville's is more palatable. Yes. He may be on the side of, well, he's hammering, but he is specifically aiming his ammunition at the Rim brothers. He's not talking about regular men doing what they're supposed to be doing. He's talking about the Rim brothers, and that's it. Whenever he hits that panel, whenever he hits the channel, you know exactly who he's talking to, and you know you're not like that. So therefore we don't pay attention to him because he's not talking to us. He's talking to the Rim brothers.
Yeah, well, I'm not concerned about him talking about me, but I will say this. When he speaks to these particular people, right, these are not the people that frequent panels. He's speaking to people that actually have an audience. If you're talking man of spirit, he can't be talking about a random guy that come on the panel.
Right, but you could tell that his message is going somewhere else.
If it's going to them, which of those men are he speaking to? Like that. That's what I'm trying to. I know the random guys that say, "Okay, go ahead."
But no, Aaron. See, that's what I'm saying is when and that's why I feel like it's not a level of I don't know what to call it, but it's no level there because when I hear men speak to women, they're talking kind of in general to a certain group of women. They're not talking to all women. And then we don't say what exact woman she's talking to. Now he got to be exact, but nobody else in this space have to be exact. Tell me the last time you heard people talk about women and they put a name on the woman that they was talking about.
They do it a lot. Prince.
No, they don't. They call all women 304s.
That's come on, man.
Even if they did, you have the right to go up there and ask them to specify anyway, like you would do with Brownsville.
But they still call 80% of the women 304s when that's not the case. And I can be on the panel and that's all I hear is 304. You know y'all 304s, blah blah blah. What do you mean?
All right, so
no one ever said that.
Let me get a baseline understanding. So first, y'all said that he's pandering when he's making these conversations, right? So go ahead, Aaron.
I just need to get a sound check. Brownsville, is that you, brother?
Yeah, that's me. Peace and love. Can y'all hear me?
Yeah, we can hear you loud and clear.
All right,
I got a question.
Hold on 1 second. 1 second before I'm gonna let Brownsville go. So the one thing I'm saying is that Brownsville get a lot of pushback. But when we hear men do these exact same things and they're not talking about men and they're talking about women, why don't we criticize them and push it back the same way? Is it just because we don't agree with the message? Because I feel I push back on both sides, but I don't hear majority of the people in the space say, identify the woman that you're talking to, this, that, and third. They take generalities. They take that they're talking about a group of women, but I feel like now we're trying to be real specific because we don't agree with the message. Now I'll land there.
Okay, so the one thing I wanted to say was this, because I'm about to go in a second anyway. So the way I view what's going on is back to the teacher analogy. Different teachers try different things. My strategy would be because they're the locus of control where ideologies come from, right? And then they trickle down to the people that subscribe to them. And a lot of times, the way that chain of command works in a relationship, the way that is the same way that chain of command works on the internet and via YouTube. You'll see one person have an ideology and the people underneath them will succumb to that and adopt it as if that's their ideology. My strategy would have been to try to figure a way to alter that perception of that at that level and get them closer to something that could be beneficial to them and the people underneath them. That might not be the one that works for everyone. Another one might be just attack that directly and then try and get those people to the overreaching goal, I believe, and Brownsville can correct me if I'm wrong, is to make the men better. So he's specifically using his method to talk to those men.
Or identify that those men don't want women, they really want other men. But I want to let Brownsville get in there because since he's here, I believe he should be able to speak for himself.
That's true. That won't be a problem for him. So, E, are you saying the women in the chat that say the things over in that space about men, are you saying that those women want to be with women?
You said, am I saying?
You have an indication that a lot of these men, they want to obviously be with men because they don't want to be with these women. I see the stuff that happens in that chat, what these women say about men. It's fair to say, based upon what you just said, that those women don't want to be with men. They want to be with women, right?
No, yeah. Listen, I can be honest, and I believe that it's a group of women that hate men and they want to be with women. Absolutely.
Okay.
I'm balancing the space. I'm not saying whether it's one or the other, but I still don't think that disproved the point that some of these dudes really don't want to be with women, and that's why they have such a large hate for them.
So when you say they don't want to be with women, why is the default mean they want to be with somebody? Why is they just want to be alone?
Well, I'm gonna because I think Browns will master in explaining why they don't want to be with women. Well, I'm gonna let him talk about that because that's his specialty. But absolutely, I people this idea of I'm gonna let him because I can go into it, but I don't want to take from him. So I'm gonna let Brownsville take over for why he believed that these manosphere guys, these rim guys do not want to be with women based on their actions.
So, first of all, man, peace and love to the queen on the panel HQ. Peace and love to all the queens in the chat. And peace and love to the kings as well. So to give you a little bit of origin, right, to me entering this space, I first started listening to my cousin's show back in January. We went on vacation together. And while we was on vacation, he told me, he said, hey, I'm starting this YouTube channel and check it out, support it, listen to it, and let me know what you think. So I said, yeah, sure. You know what I'm saying? So I started listening to his channel in early January. And I just started listening. And then I would send super chats every now and again and support on the back channel. So what I was hearing, though, is men aligning themselves with a certain type of ideology. There were some men who were coming up there identifying themselves as red pill. And I said, well, what's red pill? And then as I'm listening to these men talk, the foundation of all of their talking points revolved around disrespecting, denigrating, and just for no other words to use, a hatred towards women. That's what they were expressing. Now, I don't know if that was intentional. I don't know if that's what they really wanted to express, but that's what I was hearing as an audience member. And they were getting to these debates and they would turn disrespectful, and then they were just disrespecting women. They were looking to trigger women to a point to get into a disrespectful debate. And then it was the same with these incel men. And I'm like, I'm hearing these guys and they're identifying themselves as incel, but it was the same game. It was the same trope, all to trigger women, to disrespect and denigrate women. And then I heard, these guys identifying themselves as manosphere. And I'm like, well, what are these guys about? And it was, the same trope, disrespect and denigrate and hatred towards women. So that's when I came up with the Rim Brother acronym, right? Mm-hmm. Which stands for Red Pill, Incel, and Manosphere, because it reminded me of a scripture that I was studying out of in 2 Timothy, where it says, in the end times, men will become lovers of themselves, and they will become disobedient to, their family and be doing all of these degenerate things and all of that stuff. And what I was hearing in real time on YouTube, on my cousin's channel, it was reminding me and taking me right back to that scripture, right? And then I'm hearing these men and listening to them. And when it came to men, they were just glorifying each other and pandering to each other and lifting each other up. And at every turn, they were disrespecting their woman. Even some of them, even their own mother. I watched the guy come on there. His name was like the American First Rifleman or something like that. He came on there and he started disrespecting his mother, said, the biggest whore I ever met in my life was my mother. right? And he had his own different type of talking points. It was real crazy. He wasn't the only one that came on there totally just disrespecting his own mother and disrespecting a woman in his life. So then that let me know that there's a sickness going on. And that's why I called them the Rim Brothers, because I'm like, well, they got the same ideology. They just go by different names, but they love men and hate women, right? So I came up with Rim, Red Pill, Incel, Manosphere. These Rim Brothers, these no good suckers. So to really, to put the bow on it, right? When I came up and I started speaking, I noticed that as soon as I would tell men to do some self-reflecting or take some accountability, they immediately started attacking me, right? They immediately came after me and they called me a simp. And I'm like, what's a simp? You know what I'm saying? Those weren't the type of word choices and uses that I was used to, right? I'm just saying, man,
the internet. It's the internet.
Be responsible, be accountable, do some self-reflecting and fix yourself. You don't got to talk to women in this way, right? And they was like, well, if you feel that way, you a simp. And I'm like, hey, wait a minute. Like, where's all this crazy ideology come from? So what I'm noticing is this Rim Brother ideology has infected this entire space to where now you not only have Rim Brothers, but you also have what I call Rim Brother sympathizers, right? This is other men who have decided that their misogyny is overpowering their morality, right? To where they know that these Rim Brother talking points are wrong, but since they're men and they're a man themselves, they're aligning themselves just because that other man is like them. So instead of calling those guys out and saying, well, you know what, you're wrong, they're saying, well, no, the woman is wrong.
No,
so,
okay, all right, so stop right there. That's a lot of information to digest, and you're long-winded, brother, okay? And I say that respectfully. I think that there's a level of separation that needs to be there. Have you seen how these people in that chat talk about me? I'm nothing like these guys. Absolutely nothing like them. I'm my own independent thinker. And I don't disrespect people. I don't need to do it. But the people that people might highlight, they are like yearning for the opportunity to watch you go at men and disrespect men or try to belittle them or call them not men or less than, and they want to cheer you on, right? They also don't want you to take the option from them to choose those men. They also don't, they're like, if I want to mess with a guy that is this way, I should have the right. And y'all will sit there and defend it. You have to say no. At some point, we're operating in a world where this ain't necessarily just guy or girl or man, or it's person. And it's not fair to some people, and the world is not fair, but they not about to put themselves at a disadvantage for the advancement of somebody else. It just don't make sense. So some of the things you say, I absolutely agree with. I'm like, yeah, okay, I see that happen. Some of the men that defend certain things, they have every right to do that. I need to hear specifically from you, what things are men sympathizing for or saying, yeah, those guys are right just because they're men? Because most men that I have conversations with call those guys out all the time. They try to call them pookies, this, that. Y'all choosing to mess with those men. I don't see them defending them. I see them defending some men, right, in which they say men have a right to have choice too. Men have a right to have options as well. So that's where I don't know if that's what I'm seeing going on. So Brownsville, you can respond to that if you heard it.
My connection kind of cut out, so can you like summarize it real quick? Because I didn't hear all of it.
Well, yes, I just want to get a little more specific. It doesn't have to be a person, of the sympathizing to the actions that these men are doing that are reprehensible at this point, where you're saying they should not be supportive of those things. What are these men actually supporting? Because the guys I know call out guys and say, yeah, those guys are bad, they wrong, don't deal with them, pick a different type of guy, let your dad arrange the marriage if you can't handle it. They give a whole bunch of a lot of different options.
Yeah, Aaron.
Right. So there's certain men, right, who are married, right, who are providing and protecting their wives, and they're living a certain type of lifestyle that is diametrically opposed to the Rim Brother talking points. They're actually themselves living as what the Rim Brothers would call simps, right? But because they're afraid of that terminology and they're afraid of these Rim Brothers to call them simps, they're going to align their talking points to the Rim Brothers in order to fit in with them, right? Because these men have decided that they want to be validified by another man, and that's more important to be on the proper or right side of history when it comes to morality.
You're not answering the question.
Well, I can answer it if you let me jump in.
A man don't need you to answer for another man. This is Brownsville's position.
That's just y'all two. I thought this was a group conversation.
You
My
can
bad.
have a group conversation, but you don't need to answer for him. You can speak.
No, I said I can answer your question. I'm not answering for him. I'm saying you asked the question to the panel, and I'm saying that I can answer it.
No,
But
I
if you
did
don't
not
want
ask
me,
a question. I did not ask a question to the panel
Oh.
at this moment. I specifically asked Brownsville. You
Okay.
You didn't hear me? Did y'all hear me?
I'm getting off this man talk.
you can say,
Hey, did y'all hear me? Did I come?
She running. No run, HQ.
She not running. She doing what she do. Yeah, we can hear
Hey,
you.
Aaron,
Brownsville.
did you hear me?
We can hear you now.
Oh, so you didn't hear me answer the question?
Yeah, we did, but you didn't answer the question.
Yeah, I guess we're saying your answer is does not suffice.
well, I think he didn't hear the whole question because his internet went out. That was the only reason I was going to jump in. But go ahead.
All right. So what was the question?
So you want me to answer the question or tell him what the question first? All right. So let me give you an example. I saw married men co-signing grape in the chat for the simple fact that it was said by who it was said by. That's what he's saying. Or cheating, for example, they was co-signing cheating, or they was co-signing things that we would normally say is not moral and not good behavior, and they will co-sign it based on, like, for example, Fatty's a great person because a great person to use because he have a great follower. I believe even if people disagree with what Fatty said, the certain people that he have around him is going to go to bat for those talking points just for the simple fact if they agree with it or disagree with it because of who he is. And I think that is exactly what Brownsville was actually speaking to.
Weren't you doing that to Antle for 2 years? Weren't you licking his balls for 2 years? You were doing that shit. Every time Anton said hi, you said hi. Every time Anton says jump, you said jump. That's what you've been doing with Anton for 2 years. You just develop a personality on the man. I'm actually going to give you a compliment. You only develop a personality 6 months from now. But you were literally an adulterated version of Anton Daniels. Everything he said, you were behind. But the thing about Brownsville that I kind of don't get is, and this is a quick question. I'm sorry to disrespect you, the man. He did deserve that. I apologize. Brownsville, he's not on the pen. I think he left. No, he's up there. Brownsville, do you consider these Brim brothers losers?
Do I consider them losers?
Yes.
Well, in terms of
just losers, like we as men, we're talking like men, right? Would you call them losers? They are losers, crybabies. They keep crying about women. They want to other men. Like, do you consider them losers?
Yes, the way you're defining it, yes.
Okay, what makes a woman a loser?
What you gotta define that?
No. I want your opinion. What makes a woman a loser?
A woman who
yes.
A woman who lacks discernment, who has standards that's not up to par, who is engaging in debauchery and degeneracy and all of those same things the Rim brothers are engaging into.
Okay, perfect. So do you think we should treat these women that are losers the same way that we should treat good women, respectful women, righteous women? Do you think we should treat them the same way?
In what regards?
In regards to respect, to honor, to energy, to time, to resources. Do you think we should treat these losers the same way we should treat very good women and righteous women that are doing the job they're supposed to do. Do you think we should treat them the same?
I believe yes. You should communicate with respect to all women.
No.
Absolutely.
The respect is baseline, right? I, for example, disrespected the man. I shouldn't have done that, right? But I will treat a woman with respect. But all the other things, the energy, the time, the resources, the reassurance, do you think we should treat these loser women that you call losers the same way that we should treat the good woman? Do you think you should treat them the same way?
Well, first of all, you called those women losers. And then second of all, I've already said it. I believe that all men should communicate with respect to all women, regardless if Fatty
That's not the
defines them as
question.
a loser or not.
That's not the question. If you are a good woman, I will give you my time. I will give you my ear. I will give you my resources. I will give you my energy. I will make sure that in every step of the way, you are supported because you are a good woman. Do you believe that these losers women, these women that are doing the same thing as the Rim brothers are doing, do you think they deserve?
How many times I got to answer the question for you to understand? I said, yes, you should communicate with respect to all women.
I think Fatty internet fell out.
Yeah.
But Aaron, let me ask you a question. Say if it's something that you know you disagree with. For example, grape, because grape was one of the topics. Do you believe that it is a problem if a man is just agreeing with
My internet connection died. I don't know what happened there.
It's a European thing. It's a European thing, Fatty.
Yeah, I'll let you get back. You want to go back?
There's just one question. Did he say yes or no? That we should treat them the same or no?
I said that men should treat all women with respect when it comes to how they communicate with women.
We're not talking about communication. We're talking about time, resources, patience, support. Do you think we should support, give resources, give our time, give our energy the same way to good woman, the same way that you give to bad woman or shady woman or losers? Do you think we should give him the same treatment?
So those are two different things. What I'm saying, Fatty, is we're on the internet and we're having conversations, right? So while we're engaging in conversations, yes, you should conversate respectfully with
I'm not talking about conversations. You are sir.
Right. So
I can send you a cash app. I can FaceTime you. I can help you by being on the phone with you by WhatsApp. Like I can do the same things. Like please answer the question. Don't talk about the internet. Don't talk about communication. Let me actually do this for you. I think bad men, losers, shouldn't get the same treatment as winners, as good men, as righteous men. I think women should focus on winners. I think women should focus on leaders. I think women should focus on men that deserve it. And if a man doesn't deserve a good treatment, they should not give him the energy, the time, their body, their nothing. Do you agree with that statement?
Yes. There's nothing wrong with what you just said.
So now let's flip it. Okay, you were very quick answering that. So now let's flip it. Do you think men should treat good woman, righteous woman, responsible woman that are not promiscuous, women that are good mothers, women that actually deserve it, the same way that we treat these women that you actually define as the same thing as Rim brothers, the losers, the bad woman, the promiscuous woman? Do you think we should treat them the same way?
I believe men should show deference to women in certain ways. So let me explain my answer. Right?
I don't need you to explain. Answer the question. When I flip it, you said yes. When I flip it, you
gotcha moment.
No. When I flip it, you said no immediately.
You're
when
not
I flip,
have a conversation, right? So
but what conversation can you have if you don't answer questions straight?
What I'm saying is this: I'm talking about basic respect. So I don't know how a woman is living her life while she's on the internet, right? That's not for me to make that inference because I'm not trying to build a relationship with that woman in the manner of what you're speaking of. Then we can take it off of the internet, right?
Let's say she has a
If I see a woman and she's coming my way, and she's about to go into a store. I'm gonna open the door for the woman. Right?
That's irrelevant. I would open the door too. That's irrelevant. That's irrelevant.
But what I'm saying is, how are you guys interpreting what's a good woman and what's a bad woman on the internet, to where you're saying that certain women deserve disrespect?
That's no, I didn't say no, I didn't say that. I ask you a question. Let's assume this woman had an OnlyFans before. We know that she's extremely promiscuous because she told us she has 91 bodies. She likes to fight. She's arrogant. She doesn't give us like this type of woman. I literally give you a concept of woman, right? Do you think I should respect this woman the same way that I respect a righteous woman, an honest woman, a woman that takes her time actually protecting her dignity, is a good mother, is a good wife? Do you think I should treat this woman the same?
I believe that it is our job, if we're talking about building a relationship with someone, we have to understand when it comes to a woman, a lot of times they are acquiescing to the bad deeds of men. So the reason why a woman ends up in that failed state is
I didn't ask you the reason why they get there.
GBG in full effect. Tell that little nigga we just dropped the bread. The sniper you waiting outside for that air. My game shit up, and I know they gon' blast.
Like, this is ridiculous. And this is their champion. He can't answer straight questions because he knows what is going to happen. We should definitely not treat her. We should definitely not treat bad woman the same way we treat good woman.
Let me redirect. Either man, you hear Fatty's question, right? Do you think you should treat those women the same?
No, I'm on record saying hell no.
So do you see how quickly you made that answer, right? But when you were saying earlier, there are things that are just blatant that men should have spoken out against, and they were just agreeing to agree. When they don't just outrightly say no, then we start to question what is their motives. You see why there's some issues there?
Oh, so I get it. I get why people have the issue with Brownsville, because I have a lot of the same issues with him. I'm not. I said that before I got started. But what I'm saying is, when we start having a conversation about, he should not be doing it, or he should be identifying this, and we start trying to dictate how he speak, that's when I start speaking up. Because I don't feel that I could tell Fatty how he can speak in the conversation, or what he should talk about.
Like a man, directly, like you did. You literally did that. I asked you a question and you answered me directly.
But Fatty, I'm just saying, in this space, when we start saying how people supposed to speak, that's the thing that I'm.
But isn't that what he does and Sharon does every day? You guys shouldn't be speaking about this. You guys are gay because you be criticizing women. They are literally telling us how to speak.
He's back. He can answer. He can answer.
Rembrandt revive the brethren. Man, I guess Brownsville is doing the Lord's work, it seems, because he has an avid supporter in that. The thing is, for me, right? Because they told me, I said, don't question the messenger, right? I forgot the conversation exactly where I'm like, well, I just focus on what's been said. I'm not so much. It was on Hamp Show. I'm not so much focused on the messenger per se. If Brownsville cannot just outrightly say no, you don't treat upstanding women, women that conduct themselves a certain way, are not promiscuous, the same way that promiscuous women and all these women act. If he can't outrightly just go no, you don't treat them the same. Don't you see how that can trickle down to why he then would be leading other parts of the conversation? Like, what's the reasoning behind you're not able to outrightly say it about that, but you can outrightly say it about these things? You see where it's a little inconsistent. For men, when we see inconsistencies, we will identify that and go, we may not know fully, but we have to examine that. And that's why there's a lot of pushback there. And you said you agree or you understand why he gets a lot of pushback.
Well, the reason why I get a lot of pushback, Aaron, is let's just be honest about it. Y'all have created a space in which 99% of it revolves around disrespecting and denigrating women. So when a man comes up and says, nah, men shouldn't be moving in that aura, right? Men should be actually setting the good example and being a true leader, right?
CBG and full effect. Tell that little nigga we just dropped the bread. The sniper you waiting outside for that air. Mike ain't shit up, and I know they gon' blast.
Damn.
Yeah. So I do agree that women that are moving in a certain way should have privileges. If a woman is doing all the things that we say that she's doing, we should not treat her the same. It should be a line in the sand. So I can't sit here and say that I don't agree with that.
But
I'm
that's
a
what Patty was trying to establish, like that baseline.
Yeah. So that's the thing. That's the kind of the thing that. So I agree with that's the baseline that the women should not be treated the same. But I also have to agree when he talked about certain men, those points are accurate about men, not all men, but the men that he's referring to. Do y'all disagree with that? Or y'all saying that just because he can't acknowledge one side, since he can't acknowledge one side, he shouldn't speak on the other? Is that what you guys are trying to say?
Well, that's not exact. Go ahead, Fatty. That's not what we're trying to say.
No, not at all. And men are held accountable all the time. Fresh and fit situation, the OT situation, me with my jokes, whatever you can call it, all the time. Every time somebody says something, Jay Priest did this, let's talk about it. Ali did this, let's talk about it. This is happening every day, all day. I can guarantee you the biggest fights that we had on this space about sexual dynamics or intersexual dynamics was men against men. It was men against women. We were criticizing them, making sure you guys are simps, you guys are crybabies. This been happening for a while. Even Sharon doesn't agree with himself 6 months ago. If you go look at the tape, he was one of these manosphere guys. So it's ridiculous that you guys are trying to plant opposition on the only place in the motherfucking internet that is made for men to talk about their problems. Like, you have all the other spaces where women complain about men. Nobody calls them lesbian. Nobody calls them, like, cuss them out and all of that. You create a space for men. And as soon as the men start to complain about women, because unfortunately that happens a lot, right? Oh my God, they are gay. Oh my God, they are crybabies. Oh my God. Do you want leaders to fix problems or to talk about problems, or do you want them to shut the fuck up? Because if women can talk and they are not the leaders, why can't the leaders talk between each other and decide what is the best bet to do? What's the best solution to do? Why should I treat a bad woman the same way I treat a good woman? It makes no sense. I take all the incentive. If a woman is going to be the worst and another one is going to be the best, and I reward both, what is the point of being a good woman?
Well, the thing is, I listened to Brownsville's story, like when he gave the, like, I think he said his intro to the space. And he said, I sat back and just listened. So he's basically, I don't know, I think he would have came to the space unbiased. That's my assumption, outside of him being a man, right? And he said what he saw, that was problematic for him, and that's why he taken the position that he taken. And I can understand and believe that he did see a lot of those things.
He said he never was, Aaron. He said, I never was rejected, ever. He said it with his own words by a woman. I don't get it. If you never been rejected.
What I said, see, you got to quote me accurately, Fatty. What I said was, I never suffered rejection anxiety because I was rejected by a woman. Yes, every man at some point.
CBG in full effect. Tell that little nigga we just dropped the bread. The sniper you waiting outside for that air. Mike ain't shit up, and I know they gon' blast.
Thank you.
Damn.
Thank you for supporting the show.
I'm putting up big dollars.
I guess something does pay.
I think Brownsville should come more. Should come up more. I really do.
Well, at this point, either man's kind of speak for him in proxy, because either man is very familiar with a lot of his talking points, and he has agreed with a lot of these positions. I'm not necessarily shocked, because I was on the stream and I was agreeing with some of the things Brownsville was saying. I understand how things can be misinterpreted, but I don't think he's examined enough of the space to come to the conclusion that he came with, and then he has sympathizers and things like this. I speak about men having the same rights that women have. There's no way you talking about men are the leaders, they have responsibilities, and then women get more rights than them, or they're afforded more. That don't make sense to me. So when men have to have a space where that they can bounce ideas, say what they're experiencing to eliminate that for them, and then tell women to go watch the Real Hip Hop, Real Women of Hollywood, and all those things, and go listen to these top content creators. Go talk about how bad, in particular, black men are, and they losers in last place. And y'all have no desire to tell women don't be rocking with them and don't stop that. It's like the men gonna find some way lately, and they found a space where they can have these conversations. So,
but see, Aaron, the whole point is, I think if he would have came in this space and he would have seen women attacking men, right? That was what he said. And he only came through one way. He didn't come through 5 different channels. He came through Sharon channel. That's the only way he came.
Those women over there, let's stop. He didn't see those women doing that?
No, not in January. See, that's what I'm telling you. It was an evolution of what happened, right?
We are in May. Does he have enough data to change his mind now?
I get what you said. I think him changing his mind got to be on him. That I can't make him change his mind, right? But the point that I'm saying is he sat back for a month and he watched it. And he said the group of men attacking based on whatever analogy he did. And then these are the things he said, based off his analysis of watching this information, these are the things that he want to talk about. I think everybody really do that. I think Fatty had a chance to watch his space and said, these are the things he want to talk about. I think Aaron watched his space and he said, these are the things I want to talk about. I'm just not going to get on here and say, Aaron, you don't got the right to talk about what you're going to talk about or say the points you want to. And I'm not going to say Fatty, and I'm not going to do it.
We are not denying the right. We are not denying his right. We are saying, motherfucker, still man your position. Justify your position. Explain to me why a woman on the bottom of the barrel deserves the same treatment that a woman that is on the top of the barrel. Explain to me why a woman that says that she will prefer to be in a forest with a bear instead of a man deserves the same treatment than a woman that says, I'd rather be with a man. That's inconceivable.
Fatty, I think he should answer that question. I don't understand why they should get the same treatment. I don't understand it, and I'm against that point. But I feel like we have to let him answer why he agree with that, because I don't agree with that.
Because he's a simp. There's a question is in front of you. He has a lot of difficulty and bad attributes to woman. Or even if he does it, he doesn't like it to stick. We are making a disservice to good women when we put them on the same glass and we say, you know what? They're all the same and they should be treated with respect because they're all queens. Fuck that shit. Some are queens. Let's push him up. Let's actually push him forward on the line. Let's give him our babies. Let's give her our attention. Let's give him everything. And the other woman, step to the side. We are not talking about the good woman. Who comes at Love C? Who comes at Precious? Who comes at Lady Di? We are talking about the women that are actually doing some bullshit. And if we do some bullshit, talk about us, do 7 shows about us. It's totally fair. But please be fair. And this motherfucker is not fair. And he's actually sending women and men to a burning building. Because when you are not judgmental about dangerous people, about bottom of the barrel people, this is when you get into real trouble. Is when you say, oh, Brownsville told me to treat this queen with respect.
I got you. So you believe that most men in this space outside of Brownsville, let's say outside of Brownsville, outside of us on this panel, right? You believe most men in this space that come on these panels are balanced?
Most men have irregular lives. This is entertainment for them. They watch this shit and they go back to their girlfriends or wives. Yes.
No, I'm specifically talking about people on these panels outside of us 6. Are you saying that you believe that the most people are balanced in this space?
I would say we put more focus on women than men. We are not. Most of us were not balanced. We are extremely biased. Yes.
Okay, so then he have a level of bias. This is the point I'm saying this. We acknowledge that most men are biased and they put more emphasis on women. Then he is biased and he put more emphasis on men. From outside looking out, both parties are doing the same thing. The only difference is you guys might answer a direct question when it comes down to questions about men, that he might not be willing to answer a direct question about women.
But you are wrong, because we hold other men accountable. That's the point. He doesn't hold other women accountable. If literally you've been involved in this shit too, with the test situation and all that. When another man is messing up, we hold other men accountable. Brownsville refuses even if this is the most egregious behavior for a woman, to say, you know what, that woman should be separated from the tribe. Which is actually what is supposed to happen. If you are somebody that is you are detrimental to the tribe, we put you to the side. When is this time in mankind when we allow women to actually be shitty women and we sit it next to our daughters that are good daughters, our sisters that are good sisters? Like we literally say, a woman biggest enemy is another single woman, another shitty woman, a woman that wants to keep her miserable. Why are we not telling Brownsville and every of these women to separate themselves? I separate myself from people that I don't align with all the time.
Got you. So let me make sure I understand your argument. So you saying that you have no problem with Brownsville actually being biased. You just want him to stand on his bias and say that he is biased.
Absolutely.
Okay,
yes. What he's saying, either man, is if you got stock in AT&T and you say, oh no, I don't just dislike Verizon. Well, what about that AT&T? AT&T. Well, let's not talk about AT&T. Let's look at Verizon. You see what I mean? It's like acknowledge ownership there, sir.
I get it, but that's the thing is Brownsville numerous times said he was biased by women. He haven't said it today, and I understand that Fatty really don't watch Sharon, so I understand why he had that take. But I get it. You're right. He should say that he's biased, but I think plenty of times he would say that he is for women and he biased for women.
It's not about bias. Again, it's about defending his point. I don't care. Like, I can literally respect you. For example, Sharon, to me, that's a gimmick. Motherfucker doesn't believe you what you say. He's doing it because, hey, man, it's a show, right?
No, leave Sharon out of this.
But it's fine. Because, like, we have video. Like, if I wanted, for example, Sharon is 30-something years old. 40. No, I know. I'm not going to talk shit about him, right? But like, if Sharon evolved on his position from more of a line to red pill and manosphere to a person that is a champion of woman, right? And we have video about him talking about that openly. I don't I don't see nothing wrong. I want to know how he got there. I want him to explain his position. How did he got there? With Brownsville, you don't get no explanation. As soon as you get to the critical point where you actually put a woman to the fire, he starts to do, I think we should treat women with respect. Okay, we already understand that. But should we do that? I don't know about it. Like, he can't do that. And
the point is, I wish he didn't get kicked off because I haven't seen no one actually have a conversation with him to understand that, like, because I think we would have got there. Hopefully, I don't know. Maybe he would escape. I don't know, right?
I spent 4 hours with him on the panel.
I wasn't there.
Yeah. Okay, good for you. I was there.
So, Aaron, do you feel like did you ask him questions to understand why he think the way that he think?
That's a great question. Let me get to the super chats and I will get to your question. Okay, Jabba, the Rainbow Boogeyman says Water Gang contributions for the show. Shout out to Jabba. This show comes complimentary of Jabba because he asked. I don't know why, but he did. He asked for this show. Okay? Fincel Jack says RIMBRO supports the #1 ambassador and unofficial spokesperson Brownsville. Revive the brethren, I don't know how to say that word, to be panderized, courtesy of the Red Pill Incel Master Brother Remedial Organization. Jeez, why y'all do that? Y'all be stuffing everything in these sentences, okay? HU says respect is basic, neutral. Depending on your relationship with the woman, respect is given or taken away. It depends on the relationship. It is not an outright ban on the person. Okay. HU says, we are trying to have a conversation. Stop kicking Brownsville off. Listen, hey, I was on the away game earlier, and they had no problem kicking me off. Okay. RIMBRO says supports the #1 ambassador official Brownsville. Revive the brethren, courtesy of the Red. Listen, they love that guy. They love that guy. He has a strong team. Okay. Harambe Drizzle Jack says, I bow out. I only give unlimited support to women. I treat men and women differently. Sorry, dog. You're going to have to sit and think about your pandering. Yeah, GBG is undefeated. They don't lose. Okay, Superman says, I saw some of the women who told Sharon he couldn't talk about black love because of who he married when him and DL had issues and left. The same are back saying, go Sharon, pandering never works. I've seen some names in the chat. Kasim says Brownsville did say he would use discernment between the good and bad women, which describes a wise way of judging between things or a particularly what's that word say? Particularly perceptive way of seeing things. I told y'all stop using these big words. Easy Money Jones says 24/7 women have been X'd by bears, 3 a day by men. I have no idea what that means. I'm confused. 24/7 women have been X'd by bears, 3 a day by men. What the? All right.
Probably 2020 to 2024.
Oh, okay. 2020 to 7. Okay, I'm still confused. Okay.
He's saying, I think between 20 and 2024, 7 women have been murked by bears. And in that time span, they've been assaulted, I guess, 3 times a day.
3 men a day. Okay, I got it. I was like, oh, okay, I got you. That's a big number. Brownsville says you can silence the messenger, but the message will continue to go forward. Y'all Rim brothers hate when men call for men to hold themselves to a higher standard. Peace and love, Queens. I just threw the Queens in there because he usually says it. Shout out to Marvel. So he gifted 1 membership.
Gang.
Now we are going to go back to Either Man. When I don't have the exact time step when they kind of broke down the intellect and the competition of women, but I have a little bit. Fatty, you want to say something?
Absolutely not. I just think this is ridiculous, and people are going along to get along because this is fun to them. And it might be, right? But again, if I choose, like if there's come a challenge between choosing a woman or whatever animal is, and we actually choose the animal, everybody will be pissed off. Everybody will say, you guys are juvenile, you guys are immature, you guys need to do better. And I agree. Isn't that what actually fair is? When people are doing dumb shit, you actually point it out. And when people are doing good shit, you reward them.
Well, I think Either Man was telling us that Brownsville basically don't talk nothing about women. He only talk about the men and holding the men accountable, and that bothers men. I think that's what he was saying. And it don't bother me. I just was trying to get the points that he was saying. I heard these men say this or because I want to know the specific points. I'm not trying to make him call out specific content creators. I just want to know what they said, and then the sympathizer was like, yeah, they can do no wrong. I was looking for that information.
Well, so we was on the show together, and it was a married man who'd been married for 20 years saying that men should not get married. And I think that's the hypocrisy he was talking about. How are you scared that they're going to call you a simp if you disagree with the talking points that are being said at the time? And then he start asking that married man a question. He was like, so are you happily married? Are you having problems? You having this? And he was like, yeah, everything's good in my marriage. Then why would you tell somebody to do the opposite of what you're doing if you have an ideal situation? So I think that is what he was saying is men that are not following the judgment. For example, Fatty's following what he preaching. But why would someone who's not following that preaching and doing something totally different agree with those talking points?
The same way an obese person can tell you to, hey man, just follow a strict diet, don't be like me.
Yeah. So basically, I've heard women say, I got married to your grandfather at a young age. Don't do it. You don't do that though. It's the same thing. It's the same thing. I got married young. I don't want you to do that. So there are married men that have been married for a long time. They're like, I wouldn't recommend it, but they do go into detail. These days, these women and They do say that. I've heard both. I know married women that are been married for 40 years. They tell me I would have made a different decision. So I
can respect it if you own up to it. That's not the situation. You own up. I made a bad decision, and Aaron, I don't want you to make the same bad decision. We understand that, but when you say I made a good decision, everything is perfect with my situation, because that's what we hear, but you should do something different. That's when the problem come into it. Do you get what I'm saying? It's different if like the grandma example, when you was giving a grandma example, they painted it in a way that she was unhappy, she don't want to do that, and she wished she was someone else. But if you don't wish you were somewhere else, you happy where you was at, you think that this is the greatest thing that happened. I think that why would you tell somebody to do opposite of what's the best thing that happened to
Because
you?
there's the best for that person. It has nothing to do with the person. If my grandmama was a hoe and my mama was a hoe and she has a daughter, I'm expecting them to say, girl, don't be a hoe. This is going to come with consequences. Like what's the problem with the man? You don't need to be a millionaire to advise millionaires how to move their money. Most accountants or whatever, they're not millionaires, but they can tell you how to move your money and move your millions. So what's going on here?
And also to answer your question, E, if somebody was married 20 years ago and they fast forward 20 years and see the landscape is different, you can make a judgment off that current landscape, not the one you got married in as well. That could be why they also said that.
Yeah, but
not everybody's situation is good for everybody else.
Said it. This person, I get the point that you're saying. So y'all guys saying that it's okay for men to do one thing and tell other men to do another.
No, we are okay with people giving the best advice available instead of giving them the. This is actually how woman gets other woman single. I'm going to tell you what I've been through, so you go the same way. No, I know better. I will give you advice that is actually more accurate to you. Don't eat $40 of fast food per day, so you don't look like me in Granville. Sorry, Granville. See what I'm saying? Like, we can actually give you good advice without practicing the advice. What's the problem with it?
But the problem is you still also preaching that it's not. See, in every situation that y'all guys are saying it's a negative result. But if this person saying that I have the positive result, I think that's the difference.
Yeah, but let me give you the example, right? Brownsville said he been married. I think he told me 20 years. I don't want to quote him wrong, but I was trying to listen to him. Y'all know that's what I try to do. He said his woman is the most beautiful woman on the planet, right? Which I'm guessing in most cases you distinguish that by acknowledging that she's more beautiful than the other women on the planet because he's not into men. So he's willing to acknowledge differences, right? So those women probably cannot compete with his wife or even on her level, right? So it's levels to this. He realized the reason he picked her because there ain't a lot of women like her around. She's very unique. That's why I swiped her right on up. Yep. So the men that say, hey, don't get married because they're not seeing those type of women anymore. And that's just the truth. They're not seeing those women no more. These women themselves are saying these young women out here dancing all on these videos, showing this, that. That's not how you're supposed to conduct yourself. When we was coming up, we didn't do that. And if we did do that, we wasn't caught on camera the way y'all pulling out the camera to record yourself and put yourself on blast. We kept things behind the scenes, conducted ourselves as adults. We might did adult things, but we wasn't out here telling other people to do it, and y'all doing it differently. So I think it's reasonable to understand that, yeah, we know that they had certain things going down in Atlanta that we didn't necessarily have the footage for, and then some things we do have the footage for. And so it's just different environments. So I think both things can be true. Those men are telling us, don't do it in this environment. These women are different. And then the women are saying, these men are not like your grandfather. They can't change tires. So they're giving their reasons why they wouldn't recommend for you to take the same situation. I'll give you another example. It's dumb, but it's fairly clear. I would recommend you buy a car over a horse because we're in different times. That car going to go faster than that horse. So it's just like, we're in a different environment. So I understand why the married guy would tell somebody else to do a different action, as long as they added the context, these women are this time. I think it's fair.
But it's no content there. That's the point that I'm telling you. It's not about the content is there. It's because Aaron O said it. That's the content, because when they ask them, stand on your point on why you think it, they don't have it. They don't have a point, or they just repeat what Aaron O just said.
Can you put names on it, man? Like, who is the content creator as male? Give me 3 of them. Say names. Just like you had 4 names the other show, tell the names. Which people are these? They have afterthoughts. They never can explain you how they got there, and people support them just because. Tell me names.
So, see, that's the point that he's referring to. He is referring to Sharon's morning show. He's not talking about the whole space. He's talking about what he see is dudes come over there, and all of them are not content creators. These guys, when he said Rim Brothers Elite or whatever he said, are actually saying, XYZ and they're practicing different things just because they like those content creators. That's
Yes,
what he
so
said. I know
yeah,
y'all
but
trying
then
to project it to.
yes, but so who are they? You have a good grasp of this space, right? Who are these content creators? Say names.
I ain't gonna do it. I ain't gonna mess up my
Oh,
money.
so but you see what I'm talking about? Because on
Yeah.
AMP show, you were telling everybody say names, who is him and who is not, and you were actually very like you were supporting saying names. Why don't you say names now? Say names. You got this.
Those dudes ain't supporting me. My financial pockets. I know y'all. Some of y'all in here.
Oh, so you would be quiet if somebody puts $1 in your penny. Oh, okay.
I want to say it. Listen, I'm gonna say
Mm.
it. I'm gonna say it. What I'm saying is, if I feel that it's a person that I can be financially incentivized later, I'm not gonna throw them under the bus. And I believe Fatty do the exact same thing.
Absolutely not. No.
Listen,
I
let me tell
I
you
lost a
why.
lot of
Listen,
money.
I know for a fact that there's certain people that Fatty have never thrown up underneath the bus, and that we gonna just leave
Fatty, Fatty, what's the question? What names you want? Because I'm here to be toxic. What names do you want?
He was saying.
Wait,
The man was.
hold on, Fatty. Granville, was it you that kicked off Brownsville?
Oh no, if that was me that paid that 150, you know what I came on the panel. I was asleep. I called him at the last minute. You know how they came. I catch that bitch over here. He was gone. He would have been gone. I was asleep.
This is the problem with what you're saying, either man. We put names on it all the time, every time.
No. So you feel like you hold everybody accountable?
Absolutely.
So
man,
you hold
fuck holding everybody accountable.
Absolutely. Ali is a baby daddy that had a kid out of wedlock. I hold him accountable. Now what?
I don't think so. I ain't never.
No. Now what?
I don't think so. You can say that, but I ain't seen no show on Ali.
Why am I going to do a show on it if I'm literally like the what is the no, one second.
You hold everybody.
No, actually, 1 second. No, actually, 1 second. No, actually, no. Okay.
I need to see a show.
So I did 1 second.
I'm just saying, if we gonna be consistent, if we gonna be balanced in this space, Ali need a show.
No, is that's ridiculous. And I'm going to say this, right? First of all, I see what Ali does in the back. And the motherfucker drives 2 hours every day to take care of his kid and all that. He doesn't do shows a lot because he literally has his kid on his back all the time. Like, go and see his timeline for how many days he actually doesn't do shows. Probably 2 weeks, always with the baby, spending a bunch of money, always making sure that the kid is okay. Tell me one thing that Ali did on this place since he's here that actually deserves the show from me.
One thing that he did, I don't
deserve the show for me. Yeah, that he was. This is a show deserving. He deserves the show, so Fatty can call him out by his baby ever. Tell me one thing that Ali did on this place that actually deserves the show.
Yeah, that's what I'm saying. I don't watch him that enough to know
checkmate.
That.
So if you don't, no, stop there. Stop there.
Hello,
Either man, stop there. Stop there. If you don't watch him, and you want me, if you don't watch him and you want me to make shows about him,
hello, I'll let you go.
Fatty. But we are not going to advance the conversation if you don't acknowledge.
It's certain people that you just don't talk about. And we're gonna just leave it like that.
No,
But
that's ridiculous. That's ridiculous because you, first of all, are not aware of nothing that he said. You said you don't watch his show like that. And if you literally, for example, go watch the last lady's first show, which was the last show I did.
I got something for you.
Stop. Can you stop for a second? Can you stop for a second? My biggest fights on my channel are with people that are closer to me. Ali, Chiki, Lou, Marcus. Go watch it. The biggest fights actually between ideologies is with people that are close to me. Ali and me, Ali don't see eye to eye in a bunch of shit. And literally on the last show, we're screaming at each other because I believe you should be honest and should tell the woman that you're going to fuck other woman. And he believed not. And we had a massive conversation about it. And we still check each other on the back. So what is your point?
So the point that I'm making is, I think you pick who you want to go out there, and it's very strategic. I know I said that wrong word.
Give me an example.
Like Ali, I think. Like,
what did Ali do? Tell me one thing that Ali do.
Hello, that's a whole show for Fatty that Ali is lying to these women. He's creating baby mamas, and he's the biggest problem in the community. It sounds like he's that 20% of the men that we've been saying are the problem.
He's not. I literally told you that this motherfucker. I literally told you that this motherfucker is taking care of his kids so much that he can't even do shows. What are you talking about?
So no, I'm just telling you, he's part of that 20% of the people that you say is a problem.
Could y'all let this shit go?
Guys, neither.
No, but listen, it's a reason. Let me say this before Aaron, because I gotta go. It's a reason that I did it the way that I did it.
You're a woman that 2 kids before you. What the fuck are you talking about?
I got it. So you did a whole show about me. Listen. So
I did a show about you because you were saying some dumb shit. If Ali says some dumb shit, he has a show about him. What's the problem? What's the point?
The whole point of this is nobody want, because this was my point. Nobody want for somebody else to tell them how to do their contact and to put their message. And I feel like if y'all don't want me doing this to Fatty, saying what he should do shows and what he should be doing, I think that y'all shouldn't be telling Brownsville on how he's supposed to communicate.
Whoa.
Hello, that's the point that I wanted to land with.
Your point. I can follow very well. No, who has told Brownsville how he should do and what he should do?
Not a motherfucking person.
Nobody. Even when I designed the show, these are open-ended questions. I'm trying to gather information. I have made no outrageous claim.
Your title, dude. Your title says.
What's my title?
Hold on. Your title says Brownsville must be stopped. That means that sounds like muted. That sounds like not.
Has anybody stopped him?
Oh, here we go.
Let him finish. No, let him finish.
Let me finish.
I'm sorry. I apologize.
The point that I'm saying is he says that Brownsville should be stopped for whatever reason. Do we agree with that's what I know?
No, we don't agree. We don't agree. We don't agree. You ask if we agree. We don't agree. There's a phrase that is usually used. Aaron in no way, shape, or form said Brownsville should be silenced. No, never. Did he say Brownsville should be silenced and you should never talk? No, he's a funny motherfucker. He says some funny shit, so some people are checking him. But nobody's telling Brownsville because he can't even answer straight questions. What are you, man? What are you talking about?
I just want to make sure I understand. When we say that somebody should be stopped, that means if they're moving forward in whatever message that they are doing, it should be stopped, right? Or y'all think it should be continued? Because I think maybe we need to look up what stop means.
Brownsville has all the right to talk about whatever he wants to talk about, but he has the duty to defend his positions, and he doesn't.
It's
he can't explain you how he got there. Listen, and you know what's funny, man? You are doing this because I ask you who are the content creators that behave the way that they talk about, and for massive deflection, now you went all around the corner. You talk about me, about Ali, about Aaron, about the title. You still didn't tell us, sir. Who are the content creators behaving this way?
And I told you I wasn't gonna do it. Whether you like what I said or not, I said I wasn't gonna do it.
Sounds like a coward to me.
The whole point that I'm trying to help you guys understand, regardless if y'all like the way I did it or not, right? I responded to, no, he does not need to be stopped. Everybody should be able to talk about what they want. Anybody can disagree with it, but I'm not trying to stop Fatty. I'm not trying to stop Aaron O, and I'm definitely not trying to stop Brownsville from doing what he want to do. He have his own identified, his own type of personality, and it goes and fit in this space, regardless if we like it or not. And that was the point that I was trying to make.
Well, who's trying to stop him?
Like the way I made it. He don't need to be stopped.
Who's trying to stop him? Who's trying to stop him?
Okay. Wait. So, are there some people that do need to be stopped, either man?
Nope.
So nobody at all needs to be stopped.
Does Derek Jackson need to be stopped?
Nope.
You see what I'm talking about? So you don't ever actually What is your moral high ground for calling some people out and then actually say this person over here that is literally scamming people out of their money and hustle them? We don't have the right to stop them.
So Brownsville scamming people out of
No,
money.
I use that. No, I use.
I get what y'all guys are saying because
I said Derrick Jackson. Right? Do you think Derrick Jackson should be stopped?
And I said no. Like
why?
I know y'all guys feel that he should be stopped. I know y'all think that he should be kicked off YouTube.
Okay, all right. Okay, got it.
That is not
wait.
my
Okay,
mindset.
all right.
I don't think he should be stopped.
Do you
I
recommend?
think if a woman is stupid enough to fall for that and give her money, she has the right to do that.
Do you recommend that women listen to him? Would you
recommend? That's the difference. I don't recommend it, but I'm not saying that he should be stopped and he should be in jail for his ideology.
No, nobody said that.
So when you say stop, what do you mean?
This man has a platform. He bamboozled probably millions of women by now, selling them fake dreams, fake soaps, and all that, which is bad for the community that you say you are the leader and support, right? My question to you as a man, because remember his point is you guys are men, you guys should do something about it. You is the man, the leader, the man, the father, the husband. Do you think a man that bamboozles women and actually sells him false hopes, making the community that you're on worse, do you think he should be stopped? Or you think he should continue without no pushback, no nothing, and we'll just let him slide because he has the right to say what he wants to say? What do you think as a leader and as a man, What do you think?
First, you asked a very complex question because I don't believe that I should support him. I don't think I should push him forward. I don't believe all the second things you had to put behind that. I don't think he should be stopped. I think that what the consumers need is to be educated. They need to be educated, and if they still make a bad decision, they got to deal with the decision that they made.
So wait, so you are saying if women choose a bad man, that's on them?
That's on them. I've been saying it since I got in this space. Like I've been telling people.
Okay, so then Brownsville needs to understand what you're saying. When you tell Brownsville, look, that's on the women, he need to respect that or no?
He does respect it. Me and him had this conversation. We disagreed. Listen, me and him had a big disagreement.
Boy, you a whole fucking lie.
We have. Me and Brownsville.
You a whole fucking lie. That nigga, I had never seen that nigga agree to any of that shit. And I've been watching Sharon since that motherfucker first showed up. You was a fucking liar.
I said we agreed to disagree.
He was doing a good job. He was doing a real good job.
You're a liar.
That's why people are not listening. I said we agreed to disagree. That's what I said. I didn't say he agreed with me, but I told him that I really believe in freedom of speech, right? I believe that anybody should have the right to come up here and be able to say whatever they want to. Now, I think that just like Brownsville got the right to say what he wants to, Fatty got a right to do a whole show about that. But I am not going to be biased and say Grams one need to be stopped and the other one don't need to be stopped just because I simply don't agree with the point that they're saying.
Yes,
I feel like everybody have the right, and then you have to make a decision. Are you going to choose Fatty? Are you going to choose Aaron O? Are you going to choose Brownsville? Let the people choose. Why do we got to censor people?
It's kind of funny that you guys, like when I got to this place, you guys didn't, like you guys believed in winners and losers. And this place is turning into such a shit show that now we give participation trophies. Everybody has an opinion. If it's a shitty opinion or if it's a good opinion, everybody deserves the right to their opinion. We should push this opinion because it is what it is. And people have to choose what opinion is better. No. You have to diagnose what opinions are actually better for the space, what opinions are worse for the space, and push him to the side. Every time, for example, a man comes here and he tries to either threaten woman or fight him in a physical matter, nobody says he has a right to his opinion. 7 men jump out of the crowd and says, hey, such and such, Joseph, stop, don't do that, brother. Come on, man. You know how to suppress bad opinions and actually push good opinions up. At this point, we're just giving participation trophies to everybody. A man can literally...
So what is your definition of stop? When you say Derrick Jackson need to be stopped, what is your definition of stopping?
He needs to have serious pushback like Karen is doing today on this show. It's not about silencing the man. One second. It's not about canceling the man. It's not about putting the man in jail. It's about giving him enough pushback so he looks like a motherfucking loser and a scammer, and people get dissuaded of actually going to his font. That's what actually needs to be stopped. That's what he means. That's what literally what we're doing today.
Because I said that he should get pushback.
Do you? No.
I'm thinking too literally, because stop in my mind means stopping from moving forward.
That's fair. That's fair.
That's not
fair. Let me ask
I
you.
wasn't saying that y'all couldn't push back, because if I was saying that you couldn't push back and speak about him, then I'm trying to take away your freedom of speech.
I
never went to do that.
So let me ask you this question, right? From 0 to 10, on the totem pole of bad ideas to good ideas to great ideas, where do you rate Granville rhetoric? Where it doesn't hold women accountable at all, even if they are shitty women. Would you rank them closer to the top or closer to the bottom? You can say 6, straight off the shower, no makeup. Let's go.
So that's
wait, what the fuck?
Your question. Hold on. He said,
yes.
What's the question?
He meant to say Brownsville, not Granville.
I'm sorry, Granville. It's Brownsville, not Granville. Yes.
So you saying his overall message?
Yes. The overall no, not the overall message. The fact that he holds a certain subset of population accountable while he lets slide bad behavior from the other side of the population. Rate on the totem pole of good ideas and good discourse that either man considers, where does he rank? Does he rank close to the bottom as a 0, or he rank close to the top as a 10? Why would you rank him?
No, so I'm trying to understand. I'm really trying to understand the question. You don't want me to take an overall assessment of his message. You only want me to isolate one part, and the part you want me to isolate is him holding one person accountable and not the other?
No, let's even expound for his all ideology, okay? His all ideology. Yes.
Yeah, thank you. Okay. I believe his whole ideology, holding men accountable, I would say a 7. Because I actually agree with most of the things he's saying about holding men accountable. Now, so no. So what we're going to do now, you're going to rate Anton Daniels' ideologies. You know him very well for a bunch of years. Where do you rate on the top? And these ideologies are literally on the other side of the spectrum when it comes to actually this woman. Like you've been hearing Anton talking for a while. So where do you rank his ideas and his ideology from 0 to 10 when it comes to these things? Go ahead. I think I would rank Anton around an 8 or 9.
You see what I'm talking about? Okay.
We're talking about two different things.
That's
one
ridiculous.
is talking about men, and the other one is talking about women. If they was talking, listen, let me help you understand this.
This is ridiculous. They both was
talking about the exact same thing, and it was opposite talking points, and then we can say that it's yin and yang. But you can't say Anton's talking about women and he's talking about men, and they should be opposite. That sounds crazy.
This is actually ridiculous because we literally talk about the whole message, and now we are insulating man rhetoric from woman rhetoric. His woman rhetoric is that woman can do no wrong. Even if the bad woman, they should deserve the respect. He's included on that rhetoric. If you support that, you can say that Anton is ranked the 8 when Anton doesn't give a fuck about that shit, and he actually is way more ruthless when it comes to shitty woman.
The problem with your argument, Fatty, is that you're trying to actually make him talk about women. I'm talking about, believe it or not, holding men accountable. Anton and Brownsville talking points actually agree with most of those things about men becoming the best of themselves, performing at the top level. Anton say these things too. So it's not an opposite. Anton's not telling men to sit on their hands and do these different things. We can't say, oh, let's rank Brownsville on his speaking points on women when he don't talk on women. He don't even talk on women. So that's not an overall assessment of who he is because he don't speak on it.
That is a ridiculous point, because once again, you know why Anton? No, let me actually tell you. Anton is actually ranks way higher because he's equal opportunity partner. If she's a shitty woman, she's going to treat it like a shitty woman. If he's a good woman, he's going to treat her like a good woman. If he's a shitty man, he's going to be treated like a shitty man. If he's a righteous man, he's going to be treated like a righteous man. He has actually put people in places depending on meritocracy. If you deserve it, you get it. If you deserve it, Fuck you. Brownsville only believes in that for half of the population. The other half of the population get prizes, cashes, and prizes no matter how they behave because he's not comfortable of actually doing that. So how can you rank them very close when literally one part of society is not penalized by being shitty, is not losing access or resources because they are behaving bad? How can you actually agree with that shit?
Well, let me explain it again. So first of all, you asked me his overall message on what he talks about. And his overall message is that he's going to hold men accountable. And if I say I rank his overall message, holding men accountable, about a 7. And then you start talking about Anton. Anton overall message is he's going to hold men and women accountable. And I say his overall message is like an 8, really most close to a 9, because I agree with a lot more than that. Then you try to say I can't rank both of their overall message is because one is doing something that the other is not doing. I promise you that's not that's not a logical argument that you're making, because their talking points are actually similar, more similar.
Let's consider that.
Hold on. Well, let me ask you the question before you move it.
Yes.
The question is, do you believe Anton Daniels, when he hold man accountable, and how Brownsville are holding man accountable, do you think those two have similars or more differences?
No, they are different because it's the reason. They have the same conclusion, then they arrive at the same point, but the intentions are completely different. I can explain to you. I can be intentional about how I'm judging this man from bottom to the top, and I'm saying this man doesn't deserve X and X and X because he behaved this way. Mr. Brownsville, they must be gay. They are crybabies. Is not fundamental. Like, there's no fundamentals in what he says. How does he know that men that are saying these bitches are tripping are gay? How does he know that? How is he making his assessment? It's not the same thing. Just because you arrive to the same conclusion doesn't mean that I can't respect your opinion, because a lot of these people have afterthoughts. They have conclusions, but they never can explain you how they got there. Brownsville is one of those motherfuckers. He has conclusions, he has afterthoughts, but when you actually probe a little bit and you ask him why does he think how he thinks, he starts to do.
He's gonna revert back to God,
and he goes up to the
He's
side.
gonna revert back to God.
Yes, come on, man. Like, hey, the man. Like, what it's I know that you are doing, like, it's not devil advocate, but you're just making up, like, you just, then it's good for the conversation, right? But we have to defeat bad ideas, brother. It's like this part about we just let this is the problem with the internet, right? Everybody has a right to their opinion, and we pretend that shady opinions have the same value as good opinions. That man is a train wreck. He has afterthoughts. He can explain you his thought process at all. And especially if they believe we are leaders and men are leaders, we have the right to say, shut the fuck up and do what we say. Leaders discuss, leaders argue, leaders change pointers. We are right now getting better so we can have our future woman, our future daughter, our future, like, we are actually getting better. We are becoming better, man.
What I'm saying is, if I have two people that play quarterback, if I had Russell Wilson and I had Tom Brady, and I said I give Tom Brady a 9 and I give Russell Wilson a 7, right?
Yes.
Remember, I can't use 6, right?
Yes.
Then we argue, say, well, Russell Wilson does all these things different from Tom Brady. That still doesn't acknowledge my ranking. Based on my opinion.
No, that's not what I said.
It comes down to my opinion, and you're trying to say my opinion must be wrong because they have two different styles.
No, that's not what I
said. Guys, we're going in circles. I have to catch up on the super chats. I'm sorry. We can get back to it in a minute. Queen Bomb Cherry, the P Bomber, says, what straight man says rim when it's about men? I'm not getting into that. Half these B-dubs abandoned Princella. Now they own him. Damn. The dating pool roast reaction says Brownsville philosophy should be allowed to be knocked down on its merit or not. By kicking them off, it looks like men don't want to be criticized about their actions. Are y'all scared of that conversation?
That's some goofy ass shit. Yeah. That's some goofy shit, because they kick niggas morning, noon, and night over there when that nigga on that dumb shit. And y'all applaud that shit, including you with them dumb ass super chats you be sending over there. Stop the bullshit.
Yeah. Shout out to HD says, "Ayo, this is exactly what I was talking about yesterday. Folks fussing more than they listen, and then you got to tell them to stop. Nonsense." Shout out to LeGarrette, says sending some love from the clouds. Salute. Salute.
Gang.
Shout out to Ali. Ali says, "Does either man support women being a baby mama? Does either man support men marrying baby mamas? Does either man support black women following Asian women? Does either man support obesity?" Never forget. That never forget part is wild at the end.
Them first 2 points is wild.
That never forget at the end was wild. Tio
Obviously,
says, "Either man, were you one of the ninjas defending Otis?" What is Otis in trouble for?
Pull the tape.
Oh, please don't go over Otis situation. Please.
We're not gonna talk about Otis, but pull the tape. That's all I would say. Is pull the tape. That's all I'm gonna say. No, but
we don't need to go there, but like either man, let me ask you a question, and Aaron, you can divert to whatever you want, right? I'm sorry. If my main point would be, oh my God, all those people on their side, they are gay. They remind me of the gay best friend that is always pandering to the woman. Yes, queen, go ahead, queen. You can do no wrong. That reminds me of the gay best friend, right? Would that be a correct assessment of what I say, or is just an ad hominem so I don't have to debate the points? Would that be the same way that he's doing the Rim brothers? Would you respect that? Would you say, come on, Ferry, that's a below the belt. Like you're the bunch below the belt. We just want to denigrate their opinion. What would you say?
So what I would say to that is I believe that we are in an entertainment space, right? So when he go on these long diary talks, he say Rim brothers, and because it's usually like in his opening statement that he make these, like every time he come on, it's an opening statement that he make these long diary talks, right? I believe that to a extent is to entertain the crowd because the people like it. They start sending super chats when he come up. They start like it's a level of entertainment with it too. Now, regardless if we take it serious or we like it, I think that it's necessary and it makes money. Why not?
So that was not the question.
So ask the question again. Maybe I didn't
the
answer.
The question was instead of me going at their talking points and talking about their rhetoric and what they say, if I went low and I went cheap and I went ad hominem style and says they are queens, just like the woman they support. They are the male gaze friend that always emboldens the woman bad behavior and gives no accountability like the gay friend that they have. Would you respect my point of view, or would you say this opinion is on the bottom of the barrel because it has nothing to do with arguments, it's nothing to do with talking points, and nothing to do with rhetoric? It's just an ad hominem to describe to take credibility out of them. Would you respect it or not?
I would respect it, and I think I respect everybody talking point. I learned that it's no such thing as under the belt, especially in this space. I think after Fight Club, everybody hit under the belt. Because I remember when we first started this space, we said, wives was off limits. We said kids was off limits. We say certain things was off limits, and none of those things are off limits now. So I understand in this space, I just want to land it here. I understand this space that is no such thing as off limits, and everybody's willing to go there.
Everybody's not willing to go there.
Except Aaron. I'm sorry, except Aaron. Everybody but Aaron.
Me though, listen.
No, I'm saying for the majority, like for example, when you hear people say the biggest thing that they have to do is to call my wife Asian or Chinese or all this kind of stuff. Like I seen that it's nothing off limits. So if somebody calls somebody gay, I don't think that's off limits if my wife is not off limits. You feel me? So like this idea of me thinking that something's off limits, I understand when I log in on this space, it's nothing off limits. Anybody can be called anything because that's the space that we in. So do y'all disagree with that?
Okay.
It's kind of convenient. Like when J Prince opened his mouth, you are very fast to actually
say what's right and wrong, what should be done and should be done. You delineate everything. You say this is behavior is not acceptable and all that shit. But it sounds like actually when it comes to regular people, because for whatever reason you are going to do business with them, and we are going to now you have a nuanced approach where everything is subject. Oh, it's a good idea because it's entertaining. That motherfucker, that motherfucker does entertaining every day, and I saw you for years actually drop down on him with a motherfucking hammer every time he said something stupid. But now all of a sudden, oh, he's entertaining. It is what it is.
So let's be clear to what I'm saying, right? You asked me, do I believe that if something's off limits? That doesn't.
I didn't ask you that shit.
Hold on. That doesn't mean.
I didn't ask you that you made that own thing. I didn't ask you that at all.
You didn't say that it was under the belt or off limits.
I asked you about the quality of the response. If I do an ad hominem and call him the Gale best friend, or I don't like Sharon talking point because such and such and such, would you respect me if I actually went the bizarro version of Rim Brothers and reverse it, like put a Uno reverse into them? Would you respect that instead of me actually tackling their points?
That's the point that I'm saying is, yeah, especially if you did all of those things on Sharon's show, because that's what happens. They go extremely left field and they do all that same thing. And you got to understand how the show is constructed. Both people are willing to do these low blows type punches. Women be calling bees and men are be calling gay and dudes be called. That's just how it is. Regardless if we agree with it or disagree with it, I can't come in and say, no, we can't do this on somebody else's show because it's not my show.
That's why I was trying to hear his specific points, right? To what these were sympathizers to. I was trying to get that down, but I'll have to just try to pay attention more to, because you said he actually has good points. They
don't have it. They will say they just complain. Complain about what? Is the complaint actually something that is like visible in society? And they will always reverse to men are leaders. Men shouldn't complain about women. And God, oh Lord, there's a getaway card for everything. As soon as you confront them into, oh, I hate women, I am gay, so please substantiate your point. What proves that I hate women? What proves that I am gay? And the answer is, oh, because you cry about women. Motherfucker, you crying about us. Does that make you gay? But we are crying about a woman that we fuck. We are crying that the woman that are going to be our wives. We are crying about the woman that we are going to build a life with. And you are crying about men crying about women. That makes you more gay. So what's the point?
But the thing is, Fatty, he doesn't say Fatty. He doesn't say this. He says Rim Brothers. And
I'm not talking about myself. I say we as a
Brownsville. I'm talking about Brownsville.
I didn't say that he does it personally. I said to me is like this is like the SBE dudes. You are saying that we are crying about women while you're literally crying about men crying about women, which is worst.
No, that's the whole.
That's what I said.
But listen, if I say manosphere, this, that, and the third. If Aaron does not identify as manosphere, I'm not talking to Aaron. So when he say Rim Brothers, and if you do not, you don't identify with the Rim Brothers, he's not calling you gay. Is that a bad assessment?
What is the assessment? What is the acronym? What does that mean? Red pill, incel, and manosphere, right?
Yes.
So that's the point. A lot of like if you act like it's like me. This happened on DJ Witch Doctor show when I think it was Reese said, "Men that go to strip clubs are bitches," and he didn't put a name on it. But a lot of people that were on the chat on the panel kind of went to strip clubs before, and they have the right to fucking push back because you make a blanket statement about the section of the population.
Absolutely. So, Fatty, I'm not saying that he should not get pissed back. That's not my argument.
So why are you saying because he doesn't say names? Like you can literally.
No. The point that I'm saying is I give Brownsville pushback. So I would be being disingenuous if I'm up here saying that nobody should actually be giving him pushback. I agree with you. I agree that he should be able to get pushback. That is not what I'm saying. The point that I'm saying is when he say Rim Brothers are gay, for example, unless you identify as a Rim Brother, he's not including you into that group. So do you identify yourself as a rim brother?
Sharon, half of his shows is sneak dissing me and talking about me without talking about me. So yeah, yes, like you're talking about, like even if I don't identify as a rim brother, he's actually making some passive aggressive about people on our space. He put us on thumbnails. He starts the show with that shit, and then when the panel opens, he forgets about us and he goes about his business. But yes, he's actually targeting us and mentioning us. So what's the problem now? Like, what's the point now?
I'm not talking about Sharon. I'm
You
talking
asked a
about
question. I answered the question. So now what? Yes, he's talking about us. Now what? What do we do now?
All right, cool. If you have identified that you are rim brother,
I didn't identify myself as a rim brother. I will tell you, time after time after time, I wake up with 7 clips from Sharon talking passive aggressively or literally about me, and he puts next to the rim brothers, the incels, they get no woman and da 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 da. Now that I clarified that shit from you, now what?
I'm trying to answer it. So since you clarified that you believe when he say rim brothers, he's talking about Fatty, you have the right to respond because he's directing those things to you. But if you say that you don't think that you're a rim brother and he's not talking about you, then you're responding when he's not talking about you. I think that's
Why
really
do you have
simple.
Why do you have to be a rim brother to respond? Maybe you just don't agree.
Anybody can respond. I'm not saying that you can't respond. If you understand what I'm saying, I was trying to understand because Fatty was saying that Fatty was talking about him calling the Rim brothers gay, right? And now I understand that Fatty is trying to say that indirectly he's including me with this group of people, regardless if I identify as it or not, and that's why Fatty's responded. Do I got that part correct, or is that part incorrect?
I'm still trying to determine how they're gay because it's them not agreeing or having a differences of opinion than you do. Like, how do you just say, "Oh yeah, they want to be with me"? I think that's crazy for people to do.
Well, so when the gay joke, right? Because see, it's 2 different things. Fatty and Sharon got a thing, and Brownsville got a different thing, and we're trying to lump the 2 together, right? All right. So when Brownsville was talking about men who have no desire to be around women, when he started talking about quote unquote these down low brothers, right? He was saying you have no desire to be around women, and you only complain about women. Aaron made a point that these men cannot want to be around women. Does not mean that they actually want to be around men, which I agree to that point. But what Brownsville was saying, since you guys don't want to be around women, but you then want to edify and uplift men, he said that is when he started talking about those people who's down low. Regardless, because I don't agree with
that. But that's the thing. No, but don't bypass that. That shit is a shitty argument because gay men don't complain about women at all. They don't. Gay men don't give a fuck about women because they're not fucking them. When did you see, like, gay men like to gossip with women? They don't like to go against women because either they're their best friends or they're the people that they're catering their message to. Gay men don't like to criticize women.
Is there an issue with uplifting men? Is there an issue with men uplifting men?
No, so he's saying it's the combination. So the combination of you not wanting to be with a woman, you want to completely isolate yourself from women, but you also want to uplift men and all these things. That's the problem. Now, like I said, I'm not arguing whether I'm for or against that, but he's saying based off the information that he have drawn, he's saying that equals that those men are down low and they want to. I'm not saying that I think it's a bad argument, to be honest, but I understand the point that he's trying to paint there.
Yeah, but it's really just a shaming tactic, you know what I'm saying? Or insult tactic, really. That's why people push back on it, because it's bullshit. Even if he drew some kind of crazy conclusion, he's not saying it really. It's in jest. He's being, he's trying to insult them.
So, Tony, just to let you guys know, that's what we do in this space. We create crazy conclusions. We'll say, just because the statistic says this, that means this.
How is that
Just
crazy? There's a stat.
Wait, hold on, wait, Fatty. So wait, you're saying that that's what occurs in this space, and then you're saying a neutral person that had nothing to do with this space comes in and do the exact same thing.
I'm saying that I think we're being a little biased.
No, we're not being biased. What we're saying is this. He says, I ain't got nothing to do with this space. I was watching from afar. So I'm not like you guys. Then you said, then he comes in here and does exactly what the other people are doing in the space.
Yeah, I think that he cannot use the argument of what men do in this space is because now he's a part of this space. So I agree with that. But when the first time I heard him talk about what men are doing in his space, that was his first time into the space. That wasn't like a today argument. This was in January when I heard him when he was like, hey, y'all men in these space do X, Y, Z. And that was like my intro to the space. Now that he's been talking in this space over time, I understand that you cannot complain about you doing something that they're doing because you're now a part of the space. I'm logical to understand that.
I don't know a lot about him, but did he actually talk about his past, like being a womanizer or having a big body count? Did it ever actually was mentioned, or you guys know about it?
I don't know none of that.
You talking about Brownsville?
My first real
yes.
No. So Brownsville from the beginning. Now remember, he only been in this space for a short period of time. So from the beginning, he have always talked about from day one uplifting women. So he always the queens, this, that, and the third, all that, and holding men accountable by saying, "Hey, men, these are the things you need to do."
It's crazy you asked that, Fatty, because you are correct.
Well, one moment, G-Ville. Hold on one moment. Let me get to these couple super chats that came in. Carl Anderson says, honoring those who have fallen in the service to our nation. Salute during Memorial Day. Yeah, shout out to everybody.
Salute, Carl.
Who has defended our country. And to me, the greatest honor, the greatest sacrifice is putting yourself on the line for people you don't even know. So I don't take lightly what people in the military do for people who don't seem to care much about people in the military. I'll just say that. Harambe Jack says Brownsville is 110% correct. Y'all hating for real. so now we hating on Brownsville. Okay, cool. Omar Smith is in the building. Says Rilla, if you in the cloud somewhere, where can I find them bean pies from the nation? Okay, I'm in Chicago. I'm on the hunt, my brother. Get at me. You know, those bean pies. I had a few of them bean pies when I was.
Check the phone,
I had some of those bean pies. I did. I ain't gonna front, and they was actually not too bad. Go ahead, G.
Per Brownsville's, because I asked him this last week, and he said he was a troubled youth at one point, from an older teenager to a young man in his early 20s. Where he did stray and he did not know better, but he eventually found God. And he was a quote unquote man whore. So he was a reformed person by the age of 24 when he got married.
Isn't it always funny that all these men that are apologies of you need to do the right thing and you need to treat women like queens? What's your body count? 38, 49. 60, 70, 100. Isn't it rich? It's like these stratcons. It's like these stratcons wives that get to 30 and they were party girls and all that shit, and all of a sudden they want to be traditional woman and find a man that takes care of them because they believe in being on the kitchen and being pregnant and barefoot. It's very he's always convenient. Like, I am not against a person that live their life and know better, now actually tell people better. I'm not against it because that was the point that you were making before, the man. I just say that he's extremely convenient because you know what's going to happen if that motherfucker gets divorced and it's the streets again? He is going to be doing the same thing as we do and be fucking bitches and trying to get money. Same shit.
Yeah, so
he'll become a run brother.
But no, that's not his talking point. His whole talking point was talking about the disrespect to women on these panels.
So some woman deserves to be disrespected.
I agree.
Just like some men deserve to be respected.
But see, he doesn't acknowledge that. So that's why when Fatty was trying to say, do you treat the women the same? It's trying to lead up to the point where some of these women deserve what they get. And you keep saying, no, I just think brothers should just bow in. I think he used the word have deference, right? Is that the word that he used, y'all?
Yeah, something like that.
Men should
No,
have
it was difference with the I.
I think it was deference, but I could be wrong.
He meant deference.
Come on, man. Don't do him like that. You know what the brother meant. Okay, we here to support brothers so that way they can call us names and stuff just because we support brothers. I'm saying he basically saying, hey, I would just let the ladies win. I would just do it. I get it. And he said because he's seen what other men do, so he's willing to make a difference. But part of his reasoning is don't seem accurate because he'll pull examples from before he got on YouTube. Oh, yeah, I'm doing this because I want to show women a man that's not going to do the things that these other men do. And he'll pull examples prior to his experience on YouTube, which is if you know how to properly critique something and destroy a point, you can see through that. I know his intentions and I see what he's trying to do. Is just it's problematic in some areas, and some of us are gonna call it out. I told him on the show.
I get that, but if I believe most of us would agree with 75% of what he said about men. Mm-hmm. What we don't agree with is what he do not say about women. That's the conversation. The conversation is not about what he say; it's more about what he don't say.
But you didn't put names on it. What are the men that are behaving the way that he talks about? What are these men? Sharon said one on AMP. You said Joseph. Joseph is not even a content creator, and I will tell you, Joseph is 1%. Him and Jim Prince are on a completely different batch of people. Him, Jim Prince, and Daryl, they say the most egregious shit. They are on 1%. How do you make a motherfucking old movement about 1% of the population of men? It's ridiculous.
Well, so you talking about 1%? I think he's talking about 50%. 50% of the people who comes on Sharon channel. Like I get that.
So say the names. Who are these?
Well, hold on.
Oh my God.
Let's be honest. The people that go on Sharon's panel, they're all the people that we kind of know, and it's to have those interactions with these disrespectful women. Can we be honest about that? They're not looking to have interactions with the most respectful women.
Absolutely.
So they go. So those are where the disrespectful women at. Why we like? I'm sorry.
No, the whole point that I'm saying, I'm just saying, I believe his assessment for the people he's talked about is accurate. I don't think that y'all guys.
But you can put names on it. These people that are not getting pussy. These people that are incels. These people that are these people that are down low. You can put names on it.
What's up, Red Pill? I hope you had no gummies, have you?
Not yet, but I'm gonna need one.
Don't take them damn gummies.
Like that. And this is the problem with weak men. They will throw blanket statements, and when you put them fire to the test, say, "Hey, bro, say names." I'm not saying it because I'm a business connection. So don't talk about it.
Yeah, like I learned a long time ago that I'm gonna say what I want to say, and I'm not gonna say what I don't want to say.
Yeah, that's called a coward.
You call it whatever you want to
coward, Fatty.
No, that's called a coward. When a person is willing to go 90% of the line, but then when he go to the name, they say, "I'm not willing to say that."
That's called try to manipulate these other weak men on these panels to say what you want them to say. It's actually more courage when a person says, "These are the morals that I'm going to stand on, and I'm going to stand on them regardless of what you call me."
So you know why you are a coward?
Hello, Fatty. You can say whatever you want to say. I'm cool with it, but I said what I said. Either you can accept it or you don't.
I will accept it, but you know how you are a coward? Because 10 days ago, you were egging on Red Pill about, tell them who is him and who is not. Put names on it. Put names on it. Put names on it. Put name on it. And all of a sudden, now you don't want to play the game.
And I put names. The way you said it,
Pussy. That's all. Pussy. That's exactly what you're doing.
You are a man of your own cloth. You could have said, Edelman Williams, I don't want to say it.
But now it's not manipulation.
No. Hold on. He did not have to answer my question, because if Red Pill would have said, "Hey, you know what? I don't want to put name on it," I would say, "Okay, I respect your decision."
But I ain't
That's
scared.
what I would say. You didn't say that. You said you wanted to say it. I
This
asked
is
the question.
amazing.
You said you told me
Now-
don't be scared, and now Fatty telling you don't be scared.
This is
now-
told me
amazing.
don't
Now
be
the
scared.
whole-
Now Fatty giving you
now-
your same medicine, nigga. So take
Now,
it. Don't be
now
scared.
the whole point is, Red Pill, you sound like you fell for the okie doke.
Don't
You
be
didn't have to
scared.
say nothing. Listen, hello, no, you didn't have to. See, that's the thing that
I know,
I'm trying
but
to
admit that you
If
scared
I
though.
ask, listen, if I ask Aaron O a question, he got the right to make a decision if he wants to answer the question or not.
Yes,
He's
you
not
do.
obligated to
You're not.
answer his question just because he's on YouTube. Y'all niggas sound
You're
crazy.
not, but you windmilling right now. Just admit that you scared though.
Aaron, am I
Understand? We
windmilling
understand.
because
We
I
understand.
said that I choose not to answer
We
a
understand.
question?
You are windmilling
hold on,
because
so
if you was
you
a
telling me
if you was a person that you deemed non, like that wouldn't help you in nothing, that wouldn't jeopardize you in nothing, you would say the shit in 20 seconds. So yes, you are scared. You are behaving. Yes, you are a coward.
The point that I understand is this right here. I understand how the YouTube work, and YouTube is here forever. So I tell people I'm gonna say the stuff that I want to say, and I'm gonna say the stuff that I don't want to say.
Yeah, so
And
you are a
y'all can-
coward.
listen, y'all can say it's y'all saying that because he used a level of wisdom and not say something that he feel that can be used against him later.
No.
that-
That's not
that
what you're
is a
saying.
coward. Listen, this is what you're saying. You are a coward because you made a wise decision. Okay.
That's not what we're saying. What we're saying is if you're not going all the way and put names on and addresses on the motherfucking people that are doing this, shut the fuck up. Stay on the back. Don't complain about nothing. If you're not willing to go full head and say this person and this person, no, eat the man. I
If you're
literally
not
eat the
willing,
man. Eat the man.
this is what you said, Fatty. If you're not willing to do what I want you to do, you need to not speak at all.
Absolutely not.
All
I saw
censoring.
you.
No,
I saw
have
you.
the right. This is what I learned, Fatty. I have the right to answer questions the way that I like. You have the right to answer questions you want.
No,
you
I
can
don't.
call me all the names you want, Fatty. You can call me
You
all
are.
the names
You
that
know.
you
You know why
want to
you
call
are
me,
full of shit.
but
You know
this
why
is-
you full of shit.
this is
You literally.
This
Go-
is
what?
actually what manhood look like. You stand on what you decided, the thoughts that you made in your mind, regardless of what somebody else is saying.
Oh,
trying to
there's
force
manhood
you to
picking and
be how
choosing
you
when you put
That is what
manhood
manhood
is
look like, and most people don't understand what it looks like in this space.
no manhood is you actually meaning what you say and you say what you mean. You know what a bitch does? He picks and chooses who is strong enough to actually, no, I'm not going at it because it might be something. And if this person I have nothing to gain, I will go full out. I saw you for multiple times drag multiple people because you actually felt that they deserve that shit. And all of a sudden, when I tell you, hey man, put an address on it, you good. You are the man. You are your name is E. Your name is E the man. You egg other people on to say names, and now all of a sudden, like, oh, I don't know about that.
I want to first thing. He said, I win at people because I thought they deserved it. So if I feel the person do not deserve it and I don't go at them, I'm still standing on the same principle.
No, because they represent.
That's the thing is, I don't just do stuff because somebody else said it. If you really listen to what I'm saying, I think it's more manly for somebody to draw a line in the sand and say what they is and is going to do.
No, because
I'm not doing it out of fear. I'm doing it out of wisdom. It's two different things. I'm not scared of the person.
Yes, wisdom is a great
Cowards
characteristic.
are scared. It's no scare. I have no fear.
Man,
I understand why I don't.
Either man, I saw you for years on Fight Club, co-telling to Anton Daniels, never going against him on a very strong position, never do all of that. Now, one second, let me finish and say yes, sir, no, sir. And as soon as the prince opens his mouth, you go crazy.
Aaron O will tell you that I went against Anton plenty of times. Anton even said that I went against him. I didn't agree with all the points that he said.
No, I'm not talking about these agreements. I'm talking about when people behaving like bitch ass niggas, you call them bitch ass niggas. And when people are behaving well, you actually do that shit. I saw you every time Jay Prince opened his mouth to say something egregious. Either man Williams was in front of the line because that's the bottom of the barrel. That man is a fucking piece of shit. So it's very easy for you to come around and say, you are this and this and this and make all that shit. But when people that are more powerful or for whatever reason, you see that yet there's not an incentive to go at them like that. Now you want to practice self-restraint.
That's the crazy part about it. See, you assume that the person.
Thank Lord. Damn. I was just trying to say that ain't nobody knocking either man right to not call out the people's names. But Fatty was there. He was right. He said, I am him. I am him. If you
exactly.
Him, put names on the table because a man do this and a man do that. If you him just says him, he was hype. And yet a man keeps the same energy at all times, regardless of the situation.
And Red Pill, even worse. That man literally went to a show and said, I am him. Him doesn't give a fuck. He puts names on the motherfucking thread. Like if you think you are, I am him, and then you say, I'm making a business decision. You know how these YouTube streets are. I pick and choose with which people I put the names on it. You are not him, sir. You are not him.
I talk about the same.
Let's not get too sidetracked. We here to discuss the pandering king or truth
yes.
teller. Also, I do think either man is him. So I'd have a disagreement with people who don't agree with that, but that's their opinion. Okay, Haram B Drizzled White Dust No Jackman says AO is having flashbacks to Sharon's channel. Don't worry, AO, she's not here. That 304 was dropped. She was dropped. You're safe, man. You good. I don't have no trauma, my friend. I went over there and had fun, and I was on the away team, and I did what I was supposed to do. JJ Carver says, well, while they're still arguing, chat, did y'all wash y'all? I think that they did, JJ. Okay, these are upstanding people. Red Pill Ranger, are you familiar with Brownsville? Because if you don't know nothing about Brownsville, I don't want to get you kind of indulged.
Yes.
Okay,
I was watching him just today, and him and Fatty first interaction alone proved all of his bullshit. Fatty asked him a very clear and concise question. If you said this about the men say this about men, you can say this about the men, whatever. But then, about the bad women, and then he started giving all kinds of disclaimers. His yes came instantly on one part of the question. The second part, 1,000 disclaimers, which pretty much proved his bullshit. Because all Fatty changed in the situation was the genders. So if it's an instant yes to one, then you swap the genders. Now you got to give a fucking dissertation. You got to give 1,000 disclaimers. Then that alone proves exactly what people been saying. It's yes or no question. If men ain't shit and women shouldn't treat men that ain't shit a certain way, then it's simple that if a woman ain't shit, a man shouldn't treat her a certain way. It's not even rocket science, but it's something called cognitive dissonance. If you don't know what cognitive dissonance is, Google it. And that's what happened when Fatty asked him that question. He fucking glitched and started saying weird shit.
Well, let me ask you, right? Because he said men should have deference towards women. I think it's a possibility that he believed women should have deference towards men. He just strategically is saying, I'm not going to talk about women at all and see if men are going to be willing to take accountability just on the men. Because if they keep trying to push back and try to bring women involved, I'm going to know there's something wrong with these men because they should just be focused on men. Do you think that's part of his strategy?
If that's a strategy, that's a very failed strategy due to the simple fact that no matter if men were to become perfect, what does that have to do with female behavior? Women have to get told about they have to be critiqued. They have to be told about what they do wrong. They have to fix themselves too. So we supposed to become perfect and then get with these flawed ass women? No, everybody need to be getting critiqued, getting fucking shit talked about them, getting fucking shamed, and self-improving equally all around the board. If you ain't shit, regardless of your gender, you need to do better, be better, become better.
And people like him don't preach that message.
Red Pill, it's not even that, right? Where are women being criticized in mass in any space?
Nowhere.
Instagram, Facebook, Reddit. You literally make a mean post about a woman and they chop that shit. You can't even do that. Like if you do that, Ali been blocked on his shit multiple times because he says a man is traditional and a woman is a follower. But block, you can post for 15 days. Where are women get this pushback for this space to be so dangerous for a woman to the point where he goes to the only place in the universe that is not pandering to women and he says these men need to be stopped. How?
Listen,
and if this space is at that bad, give us a better solution. Tell us one place on the internet when men can join together around the fire pit and exchange notes about women and say, this is what happened to me. This is how you become a better man. Tell me one place. There isn't. It doesn't exist.
It don't exist.
It doesn't exist.
And the thing is, no one is above critique. Men, women, children, old folks, nobody. No one is above critique. But women and guys like him live in this weird world where women are above critique. The moment you critique a woman, it gets turns to bashing and attacking. No, it's a critique. I observed something about you. I didn't like it. Now I'm telling you about it. It's not an attack. It's not a bashing. It's a critique. And no one is above it. But simps like him talk and present their information in a way as if any man that critique a woman is a fucked up man, as if women are perfect and above.
So you think he simps and panders to women?
Yes, 100%.
I think he's a truth teller personally.
How he a truth teller? He couldn't answer fatty basic questions without fucking giving a dissertation afterwards. He had to give it. He answered the first part yes or no. All fatty switch was the genders, and next thing you know, it turned to a ramble-thon. Truth tellers don't do that. They would just say yes or no. It's no such thing as his truth. Oh my God, you got to be joking. This my channel called Truth and Reality Undefeated.
It's trolling. Hey, brother, he's trolling you. He's just trolling.
I hope so, because there's only one truth. This Tony go. I know who you are.
That's Tony. He's just being
I
funny.
apologize, brother. I see you in the chats all the time.
He's just being sarcastic.
No, I know exactly who he is.
Well, let me get to a little bit
man?
Back into this clip of what he was saying when it comes to competition. Okay, so let me make sure I have this here.
We have a difficult time conceding, period, right? We're very competitive in nature, right? But me, I'm the type of man to where I'm only that way towards other men. So when it comes to a woman, I have no issue conceding, right? Because I don't view women as my competition, and I never have. Just like on a basketball court, right? It was one time where I was playing a guy and I beat him one-on-one, 10-2, right? And then his sister, who was actually a better player than him, she said, okay, now I'm a play you, right? And then I played her and I just let her beat me 10-0, right? And then she walked off happy and saying, oh yeah, I beat you. And I walked off smiling too, because I didn't care.
So there he's speaking to how he does not view women as competition. He viewed the brother who was weaker than the sister as competition, so he beat him 10-2. Then when the sister came in there, he was like, yeah, so I'm going to just let you win. And she left happy and overjoyed, and he left happy and overjoyed because he didn't care.
Mr. Let's Go is happy. This man is the man that treats women like children. A full-blown adult with full faculties that actually is more competent than the brother, for whatever reason, gets deferment like you playing your little brother on 2K and you let him win just so he can be happy. At this point, right, you guys should pick a side. Are we treating women like children, let them win so they can feel better, or are we going to treat them like adults and actually give them what they want, which is equality, equal, whatever? Like, what are we doing?
Either man just asked me, did I see women as competition? In the workforce, of course. There's definitely competition in the workforce, depending on your job. There's competition in the workforce. Because a lot of people will hire women over men because they know women are less aggressive and more easy to adjust when they're at work. They'll hire women in certain positions and certain stuff due to the fact that if you really had to like push somebody down and get them to do what you want, you can, because they less assertive, less aggressive, more easy to control than hiring a man, especially a black man. So they would take that job from that black man in certain positions. Like once women enter the workforce, as much as guys don't want to admit it, they became a direct competition for certain jobs. Now, in certain ones, not so much, but for a vast majority of jobs, once women enter the workforce, especially in these modern age, they are a direct competition for those positions. I've been to many interviews, and when I'm walking out that interview, it's a woman just got interviewed before me. Me and her were competing for that position. Sometimes I got it, sometimes I didn't. Sometimes another guy might have got it, not even a woman. But yes, I see women as competition in the workforce. Not particularly me, because I'm not in the workforce no more, but that has nothing to do with the reality of the world. So yes, women are competition for sure in the workforce.
Even as a content creator, you are on YouTube, there's thousands of women actually streaming. If they're not watching you, they're probably watching somebody else. There's literally competition.
Are we doing women a disservice if we don't view them as competition?
Yes.
So,
yes. And you misogynistic.
So y'all disagree with Brownsville. He should not be telling men or giving any advice, and to the point of don't view women as competition. It's not
Absolutely not. Especially when they have cheat codes to life. If you have it easy to actually make it, like for example on YouTube, right? Let's be honest. If you look like Six the Goddess, if you look like look at Alan Q, perfect example. Barely streaming, not doing nothing. She's the biggest content creator between us when it comes to subscribers, 6,000 and something. Big titties, big ass, light skin, good looking. Like the fact that you don't look at her as competition when she actually has an easy way to the top is actually a disservice to her, because she's exactly competition. When Lucky goes live, you motherfuckers better tread lightly, because she's going to actually steal viewers from you. That's the reality. So when we don't look at women as competition and we pretend that they're this fair sex that is going to face it, no. In some times and a lot of times in this social media area, women are your direct competition, and you should treat them like adults. You shouldn't infantilize them and treat them like kids, because that's the way that you get caught. You think they are sugar and spice and everything nice, and when you look at it, you lost all your shit because you are trying to pretend that that woman is not a adult human being that is sentient and knows as much about whatever than you know about the set topic. That shit is stupid.
There are only so many jobs, so many positions, so many resources. If y'all think y'all ain't out here competing women for that shit, you're gonna lose, brother. You competing with everybody, men, women of all races, sexual preferences, in religions and everything. You competing with everybody that's out there trying to do the same thing or something similar to you, regardless of gender. And to think otherwise is just fucking moronic.
Well, that's the first part of his interaction. Let him continue on.
You know what I'm saying? Because I didn't really see her as my competition. And what I'm calling for men to do is to not see women as their competition. See them as their intellectual equal. See them as their partner. But as a man, you're willing to hold a higher level of burden. And
see that part right there. See them as your partner, as your intellectual equal. If there are competitions that require intellect, then you're going to compete. That's the part I need him to kind of explain a little bit further.
It's a fallacy. Nobody is equal intellectually. Even on this conversation, some of us are going to rank up higher and we are going to rank up lower. You know what he's doing that? Because he's pandering to women. They are your intellectual equal. It depends on the woman and depends on the man.
Exactly.
You never like that. That's literally telling women what you are is equal, so you feel good. That's not the reality.
It's dumb men and it's dumb women. So being an intellectual equal to somebody or even close to it, it's case by case basis. It's based on the individuals. Simple as that. But guys like him get up here with his low testosterone and just say a bunch of weird ass stuff. And that's just low test shit. And to be honest, his voice even sounds like it's low test.
Hey, don't add homonyms.
No,
I mean, but the thing is, I said if he was here, but yeah, I understand.
I'm not saying you're scared of him. I don't want you to lose the conversation.
I understand. You're right.
That's one of the methods that they say that goes on. Okay, Harambe Drizzle Jack says, "Wow, I see it now. Either man is blue pill, fatty is red pill. Even if they don't claim the labels, in principle, they represent the core ideas." Great show, guys. Either man says most men don't see women as competition. I'm going to say that I don't view women as competition. I just can't do it. Something about it just don't click with me. I know that they can do jobs and do works and do these things. I don't see them as competing with me. I just don't. And now maybe I have to work on that based upon the advice and the guidance that some of the men on the panel have said and in the chat. I just don't see it that way.
Most men don't, but that's just machismo and a slight little bit of misogyny, because women are just as capable as us in the vast majority of things.
And Miss Deb has a great point. She says he's the male version of a pick-me. 100%.
Wait, Leslie, I'm not egotistical at all. I'm probably one of the least ego-led person in our space. I really am. I'm just telling you, I just don't see that. So I'm like, for me, if you beat me out at a job hiring or something, I don't even always break it down to it's again me against her. It's me against the person that's trying to put me in that job position. I don't see her. It's I got to convince this person convince that person. It's about what I didn't do, not so much of what she did do. So I don't see it in that context. But like I said, I hear what you're saying. I could be wrong. Maybe I should look at it the way y'all say it, but I'm not currently, okay? Harambe Drizzle Jack says, saying don't see women as competition is no different than saying a woman isn't a threat to you, even when you're sleeping. Underestimate women? Nope. Well, women, I don't think I've heard people say women are not a threat to you. I haven't heard that. So women become a threat when they're in a threatening position. I don't know if there's a default threatening position for women. So I still don't see it that way, but we'll work on that. Okay. The Queen Bomb Cherry. Okay. The B Bomber says, y'all forgetting that the side of the sector didn't want women in the conversation. The women kept coming, shaking my head. But it's us that are arguing this is why they didn't want women here on panels. I love conversations with women. I don't think that women shouldn't exist in these conversations. I just realized they're using other men to kind of be their test dummies to get other men to argue for their cause, and men are falling for those traps. Okay, Jack says, I don't disagree with Brownsville philosophy. You're gonna have to come up here and explain his philosophy, Dave. Yeah. I sat there with him for hours. And people were like, man, like, because Sharon was like, yeah, you had him on the ropes and then he got back up. I actually wasn't trying to knock him out. I was truly trying to extract information so that I make a proper assessment.
And I don't think that women shouldn't be in this space, but I think more guys need to use a little bit more discernment on what conversations they let women get in on and on which women they do it. Because Hemp did a whole show about that, about why women come into the spaces. And it was admitted in the chat and on stage that often these women come to disrupt.
Entertainment and attention.
They be bored. They want validation.
Yes. Entertainment and attention.
They get to talk to more men and interact with more men than they do on their day-to-day life. A lot of these people go to work and go home. And a lot of them don't have men. And they get to talk to men, interact with men, and just get in mess and drama. You gotta understand, these are the same people that love reality shows and trash TV. Like they love it. So they love drama and controversy. So they want to be part of it. You notice if a female have channels in space, we don't really invade theirs. I don't watch any female content creators. I don't get in chats of women and talk a bunch of stuff and nag and talk all and call.
They don't allow you.
You know, exactly. You get kicked out quick, but
they don't even allow you.
Guys, we let the Keisha M's and the Sugar Bombs of the world come and do stuff that if I were to go,
we name drop.
I were to go to what's that girl? She kind of pretty. She was fucking with Daryl Long.
Lucky.
Yeah, if I were to go to Lucky Channel and start talking the kind of stuff that women come to male channels and doing, I would get blocked immediately. But dudes just be tolerating and accepting bullshit. You don't need their particular little view. You don't need their little shit because you got fucking people that fuck with you.
Hold on, Red Pill, 1 moment. Jack, is that you?
Yeah, I only got a few minutes. You guys should come up and
It sound like
just.
it sound like you in the basement. Okay, go
I
ahead, man.
actually had to step off
And
to the
I'm
bathroom
gonna
because
wrap it up. But yeah, I'm gonna wrap it up because this is something I've been noticing for a minute. But yeah, we let them infiltrate and distract and sow chaos in our stuff. But number one, we don't go do it to theirs. And if we did, it'll get shut down quick. And I blame that on men, by the way.
Well, I'm gonna have to call a spade a spade. There are a bunch of men that don't conduct themselves in a respectable fashion when dealing with women, and they do look for the opportunity to go off on women and yell at them and scream at them and do certain things like opportunists. That exists obviously on both sides. Like I said, it's more obvious when they're using a man to get their job done. They're very skillful at that because women have no problem utilizing somebody to get the job done. So I see that a lot as well. But I notice, obviously, at people that go on Sharon's panels, and this ain't got nothing to do with Sharon. That's not how he's at. The women there, y'all go there to argue with those women. To sit here and act like that's not what y'all go there for, and liars. Y'all go there to argue with them. Y'all not going to get no insight for them. Y'all don't find those women to be insightful with this. That. Y'all find them to be, for the most part, a little bit out of their mind, and you're tired of the nonsense, and y'all go there to check them to a certain degree.
And that's why I never go.
Yes, but there's the thing, it's plenty of position. But then when you get the reaction, you get called a rim brother or whatever because you don't align with their views. There's the problem. Like if you, this is the problem about the dispatch, right? If you push good woman, righteous woman, boring woman, safe woman, responsible woman, these people are not going to show up. Not even these women are going to show up. They love the anticipation of conflict. This is what actually is doing pretty good. He's putting certain personalities that are literally polarizing. This guy Brownsville is a money-making machine. He is one of the most polarizing people on this place. He's going to say something that is going to appeal to half of the population and make half of the population rip their hair. PhD was the same thing. So when you get these Sharon, the same thing. When you get these explosive personalities in front of each other, like, you can pretend that this is actually not manufactured, and it's fine. It's fine that it's manufactured. My problem is with when people claim they are actually honest actors on this space and they are doing fuckery. Just go ahead and say, man, this is entertainment. We just need to having fun. PhD is fun. HQ is fun. All these women that I have is fun. We just come here. We just spar a little bit. We get away from our busy lives and we go back to whatever we have going on. I would love that. I would participate on that. I will donate to that. I don't give a fuck. But when you mask that as we are trying to solve and solution based and doing this and this and that, that's when I have a problem, because there's nothing that you actually can take from it, because it's a biased opinion from the beginning. There's no merit. It's like Patriots versus the Cowboys. We have a team. Everybody knows who the team is, and we are going to fight each other. Go ahead, Jack. And by the way, Jack, you make too much money to have a shitty microphone, brother. Come on, man.
I'm actually standing outside. There's too much loud and too much music going on. I don't want to have to keep the channel 5 for shit playing in the background. Can you guys hear me all right?
Good enough.
All right. Well, first off, you have the type of women that Fatty was talking about, good, respectful, righteous women, because most of them would defer to the men if they are submissive. But most likely they won't stand up to scrutiny or push back. I don't know if you've ever tried to debate someone who just concedes when they don't want to be aggressive. It's so fucking annoying. It's like, stand up, fight back, like stop being a little bitch, right? That's the feeling you get when women are like too much under a dude. It's like, that's why they have to get ratchet women who can actually stand their ground and fight back on their opinions, because it's really annoying and kind of sad when you got to beat up on someone who's not really trying to push back on you. It's weird when you see it online. But that's how niggas do it. But to give you pushback on that, but to understand from Brownsville's fucking philosophy is, he's not wrong. You know, like, a lot of women get shit in these places. They don't really have too many men just going wholeheartedly for them without reason or rhyme. That's true. I mean,
Then
there's
don't be
there's
here.
a reason for it.
Well, hold on. So
There's
you
a reason for it because most men know a lot of these women is full of shit. But I mean, I'm just saying, like, it is when you see it, it's why they get blinded. It's because it's like no guys that's
Jack, we've approached these. Me and Fatty been doing this for a long time. Like we've approached these conversations, and what Fatty have said, I heard him say it, and he can correct me. These women know which guys they can go and have a conversation with, and they choose to go after the man that they get to argue and yell at and try to check them and do those type of things because it's fun to them. They're not intentionally picking the content creators that have the ability to have a conversation with them, not curse them out, not to be disrespectful, let them get their point across, let them bring their ideas. They are choosing not to go to those spaces and talk to those men. They are choosing to go in the most combative areas and go, yeah, it's up. What up now? That's what I see from a lot of these women. I don't see the innocent women that are like, oh, I just like having conversations with guys that are smart and let's just do that. They find the ones that say the most outlandish things and kind of go there to be combative with them. Are you seeing different
Well,
actions?
two things. One, the smart, innocent ones, they usually stay out of it because they don't really have the need to get in there. If there's already someone taking on that fight, they won't take up that battle unless it's absolutely have to, and there's no one else doing it. So there's that. And the second one is, wouldn't you want the women beating on the stupid people who spit stupid rhetoric? Why would they come and fight someone who actually knows what the fuck they're talking about? It's like they don't come to your show to talk shit. And if you listen to all the women who come here, they mostly agree with you because you don't talk stupid shit. So it's hard for you to get a female to come up here and just say some random stupid shit to you because it's like, yeah, but you making sense, dog. So it would make her look like a dumbass. So she goes to the motherfuckers who's actually sounding stupid as fuck, and she goes and challenges them. That's why they go to their channels.
And that's where the problem comes. Because see, when we don't disagree with women, we don't purposely go to their channel just to cuss, fuss, and call chaos. If we don't agree with them, we just let you put your content to the people that you design it for, and we don't come to stretch your purpose and your work. But see, women like to infiltrate. They like to fucking come into spaces and try to dictate how the space gonna be and try to make their space their own and try to tone police and make men communicate how they want. And then a lot of guys actually adjust to that shit, and then that's where the problem comes too.
But that's Aaron's point. Aaron, multiple months, probably a year ago, make a point. Women don't build shit. They let men build some shit, and then they appropriate that shit. Oh, this is a man-only golf street. I want to be a part of that. This is a man-only gym. I want to be a part of that. Like, that's what women do. A woman will literally go out of her. A woman will have, like, this happens on my gym, for example. There's a woman-only gym section, literally empty for every single woman to do whatever they want. You know what they do? They go downstairs to motherfucking wait in line to do some bench presses because the men are there too.
And if you looking at them, then they'll come and complain about why you looking at them. Well, then they didn't even have to be there.
But that's,
to be fair, do you really want to go to an all-women's gym? I mean,
no. That's not the point.
I go to
but
work
that's
out, so
Jack,
yeah.
that's not the point. The point is we are going out of our way to create spaces for women, and women behaving that shit, even on national television. There's a bunch of YouTubers that cater to women feelings and to say exactly what they want to say. But for whatever reason, women are addicted to chaos. I will literally tell you, every time I have a 500 people show, there's women that are my enemies on the chat. They know I hate them. They know I don't like them. And as soon as they see enough drama, enough chaos, here they come, try to get an input on the situation, try to be seen and all that shit. This is the nature of this space. Woman being masochist and calling Kevin Samuels, I am a 3-baby mama with 3 baby daddies and I want a high value man because I like attention. There's literally the begin, like there's literally what this space is about.
I've seen a lot of these channels too. They don't go into every space where there's chaos and shit. They only go into spaces where there's a lot of chaos, where there are men there who are willing to rein it in. This is why they will go to a space like Aaron or even yours recently. I've seen a lot more women coming up because they know there's going to be a man who's not going to let it get so stupid that they can't absolutely talk.
But it's different because they are invited. They come like they come without preconceived ideas, right? But if they know about my show, and for example, you had a more woman friendly show there where people don't give pushback and it's kind of a softball interview, they would rather go to that space than go to my space. On my space, they will stay on the channel and see men fighting other women, not themselves, because they love drama, but they don't like to be involved in the drama per se. They like the bird's eye view, and this is what actually makes channels pop. Is again the anticipation of chaos. If you have a certain panel with certain people and you know Anton is there, I am there, Angry Man is there, PhD is there, these people that have polarizing personalities, you know for a fact that women gravitate to that shit because they say, oh shit, I'm going to see somebody try to dunk on that guy that is a woman hater, even though he's not a woman hater at all. Like these labels of woman hater are the most ridiculous shit that I ever saw. We know a woman hater when we see one. But you saying, yes, I think women are the boring, women are dangerous. Who hurt you? Why are you so mad at women? What's going on? Like that's literally you trying to take people out of the way just because your feelings got hurt. That has nothing to do with the quality of the woman. That has nothing to do with the quality of the man. It has nothing to do with the conversation. It has to do always with motherfucking drama. Nothing more, nothing less.
Well, to be just one last thing. To be fair, I'll give an accurate. When it comes to women, they really do follow the lead of the men. When they come into these space, they do look and see what is allowed here, and they know that men have standards, even if most men are a piece of shit. So they usually turn to the men and they say, if there are men here and they're allowing this, then it must not be as bad as I think it is. So they usually turn to the men to see if this is a good space to be in for a woman, because if it's not, they would not find any woman there, period. But if they can find even one or two or three women there, they will say that this is at least safe enough that a woman will come here.
But why
That's
not just
why.
do their own stuff? Jesus, can we have something? Something.
Do you really?
Yes, I can get
Shit.
women in my real life. I don't need women for when I'm talking to my homies about real man shit. Women out in the streets in the world, when a man wants a woman, we know how to go find them if we capable. We don't need you invading every aspect of our life. Stalk much? Like we don't infiltrate their little bullshit like they do ours. We just simply don't. Half the people.
Let's be completely honest. Do you want to? Have you ever been inside a woman's fucking hair salon place? It's fucking boring as shit in there. What the fuck is going on? I'm just saying.
Guys,
so why they want to?
Calm down.
Because we are where it's at. So okay, sorry.
The men that I've seen, they tend to want women around. So like when I see women in the chat, I like it. When I see women on the panel, I like it. I'm not looking for them not to be around. I don't share those same sentiments of just go find a woman and pluck them out of a tree when deemed necessary. I don't know.
Well, you speaking from a content creator perspective. Of course, you want as many people around as possible.
But
well,
not just.
Do you want them just hanging in the barbershop?
No.
That's my point. This is our barbershop.
I have no problem.
Barbershop.
I have no problem with a woman walking into a barbershop and been in the barbershop. I do know that most of them, that when they come in there, some of them be on that BS. That's true. And the men do act differently when women are present. There is some truth to that as well.
It changes everything.
I'm just saying in real life, I like to see women around.
Oh yeah, in real life. No, in real life. But we talking about on YouTube. I thought, of course, women around in real life. I ain't going to a club full of a bunch of motherfucking niggas. But when you're trying to have serious male conversations and chop it up with your fellas, with your brothers.
Mm-hmm.
It's not really where women need to like be long term. They can come in and say their piece and express themselves, and it's all about the topic too. They often steer shit left or right in the wrong way, then they actually add to the conversation.
But that's the
I witness it
problem.
all the time.
Red pill, you the only one don't want women in this space. Everybody else
I never said I didn't want women in this space. I was clearly and concise. I said women can be in this space, but men need to use more discernment and pick which women and what topics they own when they come up.
Listen, but that's the point.
So two different things.
The majority of the men want the women here. That's why they're here. Matter of fact,
I only want Venus. Everybody else can go. Venus can say.
Listen, mostly men control these panels. If we didn't want women on these panels, they would not be on this panel.
It don't matter. It don't matter if the majority of the men want it. That still don't make the shit not stupid. The majority of people can be
only
wrong.
to you. Every other man think it's a good idea to have women, and we don't want to just talk to men.
Most men, because most men need YouTube to talk to women, but I don't.
No,
that's why I see it as stupid.
I think you're missing the point. I think
most men on here,
he don't want to just talk to y'all niggas. He want to talk to women too.
I'm not talking about a particular person. So why are you saying he? I'm just talking about in general. You got male spaces, you got female spaces, i.e. the barbershop and the beauty salon. And it's the same way on YouTube. Not saying you can't go in there sometimes and interact. Not saying treat them like shit, but your time there should be short.
No, but the whole point that I'm trying to help you understand is
you hang out at your white book club.
Listen, the whole point, we're talking about YouTube. We want to interact with other sexes on this YouTube panel. We don't want to come here for 6 or 7 hours and only talk to men. We don't want that. Matter of fact, I prefer women to be up here now. If I had a choice and I can get 4 other women up here to balance out kind of the conversation,
but why?
That's okay.
But are they going to add to
but
the
why?
conversation,
But why? Because they offer elevated point of views that you never thought about in conversation, or just because you like the presence of a woman. Yes. Why? What's the reason?
I think that women do bring a different perspective to the conversation.
No, it's not about being different perspective. Aaron says this all the time. Tell me one time on these spaces that you heard a woman talk and she came out with a revolutionary. Oh, that's actually a great point that I never heard before. When did that happen in the bed?
So are you saying? Well, let me ask you a question first.
Yes,
I believe that I have been on this space, and I'd have been on a space with Rob B, and Rob B have said something that I felt was different from what everybody else was saying.
Give me an example.
Well, I'm saying that now we're playing.
Let me give you examples before you go. Aaron said, "No, I got you. Let me actually build it so you can actually add." Aaron said, "Woman never bring you peace. Your life is always going to be more stressful, more messy. You can have a woman that actually is not messy like that, but choosing a woman and expect peace is literally not what usually men get. When a man introduces a woman to his life gets more difficult and stressful and all that. There's a revolutionary point. We are trying to peddle in the idea that women are leaders in relationship. We might think that men should be leaders in relationship, but most of these people actually are being led by their wife because they believe in happy wife, happy life, and they don't have the backbone to do something about it. Every single month, I hear somebody come along with a good idea that is completely out of the realm and is a good perspective because this red pill movement a lot of times is wrong. Tell me one time that a woman pulled through and she stepped on the panel and she said, you know what? This is what I think about the situation. And you said, God damn it, there's a point of view that I never heard about. There's a difference of opinion and that actually is refreshing. Go ahead, give me an example.
Well, how many times have y'all done it? Like y'all are not that profound either.
I gave you two
y'all
examples.
Not that profound either.
No, I gave you two examples. I give the red pill doesn't peddle that women are leader in relationships, and we believe that. We believe that. Like it's not a mainstream talking point. So once again, this is for the man. When did you hear a woman say something that is actually adding to the conversation that you never thought before, or that is something different? Go ahead, you got this.
So when I refer to Rob B, the knowledge that Rob B gave about autism and the different things when we was having
God.
See, that's what I'm saying is that I make a point and you don't like the point that I make, so you try to discredit.
It's irrelevant. That has nothing to do with the interdynamic relationship. Everybody sympathizes with people with autism. What you talking about?
We talk so much more than just relationship. But let me give you another example, right? So the hold on, before I give you this example is I prefer to also have conversation more than outside of my gender. Now, if y'all guys are going on record saying that y'all just want to talk to men, say that.
Nobody said that. You're straw manning again. I literally have a show called Woman Ladies First. Stop doing that shit. You know exactly that you're lying.
Talking about this.
No. Hey, red pill. No.
Men, red pill up here talking like men
Yeah,
only
he's
want to
saying
talk to
it.
men.
No, either
Asking
man,
I didn't say that a single
either
fucking
man
time,
talk like.
either man.
You inviting
Hey,
women to
one
the
one
stage,
second,
I
and
didn't
one
say that a
not just
single fucking
because they're
time.
beautiful.
Red pill, 1 second, because we're not going to save him from this mess, sir. I answer a straight up question. Tell me one time that we add in a woman on the conversation and she came up with a concept that you were impressed about. You're like, God damn it, I never thought about it. Go ahead, you got this. Answer or say, I don't remember.
Well, I keep answering, and you don't like my answer.
No, you said a whole bunch of nonsense. You giving examples. Answer the question. We don't need an example. We don't need an example. Answer the question.
I answered the question. I said I have saw this plenty of times. So let me answer the question for red pill. I have seen plenty of women bring up points that I think was totally different from what the other men was talking about on the panels. Did that answer your question?
Yeah,
red pill?
and for the stuff you saying, now single time did I say I just want to talk to men?
No. Did I answer the question, red
pill?
pill?
You answered the question, but let me correct.
Okay, let me correct.
Let me correct your lie.
Can I just ask red pill a
That's why I was
question?
giving the example.
Gentlemen, there is a lady on the panel. Show some decency here.
No,
go ahead.
Yes. I just want to ask
the
red
black
pill
woman is
one.
God.
Yes, thank you. I want to ask red pill one question because it seems like your problem has an easy fix. If you don't like panels that include women, why don't you just have a show that allows men only? And every time you see a woman in your chat, just kick her out.
I don't put women up. I don't even do panels. So what are you talking about here?
So then how are you like complaining to other content creators about how they decide to conduct their show?
I'm not complaining to other content creators, nor am I telling other content creators to do anything. I am saying what I don't like. I am saying what I feel is not the place for women. I had never said, Aaron, you should do this. I said what I feel is not a good space for some women to come in. Watch this though. I never even said women shouldn't be on panels. I said men should just use more discernment on the women that they pick to be on panels and on what topic they're discussing when they bring women up. That's all I said.
So when someone goes on and on and on about what they don't like, it's fair to call that a complaint, yes?
A critique.
No, you have a personal complaint. Like you're up here talking about women don't belong in these conversations.
It's a critique of how people are doing stuff on YouTube right now. I said what I said it is, but you're gonna tell me what I'm saying it is. So what are we gonna do?
Well, because I don't think you have a great understanding of words. So I'm explaining to you.
You have a great understanding of
what
your weight class.
Complaining is.
One at a time.
It's a critique. Well, go ahead.
I mean, no, that was my only question. Like, if you're so against the women on the panels, I don't think you're wrong for it. But I think these are content creators who do like women on their panels. So
I never said it wasn't.
Everybody likes everybody for the most part like women on that panels. They don't tell you why.
Exactly.
And the reason is the reason why is more views, more money, and it's more fun. That's literally what it is. If we could have more money, more views, and more clout with only men on the panel, you know what would happen? I'm sorry, Venus, come back tomorrow. This is what this show, this is what this place is driven. We only allow women on this place because we still want to fuck them. A lot of these people use these YouTube streets as a dating app. They want to talk with women. They want to mess with women. They want to talk with them on the back. I know for a fact multiple women that get catch-ups from men on this place just because they breed. Like just they don't watch their show, they don't produce content just because they breed and just because they like you. Let me give you something. So this is the nature of men. We are suckers for women. We control the world, women control us because Superman might be the smartest, the tallest, the strongest man in the world, but as soon as you bring vagina, which is his kryptonite, motherfucker is weak. That's what we do with you guys. That's all that is.
Aaron doesn't look like he agrees with you. Like, I think those of you who have like these misogynistic views, you have a hard time understanding there are other
This is why they don't want women on the panel.
Why is it misogynistic, Venus?
Just let her finish.
Aaron O wants me on the panel. I don't know what you're talking about, but anyway.
Aaron, do you make more money and get more views if women are on your panel, Aaron?
I can't tell you I don't get a lot of women on my panels often. So if I had to give you, I can't give you a definitive answer. I say people enjoy the shows more when there are women on the panel. I'll say that.
I think we enjoy more.
I think
yes.
more money is made when there's disagreement and arguing and fighting. Whether it's men or a woman or not, I don't think it really matters. It's how it's built up.
So, Aaron, why do you want women on your panel?
Okay, so one, because I like women. I like, and then also, and not even as far as like I want to be. It's sometimes when I'm hearing things, I'm like, and a woman goes and says this, I go, oh dang, I wasn't even thinking about it from that point at this. I wasn't doing that. I try to cover every angle. I just cannot. I cannot cover every single angle. And sometimes I overassume that women do these things. Like she thinks like that, and then women come by and go, no, we don't. We really ain't thought that far. We really don't care enough to be considerate of y'all most of these times. And then the women will. I don't think women say the profound things which they speak to. What they do is they reground you to you overthinking that these things occur when they don't. And so that different perspective make me go, oh, dang, I wasn't looking at it like that. And then also there are women that are big on accountability. And that makes a man go, okay, an accountable woman, let me hear her speak. And then she starts to speak a proper way. She starts to make sound arguments and not emotional arguments. And then you go, I like that. And then you see an emotional man try to argue with her, and then she destroys him, i.e., like they say a PhD, but even though PhD would do be going off sometimes. So it's many reasons, but also women deserve to have a conversation if you're going to speak about them. If you're going to be like women, whoa, okay.
Hold up.
Introduce it and see if that's.
Did you say deserve? Because no one deserves nothing.
So he asked me.
Make that clear.
He asked me why I want women on my.
No, I understood what you said. That was
Yes.
right. I agree. That would make sense. I just got caught on the deserve part.
Yeah.
So,
don't get caught up.
Yeah,
too much
because
on
they
the
don't deserve
part.
shit.
Because he can never conceptualize an entire point. He hangs on to words because he's slow.
Look at your forehead. But yeah.
And you know what, Aaron?
You
Aaron,
take off
I
your hat
think
and your glasses.
Come up.
I will if you take off your hat and your glasses.
I got hair. Come up.
Wait, let me see.
Just gotta brush it. You want to see? You want to see my hair? 45 years old, baby. Hairline.
And you speak like you're 5 years old.
I got hair, but hey, shut the fuck up. So
You're an idiot.
You know what though, Aaron? I think that's fair. If we're talking about women, they should come up and have a discussion. But I think it should be a discussion. They shouldn't be derailing and throwing insults and shit. That's what I think is. I think that's the issue.
So Tony,
red pill.
That's not the problem, Tony. That's not the problem.
That's correct. I don't have those problems on my show. I might go to an away game and then those women act a certain way. But the women that I interact with and have conversations, they don't tend to do that to me. And even though they might try to pull that out of me, I don't tend to get those interactions.
No, Red Pill be disrespecting me in chats for months, and I'm just tired of him.
Because you slow. But I agree with everything. I agree with what Aaron said, because I'm going to say it again, said it 5 times. Women should be in the space. They should be on count. All I was saying that men should kind of not let it be wide open. Right now, we running a club with no security guards. We ain't patting nobody down. We ain't got no metal detector. We aren't even checking ID for ages. This club is getting ran poorly. We just opened the door, said, come to club, man talk. Not saying don't let the women in, but we should have a little more control over who we let in and the personalities and check their intent. And when they show bad intent, we need to shut the ones out that come in with bad intent, the chaos makers.
Should we do that to the men?
She get in the room and call people nakers and bandits. Why is she even around?
You called me all types of things. So
hold on, no, but Red Pill.
She coming to male spaces doing that.
Should we check the men ID too?
Yeah.
Right.
Yeah, because I wouldn't have Brownsville on my channel ever. Yes, you should check the men ID.
Well, see, I don't have a problem with Brownsville. So
you don't, but I say
I understand that, but I don't
want to be in the echo chamber, Red Pill. You only want people around you who speak like you.
No.
The problem is not that
live total against me. Like I don't want to be around a rapist or a pedophile.
But
because I'm not them. It
But
ain't
I
because
do.
I don't want an echo
Don't say
chamber.
those
Some
words.
shit just gross.
Red Pill, I
And the
disagree with you on
pandering
the
is gross.
point, or I disagree with you with the point of if there's no pushback, it becomes an echo chamber, and then you're not better than them. It's like a feminist group talking with each other and says, "Yes, Queen, these guys are this and this and that." But the thing about one thing that is happening, it's the nature of woman, right? Men don't go on other woman panels and says, "You are going to do this." Do this, do this, do this. Look at what happened with Jenny and Lapif. That's literally the epitome of woman nature. I am a woman. I'm going to another place that I didn't build, and I'm going to tell them, you should do this, and you should do that, and you should do that. And if you don't do it, there's consequences that is going to happen. Happens all the time with these spaces. Happens all the time. That's why they actually shame you. You are a woman hater. You are this because they want to coerce you into changing your narrative. They are not going to tell you why you're wrong. They are not going to tell you why your views are actually wrong. They are going to shame you into compliance because that's women do to coerce men. And this is
No,
the
it's not
problem with.
true. I was
How is
just
that?
trying to
How is that not
explain.
true, Venus?
I was just trying to explain why I feel like your views were misogynistic, and I got interrupted by 3 men. The women don't get a chance to fucking explain ever.
Do we
do
really?
you-
Why should we care though? To be honest.
No, that's actually fine. Venus, why do you
And
think the
even
views?
that, right? But even that type of response, that's not misogyny.
Cause you ugly. It ain't
No,
about
no,
you being
hey,
a
no,
woman.
hey,
And you're cute.
one second,
And you're
one second.
handsome.
Hey, Venus, do
You
you,
have to come on here
hey,
and cover up half of your face
Thank you.
God damn it.
with
Hey,
your
hey,
Alibaba fucking t-shirt.
I got eyes.
You like you got a lazy eye, bitch. Put the glasses back on.
I
We don't
got
want to
eyes.
see you.
let,
We
let,
don't
let
want
me
to
ask
see
you.
you.
Camera
Let
up.
me ask you.
I got a
You're a
whole
senior
YouTube channel
citizen.
with my face on it.
Shut the
Camera up.
fuck up, senior citizen. What happened,
Let
fatty?
me ask you something, Venus. Do you
Camera up.
believe in gender roles?
Wide back ass bitch. Oh, sorry,
God.
Aaron. I apologize.
Who you talking about?
Oh
Your
my
mother?
I
God.
apologize, Aaron. No more
Who
curse
you talking
words.
about? Your
That's
wife?
it. That's the last one. I promise.
Jeez. Lord Jesus.
That's the last one. I got it.
Oh, that's the
So,
last one.
That's the last
so,
curse word. Yeah.
so, Venus, do you believe in gender roles?
Yeah.
That's sexist.
I don't think it's sexist.
Yes, do you believe in chivalry, that men should treat women with some benefits, open doors, taking their jacket, walking on the side of the road, protect them if the Titanic sinks? Do you think that that's what the man's job is?
Yes.
That's sexist. You value woman well-being and life more than you value men. That's sexist.
That's not sexist, but I'm gonna explain why
No,
I'm saying
it's absolutely sexist because it's convenient to you. You don't
sex.
acknowledge because if I said every woman that walks up my door has to get on her knees and says I love you, fatty, would that be something that you would consider sexist?
Of course.
Why?
But every man doesn't have to get on his knees and say "I love you, woman." So
No,
that's
no,
like I
okay,
don't
no,
get it.
okay. So what if every time a woman came in my door, I would get on my knees and I said the black woman is God? Would you consider that sexist?
No. Sexism.
Venus, but that's the point. It's the double standards. We are doing exactly the same thing. If a woman has to get on her knees, you think he's sexist. But if Fatty gets on his knees, now he's not because he benefits the woman. That's sexist.
I just want to finish my point. Your whole perspective, right, compared to Aaron O's on reasons you would want a woman on the panel, yours was mainly based around sex. Do you realize that? It
I'm
was,
pragmatic.
well, we might want to sleep with them. That was your whole
It makes
purpose
it
for a
fun.
woman even being around, or they make us money. Those were your reasons,
And
right?
am I
Like
wrong?
using women as utility.
And they are utilities, just like men are utilities. You love when messy men go to your channel and make you a ton of money because they're arguing and people are dropping them. They are utilities. You love when J Prince comes up and we fight each other, or when Robbie last week was fighting with whatever fantasy and he brings up a bunch of views. They are utilities. Absolutely. Absolutely. On my
The
show
thing
too.
is,
You
we
are
all
utility.
can. No. I see what you're saying. We can all be useful to each other at a certain
Yes.
point, but I don't view one specific gender because they're valuable to me because of sex and money as something of a benefit. And so, other than that, there's no reason for them to be here. But
No,
that's
they
kind of
are
how you put it.
No, they are utilities, but I agree with Aaron's first premise. We like women. For whatever reason, we like to have them around. We don't want, like, this is boring me, motherfucker. Fuck you, Tony Golden. I appreciate you, man. But come on, man. Like, it's fine. It's nice to have a woman around. But the reason is that he's nice. It's not that they bring special insights. It's not that they bring clarity to the conversation. It's not that they bring a point of view that we never heard before. We like them because it's nice to have women around. And most men will lie to you. Most men will say, I value the character of a woman and their mind and brain and thoughtful, when the reality is, I love having Venus around and I wish I could talk her on the back so I can fuck her. That's the reality.
So what I was saying earlier was like, I don't disagree. I know that most men are motivated by sex. This is just a fact, right? But I think the reason you guys have a hard time understanding a man like Brownsville is because there are some exceptions. And whenever exceptions come around, you guys kind of project because every other man has to be full of shit unless he thinks like you guys.
What are the
And some people
exceptions?
just don't think like you guys.
What are the exceptions? Tell me one woman that is the exception. You know
No,
what's funny?
he's an exception, right? Because at least in this particular space, he's one of the only men who prioritize women and how they feel. None of you do that, right? So he would be the exception. And just because he doesn't think the way you guys think, you guys are kind of like trying to find some type of flaw or compare him to Derek Jackson and say that there's a problem with it. But like there's a bunch of men around here who say a lot of problematic, violent, misogynistic things
Give me an
all day
example.
long.
Put names on it.
I'm not going to do that, but we all
No,
know.
put names on it, because you
No,
know
I
what?
don't want
So,
to. I don't want
you see
to.
what I'm talking about? It's the same shit. You guys just like to talk.
No, it's not the same shit. It's just that I don't need to get into unnecessary bullshit. We all know who they are.
No,
Like, let's
no,
be honest.
Venus. I will never send no man or woman to platforms of men that are advocating beating up on women. And that's the point. We check each other. Woman will literally send another like their crowd to a demon. Hey, go ahead, go ahead. Prince Hill is having a show. Go ahead and watch it. Cynthia G is having a show. Go ahead and do it. Naked Slayer, all that. We have to be honest about how we see woman. And you can call it misandries, we can call it whatever. It's called reality. Most men don't see value in woman other than she looks pretty, she's fun to have around, and she's going to be beneficial to me because she's going to bring me more money and views. And you know what's funny? Everybody, if you actually have a meeting, a secret meeting, this is why we let Cherry Berry up. This is why we let Flora up. This is why, for example, you are an extremely valuable asset because you are combative. You are not going to just say there and say, yes, yes, man. You are going to actually push back, and that bring conflict. Anticipation of conflict bring money, views, and clout. And this is why you are valuable. If you don't understand what you bring to the table, you are useless to most men. It's like me saying, women love me on my panel because I'm pretty. Motherfucker, I'm fat. I'm not pretty. I'm there because I'm actually entertaining. I bring something to the table. And if you are selling me a dream and saying people like Fatty on panels because he's handsome, you are lying to me. So why would I lie to you?
No, I'm not expecting you to lie. I believe you when you say most of the women are either money or sex to you. I wholeheartedly believe you. My argument is there are actually some men who think beyond that. And whenever they pop up, you guys always try to like find some type of flaw in their
And
thinking.
who
Like
are these men?
you just can't believe it.
No, and who are these men? Who are these men? Put names on it. Like
Brownsville. Like
so
Brownsville.
so you would recommend a woman to follow Brownsville words?
He doesn't really say much to us.
So you know what Brownsville do? I'm going to give this analogy because the analogy that I gave before. And I'm sorry, Aaron, for actually monopolizing the microphone. Brownsville is the wolf that goes to the sheep and say, come on, sheep, you know that dog is oppressing you. You know that dog is controlling you. Come on, sheep, you know that dog doesn't have your best interest in mind. And as soon as you remove the dog of the equation, the motherfucking goes there and slaughter the whole motherfucking sheep. He is literally Derek Jackson in like another body. And you are following these men because you guys are sheep. Because if you actually add any sense in your head, Venus, you would say that motherfucker is a wolf. I know this dog that is actually telling me the truth. He has my best interest in art. He has nothing to gain about actually telling me don't go over there, don't go over there. But he still does it, and he makes me hate him. But he has my best interest in art. You would rather go with the wolf, which is something like Brownsville, because he's telling something that you want to hear, instead of listening to the dog that has your best interest in mind. My question is why?
Well, no, I think a little different. See, I see value for both of you. Like my perspective doesn't only have room for one, right? Like I said, I believe the things you say because you're brutally honest, right? You're gonna say, listen, yeah, if you look good enough, I want to sleep with you, or if you add some value, you're combative, you're useful for me. I believe you. I respect it. But I'm just saying, why does that mean we have to absolutely not believe him?
Do you
Everybody
think
does not think the same.
so? Answer that. Do you think he's brutally honest?
No, and I don't think everyone needs to be.
But that's the point.
No. That's no brutally honest. There's a reason the word brutal comes first, right? That's not necessarily a positive attribute.
Let's take it out.
Everyone is not brutally honest,
I
nor do they
concede to
need
you.
to
You are
be.
right. I concede to you. You are right. Let's take the brutally. Let's go with the honest. Do you think Brownsville is an honest and fair man?
I do.
And this is why you get got all the motherfucking time every time when the motherfucking hustler comes to you guys and sells you a dream.
There is no dream. There's nothing he has that I can subscribe to. I just
Oh
listen to
no,
him,
Venus.
and I don't disagree on his
Venus,
opinions when it
from
comes to men.
tomorrow on, you will have IG messages in the morning. Queen Rising Queen, I hope you had a beautiful night. I hope you, like I'm going to do it so you can prove a point. From tomorrow on, everyone that has Venus on IG, Grand Rising Queen, how was your day? I wish you blessings and prosperity in the world. And what's your sign? I'm Cancer too, oh my God. I will sell you a motherfucking dream just so you see how dangerous that shit is, Venus. Come on, Venus. Venus. Come
I
on,
think
man.
he provides balance. Like I said, because you all exist, it would be one thing if it was only him, right? But there's him and then there's you, right? So there's both. I don't think women just need to hear brutal honesty. I don't know if you guys realize this. Women don't respond the best to that type of shit. Like
Why?
that if you think about it, there's a reason women are gravitating toward that, whether you like it or not. That brutally honest shit only gets you so far. It just does. I'm sorry. Women
So this,
are not like men. They don't communicate like men. They don't like being treated like men.
that's
They don't
perfect.
even like the regular honesty.
Yes. So when men are actually lying to women to get what they want, there's nobody should complain. Because if he doesn't get the results, and if he's about results, let's lie to woman.
No,
Derek
it's about
Jackson.
being a man of character and principle and standing on what you stand on, regardless of what a woman
Why?
feels like.
Derek Jackson, he was not a man of character and woman
We
follow him.
know.
Daryl Long was not a man of character and woman follow him. So why should I have character? If you guys
Because
follow
why are
men
you
that are
wait, because why are you comparing yourself to the worst men and not the best men?
because that's the point. I don't treat women that are righteous like shitty women and women that are deceitful. I say that woman is deceitful. I should listen to her. Her opinion shouldn't be as valid as Venus, that is a righteous woman. So why can you do the same?
Well, until we can see that he's not righteous, I think it's fair.
Okay, so you see no red flags about a man that can say nothing bad about women, but as them.
Well, I don't see it the way you do because he has. I think I said it earlier. He didn't say that women don't have problems. His thing is, I don't address women. He's not even talking to us to be selling us any kind of lie. We're not his target audience at all.
Is he aware that y'all listening?
Yeah.
So then he talking to y'all. So like, let me give you an example, right? Let's say I'm in an open platform and I come here and I say, I'm only here to talk to the men, and a bunch of women line up to listen. Now, I might be here to talk to men, but I'm aware that women are here and they're listening. You cannot refute that. And so with that knowledge, if he had did seminars and sent his books and things to men only, I could kind of get with the idea. And I don't think he's actually been disingenuous, to be honest with you. I haven't identified that from him now, but I only spent a little bit of time with him. But let's be reasonable. These women are, oh my gosh, yes, we love this. And I'm just telling you in my experience, whenever women go and talk about what they like from men that don't necessarily have to do nothing for them because they already have a woman, they own a one woman man that y'all love to hear that I only got one woman, I'm dedicated to her, I do everything for her. Y'all love those stories. And I'm not saying his story is not true. I'm saying when those stories are presented, y'all love that. And then we tell the men that y'all disagree with a lot, we say some ain't right. I don't know why that's the case. I'm not saying it's 100% wrong, but we are we are hesitant of it. Y'all come with open arms, and what we're saying is have a little hesitation there because we know when some ain't up. Most times when people getting jugged and tricked, it's because the guy wasn't there to give you the insight. Like, yo, chill, let me handle this. And y'all say the protection of the men not there. So I'm just telling y'all, I'm listening. I don't think he's lying. I don't think he's trying to mislead. I'm just saying, okay, I'm listening. And when they say y'all listen to Derrick Jackson, y'all listen to that, he's right. So if you see a bunch of women in agreement with this stuff, the proof is said when that happens, be hesitant. That's all that is being said. Be hesitant because whenever last time when a bunch of women flocked and gave a man a million views and 1 million subscribers, we know how that turned out. So we're telling you, us as men, we're a little hesitant about that because we kind of know how that works. We're not definitive because it could be true. It could be genuine. And we have to give that possibility like you just did. You said, I'm not writing them off until I see something otherwise. Fine, but hesitation is warranted. And I don't think there should be a lot of pushback on the men that to say have some hesitation.
No, I was actually looking forward to the debate. Like I wanted to see, because if you're right, and you guys were able to debunk his whole position and everybody could watch it, then there could be no more hesitation, right?
Agree. And that's
so the opportunity kind of got snatched away.
Yeah.
But like we were all here for it. Like, okay, let's see then. Let's see if he could really provide substance to everything that he's saying.
And I understand that. And there are only certain men that will be able to extract that type of conversation. There will be moments in the future because he's not going to stop his position. He's going to continue to do what he do. And there will be men, maybe me, maybe somebody else, that will counter these conversations or at least challenge them and go from there. You'll see if you watch the show, I had a lot of pushback. And it's not because I think he's lying at this. It's because I need more information. So I start to try to extract it. And, other people got involved in the conversation. So it wasn't like a one-on-one aspect. But I'm telling you, if you go back and watch the show, you will see the interaction and you'll go, something might be a little up. If not, then you don't. I'm just telling you, I've noticed this with women. If there is a man that is behemoth, I'm here to check a man. I don't worry about women. Y'all flock to that stuff. And I'm telling you, I could do that too. If I could just say
isn't like a and I hope I'm not wrong because I don't watch, but isn't Crimson Cure kind of the same? From what I heard, like a lot of her conversation is directed toward women, right? Correcting women. Is that true? And a lot of men watch it. It doesn't mean that she's not talking to women though, right? People are gonna watch. That doesn't mean anything.
So y'all, if I know somebody's listening, I'm not unaware that they're listening. So regardless of what people say, when you know women are in the room, you act a little different. Like they said in the barbershop, hey, it's a lady in here, chill out. So the information that may be disseminated may be restricted to a degree. Same thing can happen with women. So I'm not saying this is 100% unfounded information, and I'm saying I have a little hesitation. I'm just telling you, if a man have hesitation and he's expressing to the ladies, hey, look, hey, something, I don't know, y'all would do right to pay attention because a lot of these times we have not been wrong. Most of the men coming to y'all have failed y'all. When y'all believe
I'm gonna accept that because it's true. Y'all done said this about Derrick Jackson, and every damn time we end up looking kind of dumb. So I'm still not writing him off, but I agree I'm not gonna be so quick to like accept anybody. Anyone.
And that's what I do. Now, by the way, I like Brownsville. I like having conversations with him. This was the first extended conversation that I had with him. And when I was listening, I'm like, I don't think he's necessarily wrong with some of the things he's saying. I don't know if he thinks it can actually work and can actually be done, or if he knows if he just says this stuff, the type of reactions that will come from it. So I'm still going to give an opportunity to hear him out and learn and listen, right? The way I design the show is open-ended. You can make an assumption about what you think. It's not for me to decide for you. That's what I typically do. I try to operate differently from other people. And so I'm aware of that. And that's why Brownsville, he was here and we was going to have the conversation. Now, sometimes, look, PH Diva told me this ain't my house. And she bulked up. This ain't your hood. Chill out, play. I said, but you in my hood now. So it go a little different over here. And just like when I go over there, it's gonna be a little different when I go over there. The women in this chat are not going crazy saying the craziest things about me. When I went over there, the things that women said, and I ain't even said nothing crazy. It was a little intense. Now I don't mind because I like to go there and ruffle the feathers because I like to crowd in the space of the people that have an issue with me. It's fun for me. So, and plus I like Sharon and that's my homie, and I go over there and rock out with him when I can. And also, it's still a show. It's my job when I go over there to make sure I get the show moving and grooving. Y'all don't just expect me to show up and go, whoa. Y'all want me to get things moving. So I went and do what I do. And it was fun.
It was. I just think it's always interesting when again, I don't have a dog in the fight either way. Oh my God, who the hell is who is that?
So that's what happened. But I hear you, Venus, and this is why this is not a definitive position. This is like, yo, what's going on here? I'm asking the questions. When I'm
gonna take the advice. I just wish that y'all could have had the conversation because I think and you guys debunking him on a video instead of in real time, then you could have easily squashed like if what you say is true. Like, all right, now he can't come back from this. If he's full of shit, it would have been exposed.
I don't think he's a fraud or anything like this. I think he know what he's doing. He's smart enough to go, I know what I'm doing. But he also, the thing about me is, let me say if I'm wrong, right? Maybe what he's doing, because I said earlier, maybe he's aware that these men are spending too much time talking about women. And I'm going to purposely go up there and say, I ain't talking about women. I'm here to talk to men. And that shouldn't bother men. And he's not wrong. So I'm watching his tactics and I'm trying to decipher the angles and whatnot. I'm not saying he's wrong. I'm saying I'm watching. I see what you're doing. Okay, this part is something up with that. It's inconsistent. But if his strategy is, I am literally here to make sure I only talk about men, to show the women and show other men, that pisses them off when I just talk about men. It shouldn't. And that is a possibility. So when I'm checking my blind spots and checking my bias and what I'm thinking, I'm going through that process. So I'm here to extract information and then examine, not to just go on a full, because I haven't had enough interaction with him to go off the cliff. But I knew when we saw Derek Jackson, we had enough. We had enough and we wasn't wrong. And I don't necessarily think he's that, but I'm hearing people say he's a panderer. So I had to go and find out if that's what people think about him. I don't know. I only spent a little bit of time with him. So when
most of the men don't like him from what I can see. Most of them.
I have absolutely no problems with him. I like Brownsville.
And we have all the reason to do so because we are kind of protecting you guys from yourselves. A woman that listens at Brownsville talk and she doesn't have a tremendous amount of red flags, she is either naive or she's obtuse on purpose. There's no in between. It talks like the guys that broke your heart. It talks like the guys that pump and dump you. It talks like the guys that sell you a dream and then left you because for no reason. And the fact that you guys don't see no red flags about it and you say, oh, everybody, it is like, it's crazy. We knew Derek Jackson was way before he was exposed. Everybody was saying this man talks like a scammer. It talks like the guy that will sell you a dream to get your last penny. So the fact that you as a woman, that there'll probably be thousands of men that approach you since you are 16 until 30, and you still don't have the discernment to say, this man is a charlatan. This man is selling like a oil sales, whatever the name of that shit is. The fact that you don't have the tools to do it, and women are like, what the fuck? Venus is incredible. It's incredible, and it's disappointing because a lot of us think you guys just don't have the tools to diagnose these men. People that align with Brownsville prove that you guys do that shit on purpose. Because you see the same things that we are seeing, you just choose to follow along to get along because he's saying things that makes you feel good. So that's the disappointment on men usually is.
What if he's saying things we genuinely agree with?
So two things can be true, and this is why I like having conversation with Venus, because she's aware enough to know if she don't answer it that particular way, she'll be identified as probably not being genuine. And so she's like, her awareness is really up there. So for me, Venus, do you agree that what Brownsville is doing, not that it's wrong, there are a good amount of women that are enjoying it because they
Of course.
You see what I'm saying?
Of
And
course.
so that's where I have like, okay, y'all see, but two things can be true. It still might be how they feel, but you know, and my hesitation is
Because think about it, the reason a lot of men might enjoy certain like red pill or
100%,
whatever is because it's
100%.
all kind of like confirmational bias, in my opinion, right? On either side. Like someone is saying the things that you think, so you feel validated, right?
Yes.
That happens to all of us.
And they,
I guess I don't see why it's like
and they need to be called out to. We like the men that are setting other men dreams and saying men have to fuck 50 women before they get married. Men have to, like we actually call them out too. Venus, let me ask you something. Do you understand the concept of pick-me's? And do you understand there's a lot of women on this place pretending that they have this righteous woman while they actually just want man money, validation, and views? Do you believe that?
oh yeah, for sure.
So you see what I'm, Venus, you have a lot of, like you are very astute when people are selling you bullshit on the other side, right? You know this woman, you are a woman, you know this woman come here with a low crop top showing her boobies and showing their waists and sexualizing themselves and telling what men want to wear for money, clout, views, and whatever. But when I flip it on the other side and I said, be careful with people with Brownsville. They sell you a dream and they will never go against women and they always align with what women say. He has a right to his opinion. I kind of believe that he's honest. Why?
No, I can't say that. Yeah, when you put it that way, you're right. Because to women, if there's a woman who every single thing that comes out of her mouth is the complete opposite of what a woman thinks consistently, every single word is what a man wants to hear, we kind of know that she's full of shit.
Yes,
So
and
I
that's
mean, yeah,
Brownsville.
I
He's
have to
the
concede.
male
Yeah,
pick me. We
yeah, I have to
literally
concede.
call just pearly things. Melanie King, Six the Goddess. Even the Danica Marie girl is, even though I agree with her, she sexualizes herself like crazy. We actually go to these women, even though they are on our side, and we kind of say, that gives us, what was the girl name? The white girl that put false accusations on him that came on my show? The white girl.
Luna,
Luna.
right?
I like we man, that's kind of like that's too good to be true. We literally are checking these women. We have no incentive. We could ride along to get along. See, you see this woman, she says exactly what to hear, meaning that you guys are wrong. But we are checking them and we say that's not genuine. It has to be genuine, right? So on the other side, Brownsville is a male pick me. He's a male pick me.
One moment. Let me catch up on these super
But he's
chats.
married, so I don't know if he can
And I
be-
want to ask Venus a question. So let me just catch up on this super chat. The sophisticated jerk says, I'm here to cyberstalk Drizzle Jack. Let him know how. Don't bother Jack, okay? Love C says, this is not a male space or a red pill. Try again. Yes, it's definitely my area is not, although people would like to push me in that box. Shout out to OO says, I agree, AO. I love the company of lovely women. That's a particular type of women we're talking about there. Even if online their presence is wanted and appreciated. Salute to the D-disciplined brothers. Yeah, it's not a lot of them, though. Troll Lord Treesh, here you go. Says, Aaron O doesn't care if women go to the barbershop loitering around because he don't go himself. Can't afford it. So help a brother out, troll man, okay? The super mayor is in the building, says, the dude Princella said, yo, chill. Chill. The dude Princella said some profound things. And then she groomed another woman and did the candle work on her with the book club. And you know what? I don't want to dive into that because we went. Natasha Vincent. Hello, Natasha. How are you, love? Says, if men only combo is needed, then consider camera mandatory meetings in a small group behind a paywall membership. Insert plug for Anton's Bag Chaser Discord, in which is a part of his Patreon. Make sure y'all sign up to Anton Daniels Patreon and make sure y'all join the Discord, okay? Good idea to do that. Now, Mr. Jack says, hey, you know, Super Mayor is the op. always and forever. She is no. I like Super Mary, not the op, because I was in there. I was getting jumped, and then I was getting attacked, and Super Mary was not having that. So I don't know.
Superman be coming through.
Like I don't like it be holding it down. Okay, Natasha says also for the water.
Gang.
yes, very much. I need that. Because I didn't drink so many bottles. I don't even know how many times I might have to sneak to the bathroom at this point. Natasha Vincent also said 5 more members. 1, 2, 3. How many after 4? 5 more members.
Gang.
Miss Deb is in the building, says Red Pill spends the most on super chats when women are on the panel. Is that true, Miss Deb?
Yeah, he's a weirdo. Why do you think we have a problem now?
No, it's just like when
the reason we have an issue now is because I didn't know who this maniac was. But he's
like
taking up an obsession with me. So now he has my attention with his fucking lisp, stuttering, slow to speak, slow brain, neurons not working, the spine don't connect to the brain, right side of the brain don't fucking work, retarded ass nigga. Like, oh my God.
You cannot let that man get you upset, all right?
He's a senior citizen. He needs an AARP card.
Okay. Jack says, Fatty, I'm a one-sided beef with Super Mare, sir. Dang, it's one-sided, Fatty. Stay out of it.
Good luck.
Super Mare says, Jack Otis and Invisible Person says, and Soft Man are the ops. Yeah, well, you know, these are invisible people around here. Lord Treach Man says, Fatty, you'll never get a straight up answer from E, the man. He is the man. He pushes men to be stepfathers, which we know is the most terrible ideas in the world. I've never heard him push men to be stepfathers. Pushed it? I haven't heard that. He said you should do what's best for you and what works for you. Maybe I missed something. Okay. Superman says, not you, Jack. All right, I guess it's up. I added that it's up part, Jack, because you've been hyping it up. Okay. Jack comes back and says, this your queen, Fatty. This woman is low-key eval. Dang, which woman he talking about? I'm concerned now. Jack says, oh, yeah, shout out to the sophisticated jerk for the cyberstalk gang. Yeah, don't do no cyberstalking over here, okay? Supermare is a troll in the quintessential. Oh, Lord, I can't say this word.
Quintessential.
Yeah, I could say quintessential. I was talking about the next word. I didn't want to say that one.
Oh, no, that's not nice, Jack. We like her.
Yeah. Come on, Jack, you got to chill. We can't do the Supermare like that. You can't do that, okay? E-Man, no offense. I seen your wife. Do she got a sister?
That's
y'all out here be trying to see y'all say what y'all want. Y'all still trying to get in the door. Either man is the man, okay? 3, 5. What is 3/5?
Let me read it. Please, can I read it?
Go ahead.
It says 3/5 of Venus's face is her forehead and double chins. Now, I want everyone to look at the photo next to the person who sent that. Just look at that.
I don't think that's a real photo.
Damn, what I do?
I don't think it's a real photo. I don't know. Superman says a lot of these men are soft, but I'm going to be on you bad built skeezers too. Smoke have no gender to me. Anyone can get it. I ain't worried about nothing. I ain't worried about Superman. All right. Jack comes back, says Venus is correct. Brownsville is a good man. Maybe. I like Brownsville. I have not seen no reason to not like him so far. Venus, shout out to Big Draw, says Venus, do women deserve the same preferential chivalrous treatment that they got before they were deemed equal?
Yes.
Deserve? I don't know, because I think Red Pill already said something about this deserve thing. Okay. Jack says, credit for Venus, princess. I got to go, but I hope you stay. Venus, they love you around here. I don't know what you done to this man. Okay. He been every chance he get, he come for Venus. Okay. Jack says black women will listen to black men about ponderers when black men start listening to black women about the dangers of dealing with the white women. Just saying. You thinking about the European beauty standard with that one, sir, okay? And we're not going to get into that because that got us in trouble last time, okay? Jack says, anybody who disagrees with Brownsville might like the rainbow. Skittles? I've seen a lot of people. They sell a lot of candy. Okay, Jack says Venus is the truth. We don't talk about that invisible thing out of respect. Everyone makes mistakes and trust in wrong panderers. Don't hold that against her. Well, we just giving the perspective. JM says, for the water fund, salute AO in the panel. Shout out to Jay. Appreciate you, brother. Thank you for contributing to the water fund, all right? Because I done drank about 5 bottles messing with Fatty and all y'all crazy people today. Either man, back and forth. Jack says, dang, Venus, why you do the red pill like that? Zam. Yeah. Red pill is Red Pill is swinging in the back. If y'all want to know, he's just going like that. He's struggling. So I wanted to ask Venus a question about what about Brownsville message does she agree to? And because half the time he was just reciting something that he's used to saying. So I wasn't able to establish the full message. When he came on, he kind of gave the origin of why he's acting the way he acts, why he does some of the reasons he does. But when you get further details and information, I'm not sure what the women are actually so in love with. So I was trying to extract that from Venus, but she disappeared.
He takes accountability out of woman, and they love that shit. And he has woman best interest in mind when he actually sending. Oh, she's here. Did you hear the question, Venus?
No, because I was reading the red pill talking about his wife in the back.
So what does on not gray pill? God damn it! Shout out to gray pill. What does on Brownsville like rhetoric? What is the top? Like what does the message that resounds with you? Like what are the talking points that you're like, God damn, he actually has a point, other than it's man's fault. Let's take that off the way because I know you like. Let's take that off the way. Other than that, what do you actually like on his message?
I'm not familiar with most of his message. Just from what I heard, I agree when he said the way that men even, because all of it is internet based, right? We're not in each other's life for real. So I agree with what he said. He said the men make it their business to disrespect and try to trigger the women just so they can have like a punching bag, so they can project their hatred toward women on whatever woman they have access to, so they can just beat down on women. So he's not wrong. It's a fact.
So basically, it's men's fault. Other than that, because that was my question. Other than it's men's fault, it's men's responsibility. Men do this and men do that. What are the messages? Like, give me one message other than like literally shading on men that you actually like. You support. You actually like one. It's just one.
Again, I don't know much. That's all I don't have time to watch all of these shows, believe it or not. I'll be in and out, so I don't know every single.
Doesn't that prove what we're talking about? That you guys just align with people. If they shit on men, you guys go ahead and jump on that shit, even though you know nothing about their message, what they spound. You don't agree with nothing. You don't know nothing. But if you're shitting on men, let me go there and do like I actually like him. Doesn't that prove the point?
No, because it's not what. When someone's telling the truth, why are we calling that shitting on men? He's telling the truth.
But
he didn't lie.
You don't know no policy. You don't know no measurement. You don't know no advice. You don't know nothing about his rhetoric. You just know that he starts with women and he spits on men.
He wants to uplift the women and he wants to lead by example by showing men how to address women.
That's fair, but that's fair. That's fair, but that's not the policy, right? And now that we got out of that, you don't know. Actually, no, it's like, you know what the populist.
Most of the people.
No, I got you.
Most of the people here don't have a policy, Fatty. What are we talking about?
No. You know what the populist is, Venus? A populist is usually a politician that tell people what they want. These people are corrupt. We should take them away from the government. Yeah, they are polluting our waters. Yeah, but then when you actually say, "Hey, bro, what is your policies to address these issues and make sure that you solve them?" They have nothing, because they are appealing to people's emotions. They are appealing to the people. Like Donald Trump is a good example, right? Is a protest vote to the people that were in power for I don't know how many years. These people are actually the biggest charlatans, because they are going to appeal to your emotions. They are going to tell you what you want to hear, aka Derek Jackson, so they can get your vote, your pocket, and all that.
Opposed to what though? So opposed to people telling you leave baby mamas to die alone.
So
I want to go.
one
Hold
second.
on. Hold on. I
Mhm.
want to go 50-50. Leave baby mamas to die alone. Most of the black women are unmarriageable. Go your own way. Like, let's be honest. What are you comparing him to? Because the other part don't sound better. So if you're gonna hold him to a standard of having a quote unquote solution or policy, what are the other people saying?
And that's literally the definition of a populist. I know what I don't like. I will vote him because he's against the people that I don't like, but I have no idea what the motherfucker stands for. That's the definition of a populist.
Well, let me
No, I
ask
asked you a question.
Well,
Go ahead, Aaron.
Well, I want to make sure I understand. So, Brownsville, when I had the conversation with him, he believes that men should defer or have a level of deference to women, right? So he gave an example in the sense of when he played basketball against a woman, he let her win, and she was ecstatic about it. Do you recommend that if women wanted to play against a guy or compete against him, that he just let her win? Do you recommend that as well?
I mean, if it's not professional level, sure, why not? Because professional level is like she's training for something that matters. But
I get it. So that is what you recommend men to do. If women like, let's play one-on-one, you are recommending to men to let women win.
Yeah.
Okay. Now, in conversations, debates that we're not professional debaters, you are recommending that men let women win.
No. I'm recommending that men know how to do it without inserting disrespect and ad hominems when they can. What we've seen a pattern of is that in these conversations, it gets to a point where somebody can no longer prove their point. And that's when the disrespect starts, because it's really a deflection tactic.
There's literally
So
what
they'll
Brown
start calling names, saying all type of disrespectful stuff. The other men will start piling on. That's what I'm saying. He didn't say anything that wasn't a lie. That was a lie. We've seen it.
That's literally what Brownsville does. When he doesn't get the way out, he starts to deflecting and he calls people gays and say that they like that's literally what he does. You shouldn't like him if that's the case, because he does that shit all the time. He will say black woman is gone, queens, and when you put him in the corner and you ask him, should good woman have the same treatment as bad woman? You know, we should respect all women.
Yes. No, he said yes. He said yes to you.
No, he said
he
no.
Yes.
No, but listen, Venus, do you agree with him?
In certain contexts, yes.
Let's be overall. Do you believe that a bad woman should be treated the same way by men as good woman that are actually doing good?
In what way?
Example.
So wait, let me explain.
I got you.
No, let me explain.
I got you, Venus.
Let me explain why I have to say that, because there's basic level. I'm gonna hold the door when I see a woman, and then there's I'm gonna go out of my way and give you time, attention, and all these other things you mentioned earlier. So what do you mean?
Let's go with the second one. I believe that you should be chivalrous, just because if you're somebody, I do that for Aaron too. If Aaron is walking out the door and I see him kind of sprinting, I say, hey, bro, go ahead, you got this. Right? I believe that people should be nice to each other. But you are telling me, what is your opinion? If I have person number A, they care about me, they check on me, they cook for me, they clean for me, they actually give back. They know what to do. They treat me with respect and honesty and care. And I have this woman doesn't reply to my message, doesn't do nothing for me. Always time she contact me, she wants to get. It's like she's a bad person. She's not a person that has my best interest in heart.
No,
do you think men? Do you think men should treat the good woman the same way that they treat the bad woman?
No.
Why?
Why I would make the same argument for people, no matter the gender.
So,
if there's a person who's treating you well, and compared to a person who's being a parasite, then of course I'm gonna say no, they don't deserve the same treatment. However, wait. His issue, because he uses this word a lot, is the disrespect, right? I wouldn't say you have to disrespect the person.
Yes.
You can just not deal with them.
Do you think some women deserve the respect? For example, a woman that puts false accusations on men, a woman that have kids by a man and pretend and do paternity fraud, a woman that actually is cheating on a man. Do you believe that some woman deserves to be disrespected?
Sure, but who on the panel is doing that?
Venus,
to the other person on the panel.
Venus, we're literally talking about this woman. We do shows about this woman. We are not saying this righteous woman deserves such and such. We are literally doing what you are doing. Separate bad woman for a good woman. I'm not ever going to do about Love C because Love C doesn't act crazy. But if Fantasy Island Girl, with all due respect, right?
Hold on, let me make sure. Jack, is that right? Jack?
Yeah, I got a little bit more time. I thought I'd stop by.
Okay.
Right? Like if she behaves the way she behaves, I'm going to target her in a way that I don't target good woman because I make a distinction. This certain woman deserves.
Leave fantasy alone.
Let's leave fantasy alone. Let's put Flora on it. If Flora doesn't deserve the same love as Love C,
Aaron didn't care about that.
Point period. No, but it's not about caring. It's point period. I give rewards to people that treat us right, and I actually punish people that treat us wrong. What is the problem?
So here's the problem. You have a hard time separating yourself from everybody else. The conversation ain't about what Fatty does.
Most people.
Hold on. It's about the men in the space in general, not just you.
Fair.
So we're going to take it off of you and what you do, right?
There's a fair point. I concede to that.
I got you quickly. I think that's why Fatty asked for names, because he's like, I want to check those guys.
Yes.
If they're being so inconsistent or wrong about these things, I need to know who these guys are, because I'm supposed to be checking them or calling this out if it's true. I think that's probably one of the reasons why he asked for names. Also, he messy, so that's the second reason. But I'm just saying it's within reason, because when you say it's not about him, then it gives credence to his question. Well, which guys? So I can make reference.
Yes.
He's really good at what he does. You guys might not know.
And even we talking.
No, he's not, because we're not gonna play dumb. We all have watched Fight Club. We've watched Aaron O. We've watched Team Fatty. We've watched all these other shows, right?
Yes.
We've watched Jay Prince. We've seen men get disrespectful for no fucking reason. So we're not going to pretend that the men are only disrespectful to the women who are committing paternity fraud. That's bullshit.
Venus, that's perfect. Do you see me disrespect Sharon? Do you see me disrespect Jay Prince? Do you see me disrespect Daryl? Do you see me disrespect Tez? Do you see me disrespect Work Class? Do you see me? I could give you 10 other men. Like,
again, this is not about Fatty. This is not about Fatty. Like this, again.
No, Venus. You put my name in the middle of channels. You put my name in the middle of channels that do like kind of not target woman, but talk shit about woman. I don't talk shit about good woman the same way I'm not talk shit about good men. Straight up. The metric is not woman and man. The metric is this a good man or a bad man? Is this a good woman or a bad woman? If you're a good woman, I have nothing to say about you. If you're a shitty woman, you are going to get it just like a shitty man would.
And that is the problem. Women and men are not the same. This is where I agree with him. For you to even introduce men into the conversation, you're missing the point. His whole point is you're treating women like they're men.
Isn't that what they fought for? To be treated like equals? Sorry, Aaron.
That's why there's a lot of confusion. So, but men and women are not the same. So, what is the difference of treatment that should be performed? Like, what treatment should men get and women don't? What treatment is that you're requesting?
First and foremost, you don't have to disrespect anybody just because you disagree with them, right? That's just on all of us, right?
Mm-hmm.
But I'm one of the women who has enough courage to come on the panel, because most women don't even come on the panel. And I don't know if you guys understand how you look from the outside. So let me tell you, when you disagree with one of you, right? Mm-hmm. 7 of you will start speaking all at once, talking over, interrupting, making disrespectful comments to distract from the whole conversation. And you do it all the time. So other women see that and go, well, why would I walk into that what's the point? And then they'll say,
I literally just said this earlier. My bad.
This is how men talk, right? So if you can, when it's convenient, y'all know how to say this is how men talk, then why don't you understand this is not a man you're talking to?
Because there's a fallacy.
Angry man nephew, stop it. I still want to answer to my question. This is me. I don't get easily dodged. What is the difference of treatment from men versus women that has been requested? What's the difference?
First of all the overly sexual stuff, right? Like saying just vulgar, sexually exploitive stuff to women in conversation like it's normal.
Like you guys did on Demon Time, like you did on Britney show, like you did on Tana's show, like you do on Ray Midnight show, being vulgar with your shit and making sexual remarks.
Hold on, Fatty. She's got to elaborate because men don't talk sexual to other men. So I need some clarification about what she means by that.
No, men do. Like y'all will say almost any and everything amongst each other, right? But then when women come on the even you, Fatty, you'll have a conversation with a woman and you'll be like, well, if I F you, like you'll just say that shit.
It's my English. Is how I was learned to talk. Ali says that all the time. You should actually take, if I made love with you, is literally the same thing. It's just the tone. I'm
a
using
woman and I'm telling you, you see, no, it's not. That's the reason Ali told me. No, it's not.
I agree. I agree. Ali literally told me, Ferry, the way that you communicate, Doris told me the same thing, is literal, is fuck, because in my head is the same word. But if I made love with you, would that be better, Venus?
And you say stuff like, well, what's the difference? Instead of F your vagina, I F your mouth. That's how you talk to people.
I already conceded. I literally conceded. I'm sorry, Aaron, because I know you have a question. I literally conceded. You are right. Is the tone. I should say fellatio. I should say when I put my penis inside
this
the like whatever.
PG-13. PG-13.
Venus, I concede. This is the way I talk.
Okay, so that was one example, right? Also, asking super personal questions could be another. Well,
don't they do that to us? Don't they ask Fatty, do you get woman? Are you an incel? When was the last time you fuck woman? Hey, how tall are you, Fatty? How long is your dick, Fatty? Hey, Fatty, would you fly out these women?
Hey, whoa,
Fatty,
who said that?
Fatty, I don't want to go to war with you, but we gotta let the woman speak before we rebut her.
Yes,
all right? That's the constant thing that we keep hearing, right? It's like let her get out the spot so we can actually know where she's coming from, and then we can have a full on. We don't have to attack every one of her points.
So Jack,
I ask her a question about what it is that she wants, what treatment. Let her get it out, and then afterwards, drill her off. I mean, don't go too bad because she's Venus and all, but
you are right.
I get it, but I do want to hear what she has to say, because if we get too far on any one point, it gets really hard to get back to it, and we forget that we asked her a question, and we're like, damn, what was that original question? That was a good question that we wanted to hear. It's like, don't get too far.
We get it, Jack.
You know what, Jack? I actually concede, but she's not going to fuck your retarded ass. So shut the fuck up.
Oh my
Go ahead,
God.
Venus, you got this. Go ahead, Venus.
I'm only Mr. Retarded on Sundays. All right, Fatty. Oh no, Fatty. If you want war, we can go to war, but I don't really want war.
Let the Queen talk. Queen, please go ahead.
I ain't never called a female in my life a fucking queen. Only as what is it? Ironic satire.
Feelings, let the Queen Venus talk, please. We want to hear what you has to talk about. Go ahead, Venus. You got this.
Oh man. Okay.
Oh, damn, Fatty. You too? I gotta go after you too? God damn, Fatty. I thought we were good. All right.
Yeah, spend the 50 ball.
Okay, look, it's just it really is just I understand men communicate differently than women, so I try to give some leeway. In fact, let me tell you, I have noticed over the last 6 months you've been doing a lot better. I'm not gonna lie, but there was a point where it was very hostile around here for women to be in the conversations, and it would kind of feel like a setup. Like we want women to come, but as soon as women come, it's an opportunity to try to embarrass or disrespect or degrade the women, and it would look like a bunch of little children all jumping in on the fun. Like this is how men were behaving. And so the women can see that.
I know.
So that's why my point is when he says what he says, he's not lying.
No, but just because he's not woman friendly. Go ahead. I'm sorry.
I'm just wondering. It's not gonna happen because.
No, you are right. You're right.
I was answering it. I said being too sexually vulgar. And to Fatty's point, I think how can I say it? I think there are certain circumstances in which it's okay if you see both parties are willing participant, just like in real life.
If he stands on the right environment and you like him enough, all those vulgar things that he says, you are going to take it, because I saw month after month after month, starting on the demon tribe shit. If this the right guy comes with sexual innuendos, your panties get wet and you guys keep going. Motherfucking Lexi was literally on the panel saying, I have a butt plug in my ass, and everybody was laughing about that shit. Like, come on.
And he meant it.
Whoa,
That's
whoa,
what I'm
Lexi,
talking about.
Lexi?
Wait,
Wait,
listen,
Lexi, Lexi?
wait, listen, Fatty. This the part.
Nah.
Wait, this the part you're missing, Fatty. There is a. I was never on Demon Tribe, so I don't know, but I believe you. I seen Lexi, but there is a slight difference, right? Like, just sometimes the way you say things could really make all the difference.
I agree,
right? Because you reference sexual innuendos is very different than somebody saying "I'll f your mouth," right?
Yes.
So
I know.
there's a way, you know what I'm saying, if you want to kind of communicate with women where you could kind of get away with it, but it also is about tact.
I know.
So I wouldn't say it's just because of the man, it's also like how it's done. You know what I'm saying?
Yeah, but did you answer Aaron's question?
Yeah, I'm trying. I'm saying like the overly vulgar sexual talk, the dog piling, right? Where you're having a debate with one man and then 6 of them want to keep constantly jumping in. I don't understand that dumb shit. I don't get it, but that's what they do. The personal, super personal questions. Like once you can tell somebody may not like, I think it's inappropriate to even ask a woman her body count or when the last time she had sex. Like I gotta remember, this is the internet. Like y'all be asking a lot of personal shit. I'm just telling y'all the truth why women don't be coming up.
Oh, I know. I hear that part, but that wasn't my question. So I'm going to readjust it. So what I heard you say is not difference of treatment. It's actually to give the same treatment because the men don't do those things about innuendos about sex to men. They don't. They don't want to talk about men with that. So you're actually not asking for a difference of separate. You want the same. Don't say nothing like that like you do with the men. And then the other part, it's not different. It's you just don't like it. So I know you didn't mean to do that because you want to just talk about what is not likable and why women don't respond to it. But it has nothing to do with why women should be the difference of treatment for men and women. It's just not the difference because men don't do that to men and then do it to women. All right, so I don't want to get caught up on that too much. I hear what you're saying.
Thank you, Aaron. Thank you, Aaron. I just want to say, Fatty, we're not beefing. I got too many beefs going on at this time. I actually have to go. I appreciate you guys for letting me up. Fatty, we're good. I was just fucking with you. But
Why, Jack is my boyfriend, Fatty. Be nice to him.
whoa, hold on. We're not doing both.
You asked to leave, it's too late. You gotta go. You asked for this. So the 7-on-2 attacking the women, 100% agreed. They say something is because every guy wants the opportunity to show his skill or his technique, and I get that. No disagreement there. But I do think that the women that do come up and want to have a conversation is not looking to say, "Oh, I see where you're coming from." That perspective. Well, I look at it a different way. They don't speak like that to men. They go, "You don't know what women feel. You don't know how they think." They are pretty much combative. It's not an actual conversation that they're willing kind of to build out. Can we at least be honest with that? They're not coming up here to do
that. Maybe not all the time. Sure.
By the way, Venus, you see the ladies first show multiple times, right? What do you think about women for no reason going at men like crazy? Aaron was a victim of it. Ricky, me, like, what do you think about that? When you invite women, you are being extra nice to them, and for every reason they start calling you incel. You don't do this. Do you have kids? Do you have a woman? Like, what do you think about that?
I'm not gonna lie, you guys are kind of internet famous a little bit. So just because you don't know these women, don't mean they don't know you, right? Doesn't mean they haven't watched you or on different shows for months and months, and they already come to the table with a preconceived notion about what they think you're gonna do, and so they act out of defense.
Women on the ladies first don't know nobody. They are as close, as blinded as possible. They have no idea what they're getting into, and they still.
I seen one lady on your show, and at some point she literally said, "No, because I've seen these men and how they treat women." She went on a whole tangent, and I remember I think I was there, and I was like, "Oh, so you came here because you already had an idea in your mind about what the men were going to do." And I defended y'all. I said, and nobody on the panel did that. But because she's seen it before, she comes there already expecting you guys are going to do it. So she's defensive now.
So there's one woman in 193 What's the issues for the other 100 that are hostile for no reason, just because you say a woman should be submissive?
Yeah, I'm not sure. Well, no, actually, that word in itself is a trigger. Women don't like to be told to be submissive.
Okay. So if a man is told to have deference, do you understand submission is used in that definition?
Mm-hmm.
So men should be okay with being told they should have submission towards women, but the reverse around for the leaders, that they shouldn't be cool with that.
Well, that's why you're the leader, right?
and this what I'm saying.
Heavy is the head. Okay.
I see, as long as heavy as the head get, like for example, right? This is not an apples to apples comparison. The male line that runs the what do they call it? The pride.
The pride, yeah.
He get to eat the biggest piece of meat. So as long as I'm getting the vast majority of things, fine, I will be heavy as the head that wears the crown. The problem, though, is what I'm hearing is guys up here saying, Queens, listen, Queen, the man should do the majority of everything, and you should be able to live lavish in what he provides, and he should be humble enough to take the small piece of meat while his queen get the big piece of meat. This is what they
I don't think that's the idea.
Okay, so are you telling me when men are telling women to take a deal in which men get more than they do? So let me give it. I'll repeat it to give you time to think of an answer. For example, I don't hear a man telling women, hey, look here, the man is going to do the majority of the work. He's taking the burden. He's doing all these things. So he should get more than you. I don't hear men saying that to women. Do you hear that?
Well, no, they don't really say who should get more regardless.
See, and that's the problem, because if women were told, yeah, a man's going to get more than you because he's doing more, y'all would have a problem with that.
Yes.
So why should they do more unless they get more? Because you'll get a man to come up here and say, Queens, a real man, and this is what bothers other men, a real man would do all these things and not even complain that you got more, that your car faster than his, and you got the newer car, and you get the big room in the house, and a real man would just take a little bit, and because he a man, he a real. This is the.
I don't know. I didn't hear that before. That meant that you should get the bigger plate, bigger room. No, I haven't.
I'm using just simple.
He's using an example
of how these men are coming across. They're not telling women, yo, when you do more, you get more. In real life, when you do more, you get more typically. So if a man's gonna sign up to do more, take the burdens off of these women, do more, do what a man should do. All right, I want more than she get too. Oh no, real.
Wait, in terms of what? Like, what do you want? What do you want?
No.
No, I'm saying, I'm asking you though, because I understand when you do more, you get more. Like the more the man does, the more he is supposed to get out of the woman. That's how that's supposed to go. So what are you saying you want more of? Because you keep like comparing it to tangible stuff. So I'm not following.
I'm trying to get you to hear that. Forget what specifically it is. Men are not telling the women that that's going to occur. They're not having that. Oh yeah, he gonna get more. They leaving that part out. They like.
I guess can you give me an example? I don't know what you mean by you're gonna get more. Get more of what though?
Okay, so more respecting you. So I am more respected than you. Is that fair? No,
why?
Why? Why? Because I do more. Like, okay, for example.
Well, then, yeah, no, it's true, right? Because the kids will probably respect the dad more. This is natural. The kids will respect the dad more. The mom got to speak 20 times. The father just got to come give them a look. That's what will naturally happen.
No.
Other men will respect the man more than he will respect the women. That's going to happen anyway.
I'm not talking about what naturally happens, because that don't naturally happen anyway. Women step on good men and men that are too kind all the time, and they tell you, I don't want to step all over you because you're a little too nice for me. Many men have echoed those sentiments for a reason. What I am saying that women say they want all of the information to make the best decision. These men are not saying, well, he gonna be more respected than you, because then they saying, oh no, they partners. You equally respect her as your intellectual and all these things. All I'm saying is reasonably. Do you not find that problematic to ask men to do more and they don't get more? And I'm giving you one example of respect. I'm talking more of pretty much everything. And you take the little, you take the less. If it's 50, I want 55 and you get 45. 45% respect, 45% say so, and going down the line. Y'all don't want
I
this.
wouldn't, yeah, I don't mind.
So you don't mind. So what I've heard women say is, I'm gonna bring my own money then, so I can have a bit more say so and things like this, etc., etc. I'm just saying when these men are not giving the added thing to the examples of what the expectation for men to receive, and they only talking about what women should get, is problematic. And then do they know if men want those things that they saying men get? You get this from a woman. Does men do men want that? So I just think the information is not as complete as it should be. And I also don't think women are accepting of that. You might say you are. I think you believe you are just as intelligent as most men. I'm not gonna say
I think I'm smarter than some of them, actually.
Okay. So if you smarter than the man, does he if he's still doing more like you asked, he still get 55% like of respect, and why you get 45, even if you're smarter?
I wouldn't be with a man I feel smarter than.
Thank you. So why would a man? So a man should be with a woman that's dumber than him. That's what you're saying, right?
Yeah.
For your statement, so yes, right? Okay.
Yeah.
All right. So okay. I can't do this, man.
No, because I'm telling you the nature of women. Most women don't respect men that they feel like they're smarter than. I just not
That's
happen.
my profound statement. Okay. I've been telling everybody, look, if a woman don't think you smarter than her, by default, you're dumb. I'm sorry. Yeah, you're out of the runnings, buddy. That's what I've said. You don't really hear nobody else saying it that way. And I'm just telling you, when guys hear this stuff, they're like, that don't sound like a good deal to me.
Aaron, let me ask one question two questions, right? Before I leave.
Wait. Before you ask your 2 questions, let me read these super chats that come in, because when you say something, I might get in trouble. I don't know what to expect, okay? Jack says, I will try and balance. If there's a villain, I'll be the devil's advocate. If it's against women, I'll be the male feminist. Super simp, I am the Lorax. I don't even know what that is. I speak for the trees, fleas, and busted bees. Yo. Okay, I hear a rapper now. Gville says, Fatty asks if I'm on NY. What does that mean? On my way? I have no idea what that means. I can't even tell if Fatty was responding to that. AO says, chill, Fatty. Got real ops out here, men and women. Now, what's the ops, okay? Just for my 4 cents says, talking sexual is okay as long as they like the guy, which was Venus essentially leading to, as long as it's mutual, which we don't really know how to determine that. Harrison says, she still hasn't answered AO's question. We know that, and that's why I moved on past that. Because
I don't understand when you say, honestly, the more, like, how do you get more respect? And like, I try to understand it the best I could. I don't.
That wasn't the question about respect. GB Gilville says, I'm trying to wild out in y'all chicks' DMs. Stay out their DMs. That's how you get in trouble. Okay, Jack says, drop Fatty. He don't roll his R's enough. Fatty, you can't roll your R's?
No, I have a problem with the H's, but the R's are okay.
Yeah, I think, your H's is wild, okay? Pound Venus. It said Pound Venus, so that's why I said it. Okay.
Hashtag Venus. Hashtag.
That is a pound song, okay? JJ Carver says, a wise man once said, a man who goes to bed with an itchy booty wakes up with a smelly finger. Go wash y'all behind. Why is you talking about people not showering, my friend? What is going on?
And booties. You see what I'm saying? Like, what's wrong with y'all?
Wow.
It should be gluteus maximus.
Oh God, here you go with the sarcasm now.
I'm being sarcastic because if there's the toe, we're going to go scientific. Go ahead.
Absolutely, yes.
Ask Venus if I'm one of the men dragging B-dubs.
Every day, yes.
Cool. Okay, Fatty, go ahead.
So the 2 questions is, do you think men should call woman queens by default, just as a greeting? Hey queen, do you see that as a positive or as a negative? You have to say, choose one.
Should no. Do I see it as a positive? I'm kind of indifferent about it. I don't.
So you don't have no opinion, like it's not something that you.
I don't. Okay. I don't need it, but I don't see a problem either.
Okay, that's fair. Last question. You are in the forest. You either have to stay with the man or with the bear. Which one are you picking?
What kind of question?
That's the question that is being
We're
around,
hearing
right?
about the bear and the man. I don't understand why I would pick a wild animal that would eat me. Like, I don't get it.
Okay.
There's no guarantee a bear would eat you.
Okay.
Yes, it is.
No, it's not.
No, I really can you help me understand I've been hearing that. What is the significance of that?
Is the man can rape you, the man can do bad things to you, so they'd rather be with the bear because there's a lot of violent men out there.
Oh, okay.
The large majority of men are not violent.
And can I retract one thing? Because I don't. Okay, when you said should men date women that are dumber? I don't really like that phrasing. I think men have. Let's be honest, because Aaron, you said it. You think men are better than women. You think men are smarter than women, right? This is where you stand.
No,
I thought I heard you say that.
No, I think the numbers show the disparities are not that far apart. Men are slightly more intelligent than women, but it is on a person-to-person basis. I've met plenty dumb guys where I go, yeah, she way smarter than you. So that it's not like a bounce of probabilities. Do I think that what is requested, that the statements in which women do is outlandish, and they don't have the capabilities to do what they're asking men to do, and they don't have the reverence for men to do these things? Yeah, all that stuff is problematic. But I would say that no, I don't think that by default men are just smarter than women. But I do, listening to what women say, you're a man, right? You're a man, right? Indicating that the man is supposed to be better or do better or know better, etc., is their own experience of saying that men are smarter than them. I'm going by what I understand and what they say. So I don't default to that. But if you're telling me in a general sense, if it was me and a bunch of women, do I think I'm smarter than most of them? Absolutely.
Yes. Okay, fair enough, right? So then I guess the scenario shouldn't be reversed. Like, shouldn't a man, so is it okay for a man to get a woman that's dumber? Because let's be honest, most of you already think that about us. So that's why that's not something you have to consider.
Well,
yeah, like most men think they're smarter than women, and it's fine, but most of them do.
No,
right?
I don't believe that. I believe there's separations. Men are more street smart, right? Women are more game goofy. So, for example, I think in academia, I think women might have a slight edge in some area, right? I'm like, okay, I can separate the levels of being smart, intelligence, and where it's suited for, right? So in some areas, yeah, I can say you could have that to women. Do I think that's a very, very large portion that's going to help in the rest of life? No, I don't.
Yeah, we are debating two different things. Women can be extremely smart at school, extremely smart at their job, extremely accomplished, and then they meet a man and then fall in love, and they are the dumbest motherfuckers in the motherfucking planet. My sister is literally that example. Best in class all the time, best at their work, accomplished and all that shit, and then you put the fucking two balls that she likes in front of her, and she blah, 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 she doesn't know what to do. She gets emotional. She gets out, like she literally reverts to a teenager. It's not that we think that you guys are dumber than us. It's that when it comes to intersexual dynamics, women get emotional extremely fast. And you know what is like somebody that is not that intelligent? Somebody that lets their emotional state override whatever intelligence and logic they have going on. That's why a lot of times that shit happens.
Can I put it like this? If you guys had twins, right? 8-year-old son and 8-year-old daughter, and you send them outside, who do you put more responsibility on?
On the man. On the son.
My point, right? So by default, most of the time, men are held at a higher standard than women.
Yes, but on the opposite end, if my son is going to protect my daughter needs to shut the fuck up and listen to my son, because that's their job. His job is to protect her. If something goes wrong, he has to put his life on the line to protect his sister. But his sister needs to shut the fuck up, and when she can't, make his life a little bit easier, so they both have a reciprocal relationship. Do you agree with that, Venus?
I do.
But there's a point. Men are playing their role. Women are not. Women want the benefit of protection, and then they say, "You are not my man. You are not my dad." Like, if you want protection, you have to actually a grand rising king would be nice. How was your day, King? Would be nice. You see what I'm saying? Like, care about it. Like, shoot it on the reverse way. And when you do it, you're crying. Why are you asking women to do too much? If you are him, if you are a real person, that makes no sense.
Well, real quick, Fatty, because Remy says you're assuming you'll be the smartest one in the room in a room full of women. Well, let's try this out for all the smart women. From what I've heard women say is they want a smart guy, hopefully smarter than them. Venus echoes those same sentiments. I've heard that consistently said by women. They'll say this: I want a guy as smart as me or more. They never go under. They want as or more based upon them. If women are smarter than me and they say, well, women are smarter than men, then they dumb for thinking they can get a man that's smarter than them. If by default, women are smarter than men, but y'all won't deal with a man that's not smarter than you. So if the man is not smarter than you, y'all don't want to deal with him. But then if a man say, well, we smarter than y'all have a problem with that. This is where the issues lies. Women are telling me they want men that as smart as them or more, in which we know it's never equal, right? So typically that means more. And then if men are smarter than you, then y'all dumber than them. And then if they not, then y'all dumb for dealing with men that are not smarter than y'all. So all this is problematic. And
They
don't
want to
put
do-
this out on me. I'm
They want
listening to what y'all say.
They want to pull the Brownsville. I'm a better basketball player than you, but I'll let you win so you can feel good about yourself.
No, let me be honest. I know every woman's different. I don't speak for every woman, but two things. When we say smarter than, like you're right, Fatty might understand economics and I might understand history, right? Like there's different things that two people in a relationship, sometimes you might have the advantage, sometimes the other person. Nobody knows everything, right? So we understand that. But women, I think for the most part, are just looking to be with someone who they can learn from.
Yes,
If you feel like you're the person who's always kind of teaching, it kind of throws things off balance.
But Venus, but that shouldn't be the case. It should be reciprocal, right? And the fuck the parties, a woman will be like if a man is too good or too good for her to the point where she can compete, she's going to start to resent him.
But why compete? Like I don't get the compete thing.
No, because that's how you actually get a relationship, a functional relationship. You met a woman and you show her word for word, bar for bar, that she can compete with you. Don't even try. I'm better than you. And you know what that woman does? She falls in line. But the problem is, if that woman is always the follower and she doesn't have input because the guy is way better than her, she's going to start to resent the guy because the guy doesn't say, you know what, baby, you got this. And that's what Brownsville does. Oh, I played with a guy and I won 10-2, and then I got a more competent woman that was better than the dude. And I later win 10-0 because I want her to feel good. Like
so let me ask you something. So, okay, I think I understand. If you're so you ever had a job and you have like the management, right?
Yes.
So management is technically above you, right? But when they want to motivate you, they use a lot of positive reinforcement sometimes, right? They don't just, oh, I'm better than you. I know better than you. Do what I say. What they'll do is, hey, you guys have been performing really well. We see that the numbers have increased. You guys are doing a great job. However, we need you guys to such and such and such, right? So to your point, yeah, you can't just come to your woman, I'm better than you. Shut the fuck up. That doesn't work.
No, we don't talk like that.
Yeah,
Venus.
that
Nobody
makes sense,
talks.
Patty. But I don't think only women want to hear positive reinforcement. So when men don't cheat, say, I'm so grateful you don't cheat on me. I'm so grateful you're not that type of guy. Thank you so much. I want to highlight how different you are than these. Give that positive reinforcement for the things you want. Don't you think women should be grateful and tell the man how grateful they are that he don't cheat on them?
I wouldn't think somebody for not cheating because
that is what is the limit. Of course.
No, because that is something. If you're in a relationship and you said we're exclusive, it's expected. That's what you should do,
All right.
right?
So if I hire you, Venus, I expect you to do your job. I ain't got to give you no positive reinforcement.
Absolutely.
Get to doing your job. See, this is what I'm saying.
No, that's not a thank you for not cheating.
Listen,
I would thank you for other things. I would thank you for things as they come up, but not.
I get it.
Thank you for not cheating on me.
What y'all prioritize, what y'all want to feel such and such. If men say we want this to be done to make us feel good, y'all won't do it. Y'all laugh.
You want to be thanked for not cheating?
Yes, men want to be thanked for not cheating. Yes. And just do it. Just go ahead and thank you. I appreciate that. Because if y'all say most men do that, and you get one that don't, you should praise him. For example, if there are women that is taking care of you doing these things, they are telling you to praise those women. Let that woman know, thank you for being different because these other women don't. That's what they do. So
yeah, there's ways. You don't say thank you for not cheating.
Is that where y'all have y'all ego where you're not willing to do that? All I'm see, if it was me, I'm like, okay, that's what men are asking for. That's
no, because what's next? Thank you for not beating my ass, because you know other men beat ass. What do you want?
So that's where you want to go with it.
What are we doing?
Venus, come on.
Okay, you got it.
And Venus, you know what's funny? Like I can see a point where a woman says, I've been with men for 20 years. We've been some tough discussions. Sometimes I got heated and the men never flinch even at me. That's actually positive. You know what I'm going to say of my girlfriend when I go to California and you see Aaron? Man, that woman curves every single one of these dudes. She tells me when the ex wants to talk with her. She doesn't go outside like that. I am proud of actually the woman that I get. We actually give you props for that, and that's your job. That's your job.
You say it to your man, like you do it. I can't imagine saying thank you for not cheating, but what I will say, like, you're a great man. I really appreciate having you in my life. Like, I just couldn't. What am I? Thank you for not beating on me.
You listen. You as a woman, you just can't. You just can't do it.
Logic. No, I just can't do it.
She can't because she's from. You know what's funny? What man wouldn't come to a woman and says, "Thank you for being a great mother of my kids. Thank you for giving me this."
Yeah,
kids.
I could say thank you for being a great father. I could say that, but thank you for not cheating on me.
So you can't say.
So wait, if you're telling me men are asking for this, y'all not willing to do that for the men?
Thank you for not cheating on me no, that's not good for women's psyche.
It's not good for women's psyche. All right, so we worried about y'all psyche. Are y'all willing to make that sacrifice for a man's psyche? For when
I don't want to know who needs to be thanked for not cheating on me.
For what we experience, right? How hard it is to get women. Y'all think it's easy. Y'all don't listen to it.
It's easy to get women.
Listen, it's hard.
Only I can get women.
It's difficult to keep women.
No, it's hard to even attract women for most men. Y'all laugh at the large majority. When they get their skills up, when they get their mouthpiece right, when they get the things, the gold, the wave in y'all face, and they learn some things about y'all, they have developed something that y'all find attractive about them. They had to really, really earn that. Okay, so I'm just saying, if you want,
you'd be like, yeah, baby, I just love the way you speak to me. You're so understanding. I love that you listen to me. Like, I just can't. Thank you for not cheating. Like, I'm not doing that one. I could do all the other stuff.
And listen. And I just want to prove there are things that y'all not willing to do that y'all know that men have requested and will make them feel good is good for them, and prove y'all putting y'all ego aside. When the men don't want to put their ego aside, we're not gonna do it. We're not thanking y'all for nothing. We don't want to thank y'all for nothing. Oh, but do you see what I'm saying? I'm just trying to build that understanding that yes, we're different. So the things that we find important, y'all find something else important.
I never heard this before. Fatty, you agree? You want a woman to say thank you for not
because
cheating
of
on
the
me?
wording, because I heard all the time, thank you for being loyal. Thank you for being loyal. Thank you for being faithful. Thank you for being with me on tough times. I hear this all the time.
Yeah.
But Venus, and the fucked up part is you guys will literally dump a truck of fake compliments to your girlfriends all the time, every time, for no reason. You go out of your way to give her a compliment when she doesn't deserve that shit at all. But when he's the man of your dreams, when he's the father of your kids, when your husband, that's too much. I'm not saying that shit. It sounds funny. That man is literally he's literally willing to die for you, and you can't even say thank you for being loyal, brother. I appreciate
No, I can say thank you for being loyal. I just can't. Thank you for
put your ego aside. See, this is what it says. See, Venus was like, oh, this is why you come on panel to talk to the men. I never heard it like that before.
Venus,
ding, 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 ding. This is what we do. We come here to give it to you like you ain't never heard it before.
Nobody ever literally said that shit.
Venus will never say
a little different.
You know why she's stubborn? Venus will never say Grand Rising Queen, no matter what. She might love that dude in a serious matter without being trolling. She will never, because she thinks that's putting her below.
Y'all really don't know me offline.
Venus,
like,
when was the last time
I hear the logic. I just cannot accept it.
Hey, Fatty, when is your computer gonna be up and running? We tired of waiting.
It arrived like 4 hours or 5 hours ago in the store. Probably going to pick it up tomorrow. I need to still do some settings and put discs and this and that and all that, but no, I'm good. Probably by the end of the week I'll be back trying to annoy y'all and hating on women and making sure I put these queens in their place. We hate women here. Hate.
Harambe Jack, why you love me so much, but I don't get no red super chats? What the fuck?
Let me see what he's. Damn, I still can't believe would come at me. Oh, you talking about Fatty? Damn, I still can't believe you would come at me, Fatty, thinking I do this for nah. Is that a Trey song? I don't know. As long as I've been in these spaces shaking my head, that's crazy. I've been one of the few people who go hard against those people who call this man a P3DO. Now I'm the redog. Okay, I will fall back. I don't beef. Damn.
Stop crying and man up. Damn. Be a real man.
We're new to panels, but on panels we like
no, I don't do that.
It happens real quick, and then y'all talking in 2 minutes. For the most part.
No. Some things you did.
Oh no, I forgot. Jack sent me money. No, Jack, I love you. I love you, Jack. I'm sorry.
Like, you should not call my boyfriend an R word. I don't like that shit.
He's Ricardo. Sometimes he's a little bit Ricardo. It's like he was being his white knight. He was just having a conversation. There was no need for him to call him out. I don't have nothing.
We're dating in real life. You know what I'm saying?
Riz says, thank you for being a good man, cheaper than flowers, by the way. It's easy as you're beautiful, which is supposed to be a requirement, ain't it? You know what? That is a perfect way to end the show. You guys got it here first. Okay, Team Fatty will be back soon. Everything has arrived, so we won't have to wait too long, all right? I appreciate y'all for tuning in to the show, but I have to end it before it hits 6 hours because JJ don't like the six number or something like that. I appreciate y'all for tuning in. Make sure y'all leave a like, leave a comment, and go crazy and do what y'all do. This was a lot of fun. I hope you guys enjoyed the show. But I'm going to get something to eat.